1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right.
Ugh, that's... This special meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Dr. Hepburn, are there any items to be added to the agenda?
Good morning, Chair. No items to change.
May I have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May I have a motion and a second to approve all final orders?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Is there discussion? All in favor of approving all final orders, say aye.
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 Those opposed say no. All final orders have been approved. I now declare the special school board meeting adjourned.
Cue the music.
Welcome to today's regular school board meeting. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Our primary focus is to create a safe and productive environment for all participants. Please be reminded of the exit doors that are clearly marked for emergency exiting. While in the boardroom, refrain from obstructing the exit doors. All attendees must occupy a seat with the exception of media. Once the boardroom has reached its seating capacity, attendees will be directed to a designated overflow area. Upon the activation of the fire alarm system, please exit the room in an orderly fashion and continue to exit the building and remain outside until the authority that has jurisdiction has deemed the building safe to return. Thank you for your cooperation. Board Member Holness will now introduce his school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Dr. Holness.
Thank you. At this time, it is my honor to welcome the Piper High School JROTC, who will present the colors and lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Chair, so I can give the students credit, I'd like to recognize their names, if you don't mind, for just a minute. Okay, so who participated today are Thiersten Porter, Battalion Commander and Cadet of the Quarter, Nia Bynes, Battalion Executive Officer and recipient of the Broward County Public Schools Outstanding Senior Leadership Award, Camille Russell, Battalion Human Resource Officer and two-time Broward All-County Band selectee, and Taylor Holloman, Drill and Color Guard Officer in charge and cadet of the Quarter. These outstanding cadets are part of the Piper High School community led by Principal Matthew Lewis and are under the leadership of Lieutenant Colonel Dexter Gamage. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hickson has requested a moment of silence. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to take a moment to honor the life and memory of Paul Como, a dedicated educator and colleague who passed away suddenly a few weeks ago. Paul was a kind and gentle soul who was always eager to help others. He was thoughtful in the small ways that mattered most, remembering birthdays, important dates, and always taking the time to check in on the people around him. Paul truly loved his career in education and found great purpose in his work as an ESC counselor, supporting students at Plantation Park's self-contained EBD cluster and Stephen Foster Elementary. He cared deeply about the students he served and built meaningful relationships with them and his colleagues, many of whom he considered close friends. Outside of school, Paul was a proud University of Florida alumnus and an enthusiastic Gator fan, something he carried with great pride. Paul's kindness, warmth, and dedication to helping others made a lasting impact on the lives of the students and colleagues who knew him. He will be deeply missed by his school community and by all who had the privilege of calling him a friend. I respectfully ask that we take a moment of silence in the memory of Paul Como. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Cervera has requested a moment of silence. Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. It is with heartfelt sympathy that we pause to honor the life of Miss Judith Franco, a cherished language arts teacher at Tequesta Trace Middle School. Ms. Franco passed away on February 14th, 2026. She is lovingly remembered by her two adult children, as well as by the countless students, colleagues, and friends whose lives she touched throughout her career. We extend our deepest condolences to her family and to our entire Tequesta Trace Middle School community. May they find comfort, peace, and strength during this difficult time. Please join me in a moment of silence in her memory. Thank you.
Thank you. The superintendent released a revised agenda with certain changes for this meeting and published it on the school district's website. He has further revisions. Dr. Hepburn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have further revision for item H2. The employee, Darrell Malone, has submitted his resignation. The district will change the reason for his separation from termination to resignation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair finds pursuant to section 120.525 Florida statutes that good cause exists for such changes and accepts the revised agenda. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye. 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 All those opposed say no. The agenda is now closed. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings: February 10th, 2026, special meeting, expulsions; February 10th, 2026, regular school board meeting; February 17th, 2026, special school board meeting; March 3rd, 2026, special school board meeting.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The minutes are approved. As we prepare to begin our regular school board meeting, we are reminded that our vision is 100% proficiency for all our students. As an A-rated school district, our vital task is to sustain this achievement. We will continue educating all students to reach their highest potential. Our theme this year is Believe, Empower, Achieve, One Broward. The Chief of Staff and a Communications Officer pulled the board of any agenda items they wish to address in advance of the meeting. The following consent items have been identified for discussion: H1, H2, H4, H5, B1, A3, F2, and M1. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion, which are H3, A1, A2, C1, F1, O1, and O2.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Are there any registered speakers on the items that have not been pulled for discussion?
No speakers.
All in favor of approving the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. Items pass unanimously. Could I have a motion and a second on H1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on H1.
One registered speakers, Yuri Martinez.
If you heard your name, please approach the mic.
You may approach the podium. No.
Sorry. Can I give a copy? Can I give a copy? Wait.
Mr. Sullivan, if you can grab the.
Yeah, I just wanted to say she is probably here for H2 and not for H1. I'm sorry. Awesome. H2 is...
Please distribute the statement. Go ahead, Ms. Martinez. Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Yuri Diaz. I am in my 34 years of teaching. I had not been the subject of formal complaints, written reprimands, or allegations of misconduct. I find myself sitting here in a position of first instance defending myself from allegations against me after a long career without disciplinary history. Prior to April of 2025, I am here both to address the excessiveness of the suspension and lack of due process throughout the investigatory phase and the procedure at the school. On January 9, 2026, the female student at issue was transferred to my class, but admin neglected to provide me with an IEP and a 504 plan. I was told nothing about her. I will not repeat my short exchange with her upon entering my classroom, but suffice to say that it was not the exchange written by the mother. I emphatically challenged the notion that our brief exchange was responsible for exacerbating the child's anxiety disorder and consequently forcing her to leave school. Pointedly, the mother made the complaint on January 22nd in the early morning. Sometime thereafter, at about 10:30 a.m., the student's 504 plan was emailed to me. Thereafter, the mother sent the phone complaint in an email at around 12:30 p.m. The student never returned to my class. In summary, I did not make the offensive statement, nor did I have any prior knowledge of this student having an anxiety disorder. Admin gave me the due process letter that a complaint was filed against me, and I was told not to speak to witnesses. Thereafter, my superiors obtained written statements from the students in the classroom. The written statements included students who were absent and stated that they knew what they knew because the students were gossiping about the situation. Statements from students that they did not match what the mother wrote in her email at all, and statements from students that matched that the mother had written in her part. Notably, the only other adult in the room, a behavior technician, was not questioned about what he heard. Additionally, admin mentioned during the due process that the student was in my classroom on January 20th. When this happened, and student was not in school that day. Admin said the student withdrew the same day parents sent the email, and I used in an appropriate tone of comments. What is this? How is this measured in an email sent by the parent? Afterwards, when the students had provided their statements, I asked if any of the students knew of the whereabouts of the student at issue. As I had not been told, she withdrew until January 26, 2026. Furthermore, the students offered that she left the school because of what I said to her. I wonder where they had heard that if she only showed up one day on January 6th. At that point, to my understanding, the investigatory phase was over. I did not stop the discussion for that reason, nor not out of an intention to commit wrongdoing. However, this past week, a student of mine asked me if everything was okay because he was called down during study hall to provide a statement. Where is this statement? Thereafter, I was told that I was being suspended without pay for 3 days based upon the statements against me, among other things to be addressed furthermore in the statement. Yet I know that the other adult...
Please yield the mic. Thank you.
Just to confirm, these speakers' comments were on H2.
Okay, thank you. Board member discussion on H1. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just wanted to congratulate, we have 44 retirees, and one stands out. I think all of us would like to say thank you so much to Mary Mulder for the job that she's done for the many years that she's been here. Those will be some big shoes to fill. I think she has a couple more days left. But just wanted to give, as the Wellness Committee Chair, thank you to Mary Mulder for all that she does for our students, and wish her good luck and good fortune in her new journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other board discussion on H1? All in favor of H1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I have a motion and a second on item H2? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on H2.
No speakers.
Board member comment, Mr. Cervera.
My issue has been resolved. Thank you.
Any other board discussion on H2? All in favor of H2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I have a motion and a second on H4? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on H4.
No registered speakers.
Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. So I just had a question about this down at the bottom. Let's see, it says, and this is just kind of arbitrary, so I don't know if this matters or not, but it says that you have to be able to assist individuals or objects weighing 135 pounds or more, and then be able to drag or carry individuals or objects weighing 135 pounds or more. So how much more are we talking about?
Dr. Hepburn.
Chief Gregory.
Good morning. Mike Gregory, Chief Safety Security Officer. Thank you for the question. And that was update to language that was outdated as far as physical standards for employees in the police department. These were taken from the Broward County Police Academy standard for all police officer candidates that go through the process, and the weights involved there is to at least cover a child or someone larger if they need to do a rescue, recovery of someone in a disaster or a critical incident. They could carry them and or drag them to safety.
So, okay. I mean, it just seems rather arbitrary because I get a thought 135 pounds, like if that's the standard, but you could weigh 400 pounds. So, I mean, is that what the expectation is, or is that?
As a minimum.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other board member discussion? All in favor of H4, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on H5?
So moved.
Second. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment.
No registered speakers.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Thanks, Chair, so much. This item before us today is to set calendars for staff. There are lots of interesting things in here, that kind of repeat what we've done for a long time in Broward County. I don't have any objection to this particular item, but I do want to point out that we're in the middle of fiscal crisis. We're in the middle of all hands on deck. We're in the middle of making sure that we are able to, in some sense, make structural changes in Broward County to make sure that kind of we tilt the ship toward winning the hearts and minds of parents and students every day of the week. This item is really about staff working, includes a calendar that has staff having Fridays off in the summer. For the staff that are listed here, I understand that. It makes a lot of sense. I think they might actually get more work done doing 4 10-hour days than otherwise. But I'm still just opposed to the idea of having administrative leaders making a lot of money who have huge responsibilities in this district not being here on Fridays during the summer. I don't know when we get to decide that, but Mr. Superintendent, is there going to be an item before us that talks about the summer schedule for senior administrative staff in Broward County?
No, Dr. Lozano, this covers everybody, correct?
Correct.
Yes, so there won't be an
This
additional
does
item.
cover everybody. It's not
Yes.
clear to me that the item does. I cannot sell Fridays off to my neighbors. There are no private sector organizations that work less than 1 billion hours a week, particularly at times of crisis, particularly at times when structural changes are needed. I hope that sometime in the future we decide to change the schedule to make sure that we're reflecting the community's needs for real change and for the hard work that comes in over the summer. The summertime is a time of no students in schools, time of great thinking, easier to coordinate because we have folks around that we need to coordinate with out of the 4,800 administrative people that work in Broward County. I'll find a way to put together some ideas on that, and I'll bring it back to the board at another time. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the superintendent, I thought that there was going to be a change to this particular item. Did that happen?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
In reference to the request from
Lisa Maxwell?
Correct. That was done yesterday, and a memo to revise was completed, and it was adjusted and fixed on this item.
Okay, so it's fixed.
It's fixed.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just had a quick question. Dr. Hepburn, with the Fridays off in the summer, does that translate into any savings for the district?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, it does. It translates to about average of about 1.4 million per summer.
Okay, thank you. Any other board discussion on the item? Ms. Hickson?
Dr. Hepburn, could you explain where that savings comes from?
Mostly from utility costs and shutting down the district.
Any other board discussion? All in favor of H5 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on item B1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on B1.
No comment.
Board member discussion. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. So I brought this item forward because for a long time, educators have believed, I don't know where the information came from, but that STEPS was taken away because of the state. So in conversations with teachers across the county, they kept asking me about STEPS. So I did a little research on it, had a discussion with the superintendent and some other people to ask what could we possibly bring back some kind of STEP program so that teachers would be able to have some kind of stability and know when they were going to have different increases throughout their pay, throughout their career and pay, because as you know, I have bugged about this since the day I got here that I wanted us to bake in salary to our budget, and we just have never gotten there. So this is another way to try to do it. It is to ask the superintendent to explore. It's not to make steps right now, but to bring back to us what a structured step salary would look like, or salary step schedule would look like for teachers, what that would be budget-wise. And we do have some employee groups who are still on steps here. There are 2 counties, if I'm not mistaken, in the state that do have steps. I know it gets complicated because of the pay-per performance. So this really is just to ask the superintendent to look into it and see if that's something that we can do moving forward. So I hope that you will support me in this.
Thank you. Board member comment? Ms. Thompson?
I guess what would be your expected deadline or timeline?
It's on there, July.
Sorry, I didn't see it prior to this
Yeah,
meeting.
I know it came late. So the expectation, the ask is to bring back something to the board to look at by July of this year, so that we could do something for next school year.
To the superintendent, is that a reasonable timeline with everything else we're trying to currently figure out?
Yeah, so we will do our research, get all the legalese around this language, and possibly also reach out to the school districts that are doing this and see how they're accomplishing this, and bring back the information, because it pretty much talks about bringing back information and possible recommendations too. So.
And it would be to a workshop?
Yes, we can add it to a workshop.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks. Chair, I'm wondering if the superintendent or the CFO has some comment about, I love studying everything. It's always good to learn, about alternatives. It's always been my working understanding, though, that pay for performance, while it doesn't explicitly say you can't have steps, is an alternate pay and compensation structure to steps. Steps are an automatic pay raise. I was a government employee for 20 years. I had steps. I loved them. They're great. To Ms. Hickson's point, they allow you to plan and predict. There are some districts in Florida that have lots of money. I just ran into a superintendent last week that had $100 million sitting around and didn't know what to do with it. It's great. I wish I lived in that county. It'd be a different world, And there's even some districts just immediately to the north of us that have a different tax structure, and they have a 9% fund balance right now in Palm Beach County. Again, different financial structure, different budget environment. In Broward County, we don't have that. And it's my understanding that if you're going to pay people for performance and put them into 3 bands and assign pay raises based on those bands, those different performance levels, pay for performance means you can't have an automatic pay raise. So I don't want to spend staff time doing this if it's diametrically opposed to what we have to do by statute. And that's always been my understanding. It's not like it says you can't have steps, but if you do pay for performance, that's the opposite of pay for tenure, which is steps, what steps are. So can somebody explain to me, Mr. Superintendent, or from your staff, like whether or not these are really 2 alternates that can't exist at the same time? Or is this worth studying because it's something we can have together?
I think from my understanding, you can't typically have both in the environment, right? You choose one or the other, and most of the districts around the state chose what we're actually implement. But I think it does offer an opportunity for us to do research and come back with some information for the board for further discussion on some next steps, and also work with BTU on this also.
Right. Here's kind of what I only see as a feasible solution, though, which is if we do steps, we're going to start teachers at $35,000 a year and give them guaranteed pay raises every year. Or we can start them at 50 and they can come in and there's a pay for performance and they make, based on what their evaluated performance is. The state law, Mr. Superintendent, isn't the state law pay for performance? Isn't that mandated in Florida?
I am not sure. Dr. Lozano, if you can provide some details on the specifics of that.
Step salaries are not mandated in the state of Florida.
I asked if pay for performance was mandated.
As of right now, it is.
Yes, it is?
Correct.
Thank you very much. So I enjoyed the steps when I had them as a federal employee. It did help us plan. And I know that federal employees started at a pay level that was significantly lower than market because we bought into a system where we would make more over time. I don't think that's feasible. Like we don't have, this, Mr. Superintendent, will generate no new revenue for Broward County. Is that correct? Like if we shifted to a pay for tenure system?
That's correct.
It would not generate any more money. So you still got to take the $1.2 billion of comp and got to squeeze it into a system that gives us the greatest outcomes. And I don't know that steps are feasible if by law we have to do pay for performance. And if that means, sure, let's look at steps, but that would mean that our starting salary may be so low in order to get raises. I mean, I don't understand how I don't understand how this could be done in Broward County. But I'm always interested in learning more about it. Maybe there's something, as a result of this that, is different than what we thought. But every time I've talked to people about this, it's just been you can have A or B. But if you have steps, you've got to do something dramatically different about, how you compensate people. I prefer this philosophically to pay for performance. I think it's not a perfect system, but it does allow us to differentiate pay raises for people that are perceived and assessed at doing a greater level of performance. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just want to, it's a state law that we have to start teachers at a certain pay rate. So I just want to clear that up. There's no way that we're going to do anything that starts a teacher at less than what the state requires. I did run this past legal, and our general counsel that's coming in from Lee County, they just went to this in Lee County, so she's very familiar with what the legal pieces look like. And again, it was just to ask the superintendent to explore it. so that we can be sure that we are, because we know this year we're not giving our teachers a raise, and I don't want to be in this position again. So I've run it through FSBA, I've run it through legal, run it through a couple of different places. So there's nothing illegal about this, and I really would just like our staff to look and see. It may be that it's a hybrid between paper performance and STEP, where there's a salary range or things of that nature. I don't know the answer, but I know that we have to be doing something different, and I would like to be able to explore what that looks like.
Thank you, Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Are we already doing steps in the contract?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano. You can explain the small group of teachers that are actually still on steps.
Your professional services contract, but as far as every teacher receiving steps, that is not part of our collective bargaining agreement at this time.
And so if we explore this and we work with the Broward Teachers Union, is this something that has to be negotiated?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board discussion on this item? All in favor of B1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes with one dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. Could I get a motion and a second on item A3? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on A3.
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Hi, thanks so much, Chair. Thank you. This item includes a data sharing agreement that includes sharing the names of teachers and students with an organization. I'm curious, Mr. Superintendent, do we need to do that while we're also providing unique identifiers?
Thanks for the question, Dr. Zima. I have Dr. Cohn provide some details on this item.
Good morning, Dr. Zeman. Good morning, Board. Dr. Cohn, Chief Academic Officer. Yes, there are certain data that is required. So this particular program is a state-approved program. It's the only state-approved program for high-dosage tutoring. The data sharing agreement is a companion to Conmingo and Varsity Tutors. And so the state requires that the University of Lassiter provide an efficacy study on the impact of high-dosage tutoring. So that's why the data sharing agreement is in place.
Mr. Superintendent, does this data sharing agreement include the sharing of names of students and names of parents with, through the University of Florida, with vendors?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
It does not. It includes student data such as grade level, course enrollment, performance, demographic data, program participation.
Dr. Zeman, are you done with your?
No, I'm not. I just want to get a page number. On page 13, Exhibit D, it says data fields requested. It includes student first name, student last name. It includes parent's first name, parent's last name. Why are there checks in the column on page 13 if we're not providing these data to, through the University of Florida to vendors?
So those are the requirements of the study, but the information is not shared to third party. Guy, can you expand on that?
Hello, Guy Barmoha, Director of Secondary Learning. Thank you for the question. It does include first and last name, Dr. Zeman. It's for the New Worlds Reads project, and I believe that's why they send books to students and parents at their houses, so they need the names and addresses so they can actually send books. And the rest of the names are needed for rostering purposes only.
I'm going to let the board make up their own mind on this, but I'm not interested ever in sharing parents' names to the University of Florida, to Con, to Varsity, to vendor XYZ, or to University ABC. That is information that is just unnecessary for any research. They have unique student identification number. That means it's unique. They can identify every student. I'm particularly troubled by the fact that this data sharing agreement says that parents' names are provided for distribution of information on state initiatives. I see no compelling reason to give up the names of our students or parents unless, I'd have a hard time kind of imagining kind of what kind of data sharing agreement I'd like to have for people to do research on high dose tutoring. I mean, that's fine. Every day there are data breaches in the real world, and a data breach that gives up the names of our students and their addresses and the parents' names is just not worth the value of this study. And so I hope that the board thinks really hard about this. I have 3 kids in Broward County Schools. The fact that my children's names would go to other people outside Broward County Schools bothers the hell out of me. And so it's just not something, I don't want my name, and I don't want the names of my kids to be shared with University of Florida, with Laterra, with Khan Academy, or with Varsity Tutors so that they can do an efficacy study. If they want to do an efficacy study, they can study the results and they can have a unique student identification number. Beyond that, this is just not something I can support. Thank you.
Dr. Zeman, would you like to make a motion?
I was going to wait for discussion.
Okay. Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. I echo Dr. Zeman's concerns, but I think this goes a little deeper. It's not only names and last names and mailing addresses, it's email addresses and phone numbers. And I don't think this is information that should be floating out there in cyberspace and potentially be accessible to vendors or worse, a hack or anything of that nature. Mr. Superintendent, is this agreement unique to the University of Florida, or do similar agreements like this exist with other universities or vendors in which we are actually giving out parents' names, email addresses, phone numbers, mailing addresses, along with students' first and last names?
Dr. Cohn.
So there are cases where that is happening, but I'll share something around this particular agreement. The majority of the large school districts are part of this initiative, so this is not unique to Broward County because this is the only state-approved grant that is being funded. The state requires that the University of Lassiter, who was approved through the state, and the only state-provided grantee to do the efficacy study because they're looking at particularly how high-dosage tutoring is impacting. And so this is really about measurement of student outcomes, program evaluation, and to provide some recommendations to districts as districts lose funding and look at opportunities to expand outreach to families. Last year we did have Varsity Tutors here. We did share with Varsity Tutors certain student information because they were tutoring our students. They did one-to-one tutoring in classrooms where it was face-to-face on a computer. So it's not unusual that that information is shared because these are teachers that are working with other students.
So I want to be clear. I'm not against the program or the benefits of the program. What I have concerns with is Exhibit D, right? What's listed in Exhibit D is part of this exclusive data sharing agreement. And the comprehensive nature of the data that is being shared should this agreement ultimately be passed. This isn't a program issue. This isn't a tutoring issue. This isn't even a University of Florida issue, despite my feelings about the University of Florida. This is strictly, are we allowing our parents' personal data to be out there to vendors and in cyberspace? And I think the things that are included in this list within Exhibit D here, I don't think they're necessary. I certainly understand the need for the names, but a lot of this other stuff here, including phone numbers and email addresses, I think is too expansive. I've got some real concerns with this, and I think I know how I'm going to vote. I'm interested to see if my colleagues have any other comments. Mr. Superintendent, I would like a follow-up on this. I want to know how many other vendor agreements that we have that have something similar to this, where we're giving this much information out to third parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion before I go back to Dr. Zeman?
Thank you, Chair. I came into this meeting thinking this was a bad idea. I'm sitting here and thinking this is a horrific idea. I've done dozens and dozens of studies. I've done hundreds, actually, of studies. And in none of these have I ever gotten a data sharing agreement that gave the names and extensive information, as Mr. Severa pointed out, about parents and teachers. It's very different, by the way, to be doing tutoring and needing the names of students. I mean, that's great. Like, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Zeman. I'm here as your tutor. Nice to meet you, Sally Jenkins. That's great. But in all of our contracts, there's an agreement about destroying data that you have that is PII or otherwise restricted data. There's FERPA that restricts us from sharing information. There is zero need for this information to do an efficacy studies. Zero. You have a unique identifier. You can track people by unique identifier forever. In fact, some studies require us to generate new unique identifiers. So the risk of this data breach, the risk of this information with phone numbers of parents and students being released is whatever it is. It's a real risk, and the value to Broward County Schools of participating in this is zero. There's no value in the efficacy study having names in it. If it has unique identifiers, it can tell you whether or not high-dose tutoring works simply based on unique identifiers. So I'm surprised this got to the board. I just don't think it makes any sense. And what I'd like to do, Chair, is make a motion to lay this on the table until our next scheduled regular school board meeting and see if the staff can renegotiate this. I suspect, and I'll just end it there. Thank you.
Second.
Would you mind just rewording your motion to postpone it to April 7th, which is our next regular school board meeting?
I'd love to, yes.
If I may, please.
I'd like to make a motion to lay this on the table until April 7th.
Postpone. Laying it on the table.
I apologize. Yeah, postpone this. It's still early. It's just daylight saving time is below.
Dr. Zeman, if Dr. Cohn may provide some information before.
Yeah, let me just finish. So the motion was to postpone until April 7th, seconded by Mr. Severa.
Thank you for saving me, Chair.
Thank you. So Exhibit D is not the entire agreement that we're speaking to. The Exhibit D that I think Dr. Zeman and Mr. Severa are responding to, this is an opt-in for parents who want to have the New Worlds Reading Initiative part of it. So parents actually have to sign up, and they have to share that information with them. So this is different than the data sharing agreement that is part of it. So I just want to be clear, this is no different than if Dr. Holness, you own a tutoring company. When parents come to you, they sign up for tutoring. They give you their information. They give you their student records. This is the same thing. So the New World Reading Directory allows parents to opt in, sign up, give their information to participate in this. This is, although it's bundled as part of the data sharing agreement, is a separate component of it. So the data sharing agreement that Lassinger is doing is all that de-identified data that we're referring to that keeps the safety that you're referring to, Dr. Zeman. But this Exhibit D for New Worlds is for parents to opt in and sign up for tutoring, which is why they will have to get the books sent to them, they would register for it, they would get the hours, and so forth.
Public comment on the motion? Board member discussion, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Cohn, the data that Dr. Zeman, Board Member Zeman and Board Member Severa have been concerns with as far as divulging certain information, are you saying that based upon their concern that that's not the data that will be shared?
Correct.
So what exactly will be shared?
So it's going to be student grade performance, teacher data, school performance data, classroom data, all of those other non-de-identified data components that will be available to the Lassinger Center so they can compare like and unlike, they compare other districts who are also in the same cohort. So they're just comparing student data information by grade level, by content area, because they're doing math and ELA. So it's really more the information they're looking at to compare results from one school, one student to the other student.
I understand that, but in terms of identification of the students whose data are being shared, what identification are we sharing? in addition to sharing their data? Because Dr. Zeman mentioned, why do we need to use names and emails and all these things? Why can't we use some identifier that's abstract, that cannot be used by any other entity, instead of having all this personal information out there? So I hear what you're saying in terms of the data that we're collecting, but what are we divulging in terms of student identification?
Just the grade level, the performance, the content area.
Okay, so are we giving students names?
No.
So we're not giving students names.
No.
So how do we, are we having any identifying number to determine students?
Yes.
So names are not going to be given.
That's correct.
Okay, and so I'm misunderstanding the comments from Dr. Zeman and Board Member Cervera as far as what they're believing to be shared and what you're saying. There's a contradiction.
Because they're looking at item D. Item D is a separate piece which allows parents to sign up and register for separate tutoring that allows them to opt into it.
Okay, so just for the record, you're saying, should we vote on this item, we're not sharing students' names? Is that correct?
Unless the parent opts into the New World Reading program.
Right. Well, that seems like an additional addendum, but this item is based upon data sharing with University of Florida.
That's correct.
So with this item and what we're voting on today, are we sharing students' names?
Not for the Lassiter piece, but if parents opt in, then they would share.
Okay.
With D.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bullman.
Thank you. So to the point, I'm looking at Exhibit G, and all of this information is listed again as on page 24. So I guess it's G5. It says receiving parties redisclosure of disclosing parties' education records. So how does that fit in?
So if you're looking at Exhibit G, it does highlight A, New World Reading, as part of that. And it refers to Exhibit D, which is kind of been the discussion that we've been having.
But it highlights, well, it highlights 5 different programs.
You're referring A through E?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
A1 lists 5 programs.
Yeah.
Okay, so that says D. Well, it just, at the bottom here, it lists out, let's see. Those 5 programs are listed again in 3A1.
Yeah. So those are the various programs under the Florida Tutoring Advantage is one of them, early learning, professional learning. These are all part of what districts could have opted in terms of when they wrote the grant. And so what the University of Florida through the state of Florida, these are the things that districts could have signed up to say, hey, we want in-person tutoring, we want virtual tutoring. And so these are just these are the top 5.
Right, but to my colleague's question about the information that's collected, so 5.1 under Exhibit G says receiving party will redisclose the following education records to Litera to ensure student eligibility, matching to service, tracking student progress, and data cleaning. And that lists all of the things that we're having a concern about, the names, date of birth.
Yeah, I would say that again refers to one of the 5 at the very top under A1, receiving party to provide professional development disclosing staff for programs listed. And again, this particular section is referring to professional development.
mean, I'll have to read it more closely so that I have a better idea of what it's saying.
Mr. Cervera.
I'd like to go after Dr. Zeman if possible.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much. I'm just going to read this, and what my motion suggests is we postpone, sit down, think about this, and bring an item back, either that doesn't share this data or explains it in a much better way. But the item says Broward County School Board is the disclosing party. And then at multiple times in the agreement, it says the disclosing party will release the data as shown in Exhibit D. So to the public, these explanations that go beyond what's written are not apparent to them. They read this and they go, wow, that's my phone number is being released. So at a minimum, I think we need to bring this back rewritten, and let's think a little bit about this, and let's make sure that we're crystal clear with the public that this is an opt-in. And then we can let the board decide at that point when there's a better understanding by this board and by the public of what's being released. What is in this is alarming at what's written in the item. I want to be clear about that. The item says the disclosing party will send to the receiving party, the University of Florida, these items as exposed in Exhibit D. If that's not the case, if it's an opt-in, I'd like to have very clear explanation of that in the item, and the motion to postpone it will allow you to do that. Mr. Superintendent, are there any damages that would happen to us or to the study people if we postpone this to the 7th of April?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn. Because if we postpone this, we also have to postpone another item on the agenda too. Thanks.
So this is again a companion item to the Conn High School agreement and Conn Middle School. So last month, the board approved Conn High School and Varsity. These are companions to both of those. And if this data sharing agreement isn't approved, because this award happened late October, we will lose the funding for this particular initiative with the state.
So just to be clear, this item was brought to us today with a mandate to either pass it or lose funding. Is that correct?
So we actually went to the board, passed Conn High School, passed Varsity Elementary. The data sharing agreement is a component or a condition that the state requires the University of Florida to have as part of the efficacy study.
I really would like my question answered. The board was brought an item that we either pass or we lose funding for this initiative. Is that true?
I'm sorry, Dr. Zeman, can you repeat?
This item was brought to the board today with a mandate to either pass or to lose funding. Is that true?
It's not a mandate, Dr. Zeman. We know that the thing is, because FAST PM2 already came out, what the state wants us to do is really take a look at the starting point of FAST PM2 and high dosage tutoring, because we won't have enough window of time between FAST PM2 to FAST PM3 to really conduct an efficacy study. So that's really why I think there's a sense of urgency. But I believe if we can go back to the University of Lassiter and see if they can tweak the agreement to make sure that it represents it. But these are your typical agreements that all of the districts have already provided. These are not different agreements. These are the same kind of data sharing agreements that each University of Lassiter is doing the same agreements with all districts. So we'll go back and see if they can tweak some of those things. But I don't know if Ms. Jack Adams wants to weigh in terms of the agreement and if there were any alarms based on what her team reviewed.
Dr. Zeman, I don't have anything to add. A lot of the questions that you're asking are programmatic in terms of whether or not the agreement is legally sufficient. It is legally sufficient.
Right. There's an exception to FERPA that allows us to release all data in the event of a study. That's fine. And I have the floor if you don't mind. Mr. Superintendent, was there any restriction to you bringing this item in January of this year?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn. I'm thinking PM2 data, correct?
Yes.
Right, but I just want to be crystal clear, because I'm over this. I'm over the mandates. I really am. I'm over items that don't describe what really happens. I'm over the mandates of pass this or else some crisis is going to happen. We could have passed this in January knowing that PM2 is last week. So let me ask this again. Mr. Superintendent, could we have brought this item in January?
All depends on the workflow. As with all items, depends on the workflow.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Cervera?
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're clear on a couple things, because we're talking about opt-ins and opt-outs. The way I read this agreement, okay, specifically sections 3 and 4 on page 2 of the agreement, once this is signed, BCPS, which is identified as the disclosing party, has to share with the receiving party, which is the University of Florida, the data set out in, quote, Exhibit D, F, and G. So the way I read this is once this is signed, it says will share, not may, or we have the option. It's a will. So once this agreement is signed, the data is being transferred, right? Which obviously when you're transferring that type of sensitive information, we like to think and we hope that there are safeguards and guardrails in place to protect the data, but the data is being transferred immediately. Now, this whole thing about you have to opt into the program or opt out, let's be honest. If a parent wants to sign up for this program with their kid, they're probably not reading all of the fine print, and they probably have no idea that this information is getting transferred to some other, whoever it's going to, right? And I think we have an obligation to protect the information that's been entrusted to us by virtue of the fact that we are educating these kids. So I appreciate, Dr. Cohn, the whole opt-in and opt-out aspect of this. But I think the reality is probably 95% of the parents who will come into this program probably won't know that their email addresses and phone numbers and home addresses are being shared with third-party vendors. So I have some issues with this. I am in support of the motion. I think this needs to be tweaked a bit. Hopefully we can still work something out on this that doesn't require giving up all of this sensitive information of our parents, and that this program can be utilized and we can use the funding for its intended purposes. But I've just got too many issues with Exhibit D to be comfortable with improving in this current form. Thank you.
Ms. Jack Adams.
One thing I wanted to make sure that I referenced was when I indicated that this agreement is legally sufficient is that there are certain exceptions to FERPA. In this case, there is a reference, it's on page 20 of 25, that this particular entity is a school official. So you either require consent from the parent to disclose information, or there's another exception to FERPA. And in this case, I do see a FERPA exception, which is school official.
I appreciate that. And for the record, I wasn't suggesting that the document was legally insufficient. I'm aware, I mean, you can contract for most things in this country and in this state, right?
Yes.
And that's fine, and I appreciate that. That doesn't mean I have to be comfortable with giving out this sensitive information of my parents.
That is correct.
Right? Just because it's legally sufficient doesn't mean that I have to support it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shaka.
One other thing I would like to just point out, and this was not in response to your statement, this is just in general, is that there is also a provision within the contract that allows for safeguarding. Safeguarding the confidentiality of education records. That's on page 21 of 25. So education records is listed there, IT security records is listed, and as well as liability for the vendor if those safeguards are not.
And I certainly appreciate that. But you know what the best safeguard is? Not giving the information in the first place. Thank you.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
Yes, so on page 2, section 4, to Mr. Cervera's point, the data to be shared, I think the issue is what I'm hearing is Exhibit D, you're saying is an opt-in by the parent, but based on what it says here on page 2, the data would be shared, and it doesn't mention anything about a parent opting in. So I would like to make a substitute motion to delay this to later in the meeting today, allow Ms. Jack Adams to figure out what can be added to section 4 to speak to having Exhibit D speak to the opt-in of the parent, and if that would cure the issue with that my colleagues have with this item.
Second. Motion made by Mrs. Al-Hadaf to table this item to later in the meeting so that Mrs. Jack Adams can figure out parent opt-in language, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on the motion. Board member discussion on the motion. Dr. Zeman?
Just what I'm worried about, because I'd be happy to get this done today. That'd be wonderful. This is a structural issue with this contract. It's a structural issue with all 25 pages. I just did a quick search. There is no word opt in either the summary or the data sharing agreement. So this was built in a way so it's going to be difficult by the end of today to do this. If we can do it, great, because that way we get both, right? We get a correct opt-out. I'm not sure that there's enough hours in a day for the lawyers and the programmers to get this done. This is like a really big rewrite. Looks to me like 2 weeks worth of work, not one day. But I'm happy with the substitute motion if, in fact, it can be done. Chair, if we push this, if we actually do table this with Ms. Al-Hadaf's motion, and it comes back and the staff is not ready to propose it, the item will come back and we can then move to other motions at that time?
Correct.
Thanks so much. Appreciate your motion.
Mr. Cervera?
Through the general counsel, this agreement, I'm assuming, has already been approved by the University of Florida's trustees, correct?
Yes, it has been signed.
If we're making changes to it, we have to go back to them and say, hey, we're making changes. I don't think, I appreciate the idea from Ms. Al-Hadaf, but I mean, I don't think this is something we can do today. I mean, even if we change it, the University of Florida and their legal team is going to have to review it and approve it. So unless you can change it, get them on the phone, have them review it, and then present it to us probably at like 8 o'clock tonight, I think that's the only way this gets done tonight.
The changes that are being described are factual, and so I can only make changes to legal. And so the facts need to be added in, and then I would legally review that, and then the opposite, the University of Florida would have to agree to it.
So in your professional legal opinion, can you physically do today what Board Member Al-Hadaf is asking?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it appears based upon Ms. Jack Adams' comments given to Board Member Cervera that this is not doable today as far as the motion. So I have another question, Dr. Hepburn. This particular item is to approve an efficacy study for UF funded programs for Broward County schools. If in fact this item comes back and it's not approved, what is the impact? Does it mean we will not have an efficacy study but the programs continue? Or will the programs discontinue? Is it contingent on us conducting the efficacy studies?
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
It's contingent on us having the efficacy study.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay. I had some comments. I am a little frustrated because, you know, this board has said over and over again in the past few months that we are not interested in sharing this kind of data. In fact, it's in our legislative platform. So I appreciate that, you know, there were board walkarounds done around this whole initiative, but the idea that this was not a flagged issue for staff at all levels when it comes to sharing this kind of information, when we've, you know, again, we've said this repeatedly publicly in the last few months that we do not want to share this kind of information. And we've taken a formal vote on it as well. I appreciate the piece about how perhaps this is contingent on an opt-in, but I'll just tell you from my experience in the classroom, we had students sign up for things like Khan Academy or had students sign up for things, and we had, it was part of the kids' homework to have their parents sign them up or have their parents opt in. So because we were told, and I don't know if this was accurate or not, but we were told that the district wanted us to be using that program, and they were checking reports to see that we were using this program every week. So I appreciate the idea of a parent opt-in, but I think the way it plays out in our classrooms may be a little bit different. And I also appreciate, or I recognize that you said there are other districts, all districts that are doing this in the state. I think this is such a new issue that people, especially parents that I talk to, parents of very young children who are very concerned about. And I think it's important to note that, just because all districts or other districts are doing it, it doesn't mean that we should be doing it. And I think that this is an issue that's going to grow over time, that people are going to bring more awareness to, that maybe, a lot of people aren't paying attention to at this moment. So I share the frustration around, like, if we don't pass this, we lose funding. And I think there needs to be a lot more due diligence in educating the board about these things, especially when we've made it very clear that this is a concern of ours. So I think we've been put in a very difficult position today with this item. And I will just say again, and I don't know if it matters that it's being said, but we are not interested in sharing this kind of student information or parent information. We don't want to do it. So as contracts are negotiated moving forward, that should not be included. I don't know if we need to take another formal vote on that. If it's, we voted on our legislative platform. Any other board member comment? Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I'd just like to ask Ms. Jacques Adams about this because I know she is a stickler about data sharing in many of the contracts that we have. So can you kind of weigh in on the discussion that's being had here?
Thank you, Ms. Hickson, through the chair. One thing that I wanted to impress upon everyone is that as a part of the program, whenever the staff has a contract and that contract supports a program, there are times in which the vendor requires certain information in order to contractually perform the responsibilities under the contract. And so certain information is required, whether it be education records, security records. Each time those types of private records are required, one of two things happen. Either we receive consent by the parent, and if there is an exemption, then that exemption would be applied, in this case, school official. So each time education records are required under the contract in order for that vendor to perform their duty, we either get consent or it falls under an exemption. So that applies to, well, security would not be any type of consent, but I'm just strictly talking about education records. So if across the board education records would not be something that we would provide to those vendors, then that may affect whether or not the vendor can perform. So I just wanted to caution, like a blanket straight, we don't share education records, that may affect certain programs that academics has and other departments has. And then one more thing, with each sharing of education records, we always have safeguarding that's required. And safeguarding includes things like if there is an investigation as a result of breach, the vendor is required to participate in that investigation. It includes payment of penalties. It includes compliance with FERPA, which is incorporated into our Florida statutes. It includes a lot of safeguards to ensure that if there is any type of breach, the vendor would pay. Also, there are provisions in the agreement relating to third-party vendors. Oftentimes, vendors need to share that data with third parties in order to comply with their responsibilities under the contract. That is explicitly stated in the agreement. It's stated who the vendor or the party will share that information with, and it also indicates that they accept responsibility for that third party.
Are you done, Ms. Hickson? Okay. Mrs. Alhada?
Yes. So, Ms. Jack Adams, I heard your response, and I think, hey, why not try? You have lawyers. You're not the only lawyer here working on this. We have nothing to lose, and we delay this to the end of the meeting, and your lawyers try to make this happen, and then we vote it on later today. I don't see why we just don't try. My other question is, how much funding are we going to lose?
Mr. Bormaha.
It's a total of about $1.3 million in funding in terms of licenses. If you price out the licenses for Khan Academy for high school at $10 a license, and the elementary varsity tutors is pricing it at their retail price at about $750,000 or so. But that's retail. So, but if we had to purchase it on our own, that's how much these services would cost if we purchased it out, if we went out and bought it.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, if we vote no on this today, we lose $1.3 million. Is that correct, Dr. Hepburn?
We're not sure we'll lose the money right now. I know that UF definitely wants the data sharing agreement going forward. If it doesn't go forward during this school year, those programs will be taken away for sure because they need the efficacy study to happen. So they're waiting for this data sharing agreement to go through. What we can think about doing, guys, is maybe parsing out the New World Reading Initiative from this agreement and then bringing the New World Reading UF data sharing agreement back and just leaving the Lassinger tutoring agreement here with the data sharing and just kind of bifurcate this agreement, if it's amenable to Ms. Jock Adams as well, and just remove the New World Reading and only bring you guys the Lassinger stuff forward, and so we can rework the New World Reading. Because in Exhibit D, it's the New World Reading Initiative that requires the addresses and the email addresses and the phone numbers. So I'm thinking that may be a solution also.
Ms. Jack Adams, is that a solution?
So everything that's being stated is factual, so I can't opine on anything factual. There is whether or not it can be bifurcated, separated, taken out, how does it, affect the overall contract? I can't state that as I sit here right now. I do have an attorney that can be able to look at it, but in terms of the negotiations, her opinion as well was because of the amount of time it took for the agreement to come back, that may not be a possibility for this to happen today. We can make an attempt, but I just want to manage expectations because if it takes 2 or 3 weeks to get the agreement back from University of Florida, and no one is available to talk about any of the changes that are being made, I just don't want to make promises that certain things will happen when it depends upon not only receiving factual changes from staff, but also receiving a response from University of Florida.
Do we have time to extend this to later in the month to vote on this? Is that allowable under this agreement?
We can reach out to the University of Florida to see if there's a possibility of us bringing this forward to the next board item. Will that have an impact on funding or services? So we can certainly verify.
Okay, so I believe we should do 2 things. Have that conversation, Dr. Hepburn, today. Also, Ms. Jack Adams, see if the lawyers can fix the language and have the conversation with the school and bring it back to us later in the board meeting. And then if worst case scenario, we have to vote it up or down at the end of the day today.
So I want, through the chair, I want to clarify that.
Hold on, Ms. Jenkins. Ms. Thompson?
I guess I'm confused because we have other data sharing agreements in our district. And also, we have complained to Ms. Jock Adams about data sharing agreements with other nonprofits that haven't been going through. So I guess I don't understand my colleagues' concerns with this agreement that they don't have with like Boys and Girls Club or other places that are tutoring like services that we are sharing agreements with. And so I guess obviously we want to be protective of our parents' data. I don't think any of us want to go against that. But I'm having trouble seeing the concerns of my colleagues, and I would like to move forward with this. I'd also like to call the question.
All in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
What are we calling the question on?
On the substitute motion.
Mrs. Okay.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Alhadeff. I'm sorry, I'm calling the question.
Yes.
Ms. Bowman?
No.
Severa? Hickson? Yes. Holness?
Yes.
Leonardi?
Yes.
Rupert? Thompson?
Yes.
Zeman?
Yes.
8-1.
All in favor of calling of the substitute motion to table this item to later in the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Substitute motion passes with one dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. Now is the time of the meeting where we've split the general public speakers to incorporate a morning session. Each registered speaker is reminded to present their agenda comments in accordance with policy 1020. First up, we have Trudy Germanovich. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for a few people.
Please proceed with your comments.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. I think the district staff must be tone deaf since they went to WLRN and the Sun Sentinel and made a big deal about how great students were doing on the second tests. The students should show dramatic improvement on the second test, and they'll show even more improvement on the third. That's because they actually have been taught the standards. How stupid that was. If the district ever looks at the comments on social media, you'll find that parents don't care about the tests. They said that under the comments in these articles. They actually said they were considering taking their child out of Broward schools because of the overemphasis in testing. During a prior meeting, many parents expressed why they believe the district should give teachers back the ability to decide when and how they assess their students in the classroom. Teachers said, why should I ever write another comment when they won't listen to us anyway? The they being referred to are upper level administrators, not administrators usually at the school. If you look at the statistics from principals, they mirror the belief there are too many mandates by upper level administration. Teachers also often lamented that upper-level administrators are out of touch with the reality in many classrooms. They only seem to care about the data being collected and not the actual individual children with whom these teachers work every day. Teachers need to have their autonomy reinstated. Let them be the decision maker as to when and how assessments will occur in their classroom. As Carolyn Darcy said, teachers and parents have consistently expressed concern that students are losing valuable classroom time to testing. At the elementary level, instructional time is critical for direct teaching, guided practice, and intervention. Most importantly, we ask that instructional time be protected so we can focus on teaching and supporting student growth. The district should stop requiring tests, assessments, or other data collection devices that are not mandated by state statute. That's important. It may provide various assessments and give teachers the discretion of when and how they should be used with individual students. Allow the professional teacher in the classroom to be the ultimate decision maker as to how she or he implements the state standards. Give them back their autonomy we had since the 1960s when I began my teaching career. It's in your hands to allow teachers the time to actually teach. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Jamison. Alan Bumberg.
Morning. My name is Alan Bumberg. I'm here on behalf of Goldstein Kite Environmental, a principal for which appeared before this board on June 18th of 2024 to present an unsolicited offer to acquire a non-performing contaminated site owned by the district on the corner of South Hiatus Road and West Broward Boulevard and Plantation. That offer still stands almost 2 years later because inexplicably the property still has not been put out for RFP. Notwithstanding the critical budget crisis facing this board, which I know will be a subject of quite a bit of conversation today. Goldstein Kite Environmental is in the business of acquiring, cleaning up, and redeveloping contaminated sites. This type of property is, frankly, in our wheelhouse, and we have vast experience with the serious contamination issues associated with this property. Critically, we have the ability to move very quickly on highly impacted properties just like this one and are willing to close this transaction in 30 days, subject only to clean title. No other approvals would be necessary. Our offer would put several $1 million back into your budget in 1 month's time and relieve the district of the annual financial burden of having to carry a vacant parcel that will never be built as a school due to the environmental issues. It would also immediately eliminate a contingent remediation liability sure to cost the district millions of dollars in the future. We've written to district staff at least 6 times since appearing before this board 21 months ago, and every reply states that the staff continues to conduct the necessary due diligence, and one would think that after 2 years of due diligence is more than enough, especially when this board is struggling daily with the painful decisions to close and sell schools and lay off thousands of employees. We request transparency as to why this process has not moved forward and again commit to bringing the district a clean offer and a quick closing. One final point. Your last buyer was in contract for more than 3 years before canceling this contract. Again, we will close in 1 month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Alyssa Cartagena.
Good morning. My name is Elisa Cartagena, and I am a speech-language pathologist with Broward County Public Schools. I am a direct hire, and I've proudly served this district for the past 26 years. I previously spoke before this board regarding the SLP stipend, and I appreciated your support. For the past 8 years, I also worked in the AM/PM program, which unfortunately closed due to budget constraints. After my position was eliminated, I interviewed for and was hired on the spot for a position at Central Park Elementary. Shortly thereafter, my principal told me I was only a possible hire and repeatedly tried to persuade me not to accept the position. I wanted that position because some of my students are now placed in that school, and I wanted to provide them consistency. Since then, I have not received the support I need, and I have been met with comment. I have received the support that I need, and I have been met with a lot of opposition. I have experienced bullying and intimidation since the end of last year. I do not have time to list every instance today, but I will provide a detailed follow-up via email. Right after my hire, I was asked to return to Central Park after the school year had closed and explain to my principal why people were saying I'm difficult and argumentative. I assured her that I always advocate for students, and as long as we work collaboratively and resolve issues internally, there will be no need to escalate matters. When I started at Central Park, I requested a caseload and was only given an email from a previous SLP with the first names and grade levels on it. organizing a full caseload of 140 students between only 1.5 SLPs is not sustainable. I work tirelessly to ensure that each student receive the services they need. I even completed an audit because last-minute evaluations and IEP meetings were coming at me, and I wanted to be prepared as possible. I had more difficulty with the ESPC specialist at the school as well. She was not organized. She did not use Outlook for meetings. She scheduled meetings that were not on my caseload, and everything was last minute, fix this, fix this, fix this. As the situation escalated, I requested medical accommodations. And during a meeting with your district personnel, I was told I only brought chaos to Central Park Elementary. I was also told that if I didn't meet my deadlines, I would be written up. I was granted several accommodations, including using Outlook, which is standard for everybody, ample notice for meetings. I was granted assistance with scanning and copying, and
Thank you.
I was also asked that they would.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, could you have Dr. Lozano address the employee in the outside room?
Thank you, Dr. Lozano.
All right, now I will turn it over to the superintendent for his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. As you're aware, Broward County Public Schools recently implemented Microsoft Copilot across our district, becoming the largest educational system in the world to deploy this technology district-wide. This milestone reflects our commitment to innovation and ensuring that our staff and students have access to cutting-edge tools that support teaching, learning, and operational efficiency. To give you a closer look at how this technology is already being used across our schools and departments, we have a short film highlighting Microsoft Copilot experience in BCPS. Special thanks to Microsoft for sponsoring the film, TriFilm for their amazing production, and Clarity Innovations for crafting a powerful customer story. Beacon, if you could roll the tape, please.
It all started with the big problem.
Broward County Public Schools, we've been facing some budget challenges, and that comes from decline in enrollment. We had to figure out a way to make ends meet to make sure that we're sustainable for the future.
For innovative use of Microsoft Copilot, we looked for where was the greatest spend, and clearly facilities represented tens of millions of dollars in gains. For example, there were hundreds of air handlers that were operating inefficiently across our district that might cost $12,000 a year to continue operating in a degraded state. Copilot, as our foundational AI, was critical for realizing the inefficiencies at scale, and it was instrumental in us being able to make decisions about where to correct and spend money. We feel confident that a very conservative savings would be in the $40 to $50 million range over a 5-year period. That is a critical piece to sustaining operations and ensuring the world-class delivery of services to our students. It's not only about the fiscal savings as much as it is the learning environment in school. Those environmentals are very important to success as well.
It's created an environment where we can adopt additional AI solutions for our entire organization and in our classrooms that drive student performance.
Our Microsoft 365 Copilot deployment of 20,000 licenses was deployed to our staff and teaching and learning community.
With Microsoft 365 Copilot, I noticed that I could do assignments very quickly, just a few seconds, some of them. Now I'm able to reinvest that time and pay more attention to those students who need differentiated learning. Also, I can challenge the students more.
I created an AI agent basically to help seniors who need to meet graduation requirements. It will tell you what class to take, how to enroll, and if you're not in this class by a certain amount of time, it will email you, your parents, and your guidance counselor.
Microsoft Copilot and other tools will give students the opportunity to be detectives of their own knowledge seeking. That will take them to the next level of study, their career. They can do that through artificial intelligence and safely.
We're educating students about AI in their education using AI, right? So that's really unique to the K-12 setting. I think it's going to be a really successful part of our generation's entry into the workforce because we're going to be ahead of the game when it comes to that adoption.
Copilot is going to help you create better insight, which equates to action immediately to find the information that you need.
We're on a brink of a technology revolution, and AI is definitely the catalyst for that. So it is so important that we expose our students to tools like Microsoft 365 Copilot, so they're not just surviving in the future, they're actually leading the future.
All right. That video will be posted on our platform, so feel free to repost. Little lag there in the video, but nonetheless, we'll see it on our social media platform, and we're sending it out as a presser to any local news outlet that wants to show it. Also, this is just the beginning of how we'll leverage Copilot to streamline operations, support our educators, and enhance student learning and outcomes across the district. Additionally, it has been a very busy month across Broward County Public Schools, and we would like to share a few highlights from around the district. Beacon, if you can please roll the tape of the highlights this month. Thank you.
And thank you to Broward County Public Schools, Dr. Hepburn, for doing this day of service and love so that we never forget.
Good morning, students, staff, guests, visitors, and volunteers. This is your superintendent, Dr. Hepburn. Words cannot express the tremendous grief our students, employees, families, school district, and community have endured as a result of the tragedy that occurred at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School on February 14, 2018. We acknowledge the resiliency and strength of our families, students, employees, first responders, volunteers, and community partners. At this time, we pause to honor those we remember. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I close, I want to give a huge shout out to our partners who were able to facilitate many of the experiential learning opportunities that you saw on the video. Really engaging activities for our students to really learn about options that they have in the future post-secondary. So huge shout out to Greater Fort Lauderdale Alliance, Career Source Broward, Children's Services Council for Read for the Record, and definitely our district staff for helping to coordinate all those activities. That's my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'll just take a point of privilege. I had the honor of visiting the AI Academy at Nova High School yesterday, so I recognize Mr. Abrantes in the video and many of the students, Sophia, Miguel, really cool stuff going on. I'm looking forward to our workshop on that in the summer. We'll now go to our updates. So we have BEF. Do we have
Madam
BEF?
Chair,
Oh, go ahead, Mrs. Aldef. Yep.
In regards to the efficiencies and energy savings that we'll see, are we seeing money coming back with the energy savings, and are we also doing solar paneling?
Yes, we are seeing money coming back, and we are definitely, I don't know if we've actually installed, but it is in the works for the solaring panel. Yep, and so there are some options there working with FPL and some other companies.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you. Only took 7.5 years.
Yeah.
All right. BEF.
Good morning, everybody. James Knapp, President and CEO of the Broward Education Foundation. Just wanted to give a quick update. We currently have given out up to this point a little bit over $1.4 million worth of school supplies back to teachers this year so far. We're looking at this year to be a little bit over $2.3 million, which will be a record for us, which we're excited about. Every single school board member will have a breakdown of the teachers and schools actually taking advantage of them in your district, which has never been done before. So you'll actually be able to go in and see who in your district's actually taking advantage of it. The reason for that being is we want to make sure that we're actually getting this across the entire district, not just in specific compartments. So we've also started a delivery system where they can actually put orders in online. We have an app and different things like that. So we're excited about that. We had our Idea Expo. Next year is going to be Idea Expo 30, which is crazy to think about. But this year, just thank you to so many school board members who attended. We had close to 300 teachers that came and had an opportunity to learn from each other and do things that were just a little bit outside of the general curriculum and really expand their knowledge base with each other. So we're excited about that. We're continuing to assist those teachers that are going back into the classroom with assistance for their school supplies, because we understand that that's not always the easiest thing to do as you're being asked to go back into the classroom. We want to continue to assist with that. And we have the upcoming Teacher Hootenanny, which is kind of a celebration for all those teachers who receive teacher grants. This year, I think we're going to be giving over about $280,000 worth of teacher grants back to teachers this year as well. So just wanted to say thank you so much, and we've got some upcoming large grants that we'll be here with some large check presentations, I think, in the next 2 school board meetings. So we're really excited about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Broward County Council PTAs, PTSAs. I know they sent us an email with their report. Employee union groups, we have BTU.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I'm going to piggyback off of James that Broward Teachers Union has been and will continue to be as the good Lord helps us out with making sure we have an amazing membership, which we do. The Broward Teachers Union membership is large and thriving, and we are always happy to, through great avenues in our budget, to be able to donate money that we see, and you guys always hear. I'm glad that they give the reports. It goes back into the schools. It goes back to the educators. It goes back to the students. So, and we'll be at the next event, the Hootenanny. It's a fun event, and you get to hear and see everybody that has written and gotten grants and how they utilize it and so forth. So I want to puddle jump to some other business. I mean, the items are coming. I'm going to talk again on the items, but I get this time to reiterate. I'm really looking forward to board members up there talking real strong and fruitful about our medicines. It shouldn't matter what medicine it's called. It shouldn't matter what it does. It's a medicine that gets prescribed by their doctors, and people need it, they're using it, and whatever it's doing to make them thrive and feel better. And lots of medicines, when you take them, gateway to help you stop other medicines. We need to hear and see people that are healthy and strong and not be full of stress, anxiety, and other things. And whatever can help them get there to feel better, I'm asking you guys to reconsider and bring back the meds. We've got a real strong medicines out there that are helping people with anxiety, thyroid, and of course the weight loss that people are saying that if I've not heard anything more than ever than other than get me a raise, honestly, this is more than get me a raise. I want our meds back. And Broward Teachers Union, and you can go and check with HR and deal with benefits and so forth. We're working really hard and strong to make things work with the insurance. We understand that there's a lot going on. We know that there's some, turmoil in budgets that's happening, and you guys are trying to figure it out every which way. But I have to ask again and again, please don't take it on the backs of the employees. Let's look at some programs. Let's look at some things that we know that are here, we've used, we need, what we think we need, and kind of move them and figure out how to maybe push them aside, or whatever consultants we have that we might be able to push them off to the side and bring things back into the schools. You guys just stood up there and said how we've moved those test scores, how we've got the best graduation rates going on. We've got an A-rated district. Things are happening in our schools. Bring more back into the schools. Look at getting rid of some departments. We know educators are going to have to get back in classrooms. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of work to plan. Can you guys really talk stronger about it on doing it that way? And let's keep our benefits strong. We know that the district pays a lot, almost $1,000 a month per employee. We get that. Well, I get that. But we need everybody to get that and work together on how to make it to where keep our benefits strong. It's best insurance around. People don't know it until they need it. And I hear all ways when people have gotten cancer, heart conditions, all kinds of things like, oh my God, I'm so glad we have this Aetna insurance, that we know we've got these co-pays, we know we've got this deductible, but we're being taken care of. And to hear that a med's getting taken away, I don't care what med it is, I don't care. I'm not using any, I'm not on them. I don't need to use them or be on them to understand that people need them. When we went through COVID, I was blessed, thank you, Lord. I didn't catch COVID. I didn't need to know or feel or understand to have COVID, to have empathy and sympathy to people that have gotten it or have it or got it, that they need to be taken care of. So that's where I stand with that. And let's talk about we got some impact bargaining going on. Your team is amazing. We worked out some great situations with our 6 schools. I don't like any schools closing, whatever the reason, rationale of why you guys decide it's going to happen. And I'm going to talk about this 3,000 mark, 1,000 here, 1,000 next year, 1,000. Please look at your statutory rights of how it got to you, Superintendent. Make sure it's all there. Jock Adams can help you guys with that. But to have this projection of 1,000 a year, that's a strong, strong, strong thing to put out there. And that's going to be a strong plan. So we need to know sooner than later who these 3,000 people are. And I need to hear it strong how it's not going to impact educators. I just don't see that possible. I'll talk again on those items. Thank you.
Thank you, BPAA. ESMAB? Okay. FOPI, COPA, PBA. Okay. Could I get a motion and a second on item F2? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on F2.
No comment.
Board member comment. I have Ms. Hickson. I don't know if it was F2 or FF2 that you didn't want to speak to.
Yeah, F2 I do.
Okay.
F2 I don't.
Got it. Thank you. Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. So I have a question for the superintendent because it's come up about budgets in the last couple of weeks or so. So can you please explain to us about the acceleration money, which would be the CAPE, the AP, the ACE funding, things of that nature? Can you explain to us how that money comes in? How do schools ask for it? How does it go back to the schools, and how do we keep track? And the question really is, if I am a school and I've earned $400,000 in CAPE money, but I haven't spent all of that CAPE money this year, let's say I spend a $300,000 of it, is that $100,000 available to me in the next year when I have other things that would meet the requirements, I guess, that the district has in terms of what I can use that money?
Yep. Great question, Ms. Hickson. Let me take a go at this. So just first of all, how we earn the money. The money is earned for successful or satisfactory testing or for ACE, AP, IB, and also some industry certification and courses that have industry certification tests. There are some CTE courses that don't have industry certification tests that actually garner additional revenue from the state. And so we only get a pocket of money. We don't, unlike years past, where for every student we got money. Now it's a specific amount of money, no matter how many kids we're testing. So our acceleration program has expanded tremendously, but we're not getting the same amount of money that correlates to the expansion anymore. So fast forward, schools would usually receive some of those funds. Small percentage or so would go back to the district, and schools would use those funds to support certain programming, scaling, upscaling, buying new equipment, or whatever the case may be. Due to the change of how that money is actually gained by the district, regardless of how much you expand as far as students enrolled in those programs and having successful completion, we've decided, especially due to our budget situation, to centralize the funds in making sure that we're being very financially responsible with the money. If the money is not totally used this year, because we've sent information to principals, we have the CTASE department really talking with the principals, we have the lead principals actually talking with their colleagues and making a list of specific needs. If the money is not spent this year, it's parked in our general fund. It is going to be used for the intended purpose, which is to support accelerated programs for those specific schools. A good example of that, if a school earns $400,000, let's say they make a request to use the money for some program, but the team that's working with them is letting them know that program really doesn't have any value due to the number of students through the feeder pattern. They'll work with that school to identify programs that support the feeder pattern, support a value to the school and ultimately to the students. And they may not spend all of that money while building that program. That money is parked until it needs to be used for a specific program and for that specific school, or to support other programs in the district, i.e. usually a middle school in their feeder pattern, things like that. So hopefully that kind of clarifies a bit.
Okay, so when we talk about the general fund, it isn't that money went to the school and then we're taking it back and putting in our general fund. I'd like to use this explanation. When we get paid for direct deposit, it goes into our checking account.
Correct.
And then we distribute it out from there. So it's not as if we're taking it and putting it in to pad it. Everything starts in our general fund.
Correct.
So since it's not being used, it's sitting in the general fund until it is moved out into the schools that.
Correct, and that's for all of our dollars that we collect.
Okay,
Yep.
right, I just want to be clear. I have a second question, and I hope that we can do this. So is there a way to make a dashboard that would track acceleration funding requests? So in other words, how much does the school garner? How much did they request, and how much was actually provided to them on something that would be public facing, so that we could be very transparent with what money came in, what money is going out to the schools, and so we can kind of get rid of this idea that people think the district is stealing the money from the schools, and not providing the services that they need, because that's really what the conversation is right
No,
now.
absolutely. I know Mr. Davis and Ms. Johnson are actually working on a dashboard for that sake, not just for accelerated funding, but just all of our budgets across the board, so that the public is well informed, as well as our employees in the district and at the school. Because a lot of people really don't understand school district budget or school budgets. It is a complex thing, because it's just not, we're not garnering revenue from selling something, right? We're getting various levels of funding from state, federal, and also local efforts. So they're in the works actually designing a dashboard.
So when do you think that dashboard would be available for specifically the accelerated funds?
I'll have to check with the team just to see where they are and figure out what the project timeline looks like.
Okay,
Yep.
and if you could give us a follow-up as school board members to maybe it's not on a dashboard yet, but in an Excel sheet, so that we could kind of see for the last year or two what has been asked for, what has gone out, and what's sitting in.
So we'll definitely give you the ask and all of that for this year. The past few years, that's hard to track.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Just this
yeah,
year is
because
fine.
yeah.
And just also to be clear, no teacher bonuses have been
No.
affected, right?
Teacher bonuses are something that we're required to give. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn, what is the current mid-year net position for our fund balance?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning, Superintendent, board members.
Morning.
I'm Romanere Johnson, CFO. Our net position, if you look on, it's 2.42% of our assigned and unassigned.
Okay, and I know that we talked about this a little bit last time publicly, but I'm still getting questions about this. So just to make sure that nothing counts against us during this part of the cycle, it's not until the final end of the year, which we will be at that point, I think 3.08 is what we're projecting.
Yes,
Okay. So I don't know what a better way is to actually give an example of this, but we have to be able to make it more people friendly. So I don't know what that looks like, but the explanations almost beg more questions at times. So I don't know if you have any ideas.
There's a slide in the packet in the budget to show the net position as of January 31st and our projected as of June 30th.
Right, and I certainly can go through that easily, but after a few years and a couple minutes being here, I can do that, but the general public cannot. So it's a lot, it's in there, they're not going to read all those pages. So just something moving forward just to make it easier for the public to see so they can actually count it out. And I was also wondering if at the beginning of the month and the end of the month up until we end this year, if there could be updates, maybe a dashboard, if we're doing a dashboard aspect of that, so people can see, okay, this is where we are this month, and at the end of the month we're here. It's just an extra look to just really to kind of follow the steps to get us past that 3% to the 3.08. People like to see movement. I think that was it. Just give me one sec. Yep. That was it. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you again, CFO, for this report. It is a state mandate to put these things together, so on a monthly basis we do inform the public of things. The tables are difficult to digest for a lot of people, but we continue to put out the information. What's really useful is this board passes a budget every year. It's put into place, sent to the state, and then every month we show any changes that have to happen as a result of that budget. So you get both the details in a tabular form, and you can get more in the future. The role of this board, though, in being responsible for budget is always an interesting one. Some boards have policies about sharing information related to finances. We don't. We don't have our own explicit policy for that. It's something that we might want to think about in the future. There's two questions, though, that keep coming back to Ms. Hickson's point about carryover. I think, Mr. Superintendent, I'd ask for a follow-on about what our policy is for carryover, full stop. There's a lot of government agencies that operate on fiscal years, and they have rules about things like carryover. Most districts in the United States don't understand what carryover is. You get money for a year, you expend that funds. There's always an interesting relationship between the districts and the schools in terms of how much you get, but that gets sorted out. You get a budget, and then you execute those funds during the year. If that's not our policy, it'll be interesting, but I just want to kind of point out that carryover funds are kind of an interesting and novel concept used in Broward County as opposed to used in the other large urban districts in the United States. The second follow-up, Mr. Superintendent, I asked for is really a little bit geeky, but I'm curious about the ingredients of the fund balance. I would love to get a follow-on, if I could, Mr. Superintendent, on what we put into the assigned and unassigned or the fund balance and what we could put into the assigned and unassigned. And so if there's any adjustments that we could make, I think this board would like to be aware of those so we can go forward. I also want to point out that Broward County has absorbed some pretty big hits in the last month, or at least the month before this report. The third calc for FTEs in Broward County eliminated $28 million from our budget. There's other pluses in the budget that are coming due in the next month, so hopefully we'll get some balances. Mr. Superintendent, do you have any doubt that we'll end the fiscal year above 3% in our assigned and unassigned balances, commonly referred to as the fund balance?
No doubt, sir.
Yeah, that's critically important. I want the community to know that too. The superintendent and the CFO work daily. Whenever shocks happen, whenever there's a flood and money has to be spent, whenever there's recalculation of staff expenditures or FP&L rates go up. Budgets are fluid things in a district just like they are at your home. You know, we all budget for a water bill and then the water bill comes in a little higher. These are all things we have to adjust to, and that's what we do here as well. So I appreciate these monthly reports. I look forward to them maybe being more consumable by the public so that we can make sure that they understand what's going on. And I'd love to kind of address forever this idea of carryover balances. It's very complicated to school staff, but it's not something that is standard in other school districts. And I'm curious whether or not we can identify, you know, kind of a policy ourselves for carryover funds in Broward County. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. To piggyback off of Dr. Zeman's questions about carryover funds, there's another question going around. So some people call it accountability funds. The superintendent called it school improvement funds, but the schools used to receive that, and then in 2021 it was vetoed by the state. So the schools had a chunk of money that they put aside to do, I'm going to use an example. There's a school that uses $3,000 every year for a program they buy for their after care program for tutoring. So they have $15,000 left. They've done it over, so they're figuring 5 years they'll be able to use that $3,000. There's about $2 million left district-wide, and they're being told that after this year they can't have that accountability funding. We're not going to carry it over. So in this particular instance, they were saving it because they knew they weren't getting any more money for that. So is that something that we need to address as a board? Is that something you'll do as the superintendent?
So great question, Ms. Hickson. So the budget team is actually putting together a document for School Advisory Council, SACS, so they have a clear understanding, and also everybody, so that everybody can speak common language as well too, because I hear accountability, I hear this type of fund, and so we'll have everybody using the same common language and terms for the specific types of funds, and then let everybody know what carries over, what doesn't, what hasn't the district received due to changes in laws over the past 5 to 10 years. So once that comes out from the budget team, it should be coming out sometime this week. It'll provide some clarity And then Ms. Johnson and I can sit down and look at any funds that have been sitting in SAC for quite some time and talk to the principals, and they can talk to their SAC teams to figure out what next steps, right? What funds do they actually need? What are they trying to hold on to for whatever purpose? So I don't want to answer that question right now until we actually sit down and go through all, because all of this is surfacing the past couple of weeks, and we want to have the budget team dive in and see what's actually what, and see what's in those SAC internal funds, and figure out what next steps work best for the school, the SAC, because I know SAC supports schools and our students at our schools too.
So they're not going to be automatically taken back.
I don't
at
know
the
what's,
end of this year.
I don't know what they're saying as far as taking back, right? Because I hear if I talk to one person, it's a different term. I talk to another person, it's a different term. So I want the budget team to go through all of those items, come up with, utilize the correct common terms so we can know what people are talking about. So,
Okay, so
that's
you're
why I
gonna-
can't, that's why I don't want to answer
Okay.
that question, because I don't want to confuse anybody. I want to make sure we get the right information.
I hear what you're saying, but as a school board member, if they've put that money aside because they're supporting our students with it, I want to be part of that conversation. I think it should be up to the board where that money goes, or we don't want it to go anywhere. It should stay with the schools. So I just want to be very clear that if it's already sitting in their
Yep.
accounts, I don't know how we would take
Once
it
we find
back
out,
anyway.
once we find out what said money is,
Okay.
and if this is common across the whole entire district, it may be one or two schools saying, hey, we've been holding on to this, but the rest of the schools are doing something totally different. So we need some accurate information.
So
and
you'll
then-
bring it back
And
to
we'll bring that information back. so
Nothing is
everybody-
set in stone right
No,
now.
we're doing the research and coming up with the information. Yep.
Thank you.
Mrs. Alada?
So the carryover funds being brought back to the district from the school, to Mrs. Hickson's point, that school was saving the money year after year after year for a specific project. If the money is going back to the district, I believe the money should still have the allocation connected with that specific school, even though it's with the district, when the time that the school can now do their project, they should be able to pull the money from the district to apply it to their project.
Again, I don't fully understand. That's why we're doing our research, finding out what money is in all of our school SAC funds and seeing what, because I hear piecemeal things and they're totally different from whoever I talk to. So I will feel more comfortable with us doing our research, finding out what money is sitting in these specific accounts, bring that information back, and then we can have a discussion.
Okay.
Yep.
Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Any other board discussion? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. The superintendent and I already discussed an issue at one of my schools where the same thing happened. So I just wanted to be on the record and say I'm hoping sooner than later we can have that conversation, because we have our school leaders that are saving that money for new programs, and especially to pull up their enrollment, we really have to make sure that the school is rewarded for actually being diligent with their money. So thank you so much.
Any other board discussion? All in favor of F2, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second for our time certain items 0018 and RR2? Moved by Ms. Thompson, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on those items?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have two publics.
Or would you like me to turn it over to the superintendent first?
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair. We have two public speakers, Joe Cox, Sherry Brown, and President Anna Fusco.
So if you heard your name called, please approach the mic. Andre, could you read those again, please?
It's Joe Cox, Sherry Brown, President Anna Fusco.
Good morning, Chair Leonardi, members of the school board, and Superintendent Hepburn. Joe Cox, President and CEO of the Museum of Discovery and Science. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. and thank you for your continued support of the museum over the last 50 years. 50 years we've worked together to bring hands-on science learning to students across our community in whatever form it happened to be in. Today, as you launch the Broward Powered by AI initiative, at MODS, we're preparing to launch a supporting initiative called Critical Thinking in the Age of AI for Elementary Learners. Artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming part of everyday life. It is shaping how information is created, how we learn, and how decisions are made. The question we face is not whether young people will encounter AI, the question is whether they will understand it. Our goal is simple and important. We want Broward County students to grow up seeing AI not simply as a cheat code and not as something to fear, but rather as a human-created tool that requires critical thinking, creativity, and responsibility. Together with Broward County Public Schools, we're building infrastructure that introduces AI literacy for students in pre-K through 5th grade. This initiative will reach students in 3 ways, and we aim to launch for the upcoming school year. First, our STEM-mobile outreach program will bring AI learning experiences directly to schools across Broward County, allowing students to explore concepts such as pattern recognition, prediction, and how machines learn, critical skills to learn before they log into AI. Second, students visiting the museum on field trips will participate in new AI Maker workshops where they can design, experiment, and reflect on how artificial intelligence can support human creativity and problem solving, but those are both skills that are needed. Third, and most importantly, we'll work closely with the district to provide professional learning opportunities for teachers, giving educators practical tools and classroom resources to help students use AI responsibly and thoughtfully. This work aligns closely with the district's vision, where artificial intelligence can support personalized learning and instructional excellence. By connecting the district's work with the museum's hands-on learning experiences, we can ensure together that AI becomes a tool that strengthens education rather than distracting from it. At the museum, we believe that one of the most important roles museums play is helping communities interpret complex new ideas. Together, we'll ensure the next generation doesn't simply use AI, they'll understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair Leonardi and the school board members and Dr. Hepburn and staff. Many of you I've worked with for many years. My name is Sherry Brown Grosvenor. I'm Vice President of Community Impact at Community Foundation of Broward. On behalf of our Board of Directors and CEO, Dr. Jennifer O'Flannery Anderson, we would like to express our excitement and support of the Broward Powered by AI initiative. Our partnership and joint leadership in advancing innovation, learning, and community engagement have deep roots stemming from our collaborative work that began in 2010 through 2021 to improve middle school student outcomes as a strategy to increase graduation rates. This work became known as Reimagine Middle Schools and was woven into the district's strategic plan. The Community Foundation of Broward infused over $8 million in that initiative. About half of that was directed to nonprofits working within the schools under the guidance of the principals, and about half was directly distributed and awarded to the Broward School District to launch project-based learning and to establish community liaison positions within schools. Fast forward to today, the Community Foundation of Broward and the school district have been collaborating and have co-invested in a gender achievement gap study with Hanover Research over this past year. And the research has uncovered that a gap exists where boys are lagging behind girls and subpopulations of boys are considerably further behind. We are so proud to share that these results are shared at the same time of this board reviewing and passing the resolution in support of Broward County Public Schools Advancing Education Powered by Artificial Intelligence Initiative. Adoption of AI will allow for customized curriculum and lessons to meet the unique needs of students, and it couldn't come at a better time. We are grateful that two of our community's most active and generous philanthropists, Wayne and Lucretia Weiner, who are sitting over to my left, stepped up to support Broward Powered by AI to integrate Magic School into the district. They have a deep passion for helping to make transformational projects and initiatives come to life. Simply in their words, Lucretia and I are thrilled that the students and teachers in Broward Public Schools will soon be benefiting from AI. Thank you to Dr. Fabian Cohn for your innovation, intelligence, and resilience in making Broward AI a reality with the adoption of Magic School, and to Dr. Shari Wilson, who has been steadfast in supporting this effort, and of course to you, Dr. Hepburn, for your vision and your commitment to advance AI in public schools. We are on the right track. The Community Foundation is here to continue to support, and we thank all of you for your partnership, and we will be powered by AI into the future. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, President Anna Fusco.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Ditto and ditto on the speakers before me. Obviously, I rise in favor of having this program come into it. It's amazing that our amazing educators that are sitting right here in the room, right there beside Dr. Cohn and Dr. Wilson, because of that group has what made Dr. Cohn and Dr. Wilson shine to bring it forward. So I'm not going to talk much because I have other items to speak on. I think this is a given that you guys are going to hear a lot of input. Obviously I see some shirts up there matching and, with the purple. So take your time, whatever questions, other things you need to do to get the full input of it, and let the community hear that we're just bringing more greatness to keep our A-rated schools A-rated. So please vote in favor of this.
That concludes registered speakers.
Thank you. Dr. Hepburn?
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the school board, colleagues, and members of Broward County community. Today is a very special moment for Broward County Public Schools. Today we celebrate Broward Powered by AI Day. If I can please get the humans in the room who are actually in the loop to stand if you have one of those shirts on. Thank you. A day that represents both the incredible work already underway across our district and the exciting future ahead for our students and educators. Across Broward County Public Schools, we're embracing a bold vision for what learning must look like in the years ahead. Artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and extended reality are transforming the world around us, reshaping careers, industries, and the skills our students will need to thrive. Our responsibility as a school system is not to react to these changes, but to lead them. Through Broward Powered by AI, we're building a thoughtful, responsible, and strategic approach to innovation, one that strengthens teaching, expands learning opportunities, and prepares students for a future that continues to evolve. Our district's AI vision outlines how these technologies are not about replacing great teaching, they are about amplifying it, supporting educators, and expanding what is possible in classrooms across Broward County. Over the past year, Broward has already taken historic steps. We have launched one of the largest AI implementations in public education with Microsoft Copilot, introduced immersive learning opportunities through VR and XR initiatives such as Prisms VR, and developed a comprehensive framework for ethical and responsible AI integration that protects students' privacy while preparing learners to engage with AI critically and responsibly. But today marks another significant milestone. Today we celebrate the generous support of Wayne and Lucretia Weiner, whose extraordinary gift will help accelerate this work across our district. Their investment will support the implementation of Magic School AI platform, bringing powerful instructional tools directly into the classrooms, while also supporting AI instructional liaisons, teacher professional learning, and parent engagement opportunities across Broward County Public Schools. This generosity reflects something powerful, a shared belief that innovation in public education matters, and that when schools, community leaders, and philanthropic partners come together, we can transform opportunities for students. Wayne and Lucretia, on behalf of the school board, our educators, and the more than 250,000 students we serve, thank you for believing in this vision and for investing in the future of Broward County. Today's celebration is not an ending. It's the beginning of phase 2 of Broward Powered by AI, a new chapter that will expand teacher training, deepen AI literacy for families, and strengthen partnerships with community organizations such as the Community Foundation of Broward and the Museum of Discovery and Science, who are already collaborating with us to expand AI learning opportunities across our community. Together, we are building something remarkable, a school system where innovation is responsible, where teachers are empowered, where students are future ready, and where Broward County continues to lead the nation preparing young people for the world ahead. Thank you, and now at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Cohn.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn and board. And so over the past year, we've worked intentionally to build coherent and responsible approach to artificial intelligence in our classrooms. I had an opportunity to walk this item to each of the board members that requested and got some really great feedback. So I appreciate the feedback, and we're building on that. We look forward to June, where we're bringing our Powered by AI workshop in terms of what our next steps is, and this is the evolution of that next step. And so as we kind of look at how we prioritize educators first and strengthen instruction, we want to ensure that these technologies ultimately improve outcomes of students. And so as you saw from our FAST PM2 data, we are accelerating. And so this particular launch will continue to help us to accelerate. And through Powered by AI, we are equipping teachers with the tools, the training, and the support necessary to integrate AI in ways that personalize learning, expand access to high-quality instruction, and more importantly, prepare students for the demands of increasing technology in a driven world that we live in. And so I'd like to also echo that with the addition of Magic School AI made possible by the generosity of Wayne and Lucretia Weiner, thank you. This will help expand this work district-wide. And so our approach is simple. It is to support AI instructional liaisons to help other teachers. It is to provide very deep teacher professional learning. It is to engage parents in a thoughtful way around AI ethical discourse and to make sure that AI literacy is built in at the ground, and ensuring that educators and families alike understand how AI can be used responsibly to support student success. And just as importantly, this work reflects the principles outlined in Powered by AI resolution that you'll hear. It's a commitment to ethical implementation, human oversight, and ensuring that AI enhances teaching and learning without ever replacing the most key member of the school, which is the educator. So again, thank you, Wayne and Lucretia, for your generosity. And on behalf of the students, teachers, and parents, thank you for this generous donation.
All right, board member discussion on these items. I have Ms. Pullman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. This is so exciting for Broward County Public Schools. I can't express enough how grateful we are to have this gift to Mr. and Mrs. Weiner. It really puts us at the forefront of the AI revolution, and I think, instead of just being competitive, which we are, this is allowing us to really make leaders of our students. And because of the size of our district, it really will impact so many people in Broward County that it's going to just radiate out. And I think the impact of this gift is going to be more immense than we can really comprehend right now. So I thank you to the Community Foundation. Thank you to Dr. Cohn for all your work, Dr. Wilson, mods. I look forward to that partnership as well. And just thank you for giving us this opportunity to lead in Broward County. It's amazing.
Thank you. Mr. Cervera?
I also want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Weiner for your generous donation. I think with this whole AI, it can be scary and exciting at the same time, right? This is a relatively new technology that a lot of us are kind of finding our footing with. I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the world. I'm the first to admit it, and my kids remind me of that all the time. But even I have started playing with the Chat GPTs and the Groks of the world to try to figure out what's going on, because I don't want to be left in the dust, so to speak. So I'm proud to support this. I think it's a good thing for our students, for the county. I want to thank everyone who made this happen. I realize that this was a total team effort. And whoever made the shirts, thank you for those. I appreciate the gesture of giving me a large, but I haven't worn a large T-shirt in a long time. But I still thought it was a nice gesture. I'll try to put it on without embarrassing myself when we ultimately take the picture. But thanks to those for all involved. I think this is a great step and certainly shines a positive light on the district and us being the trailblazers of the AI front in the public school systems in this country. Not just the state, right? The country. So I'm proud to support this, and I want to thank everybody who's involved. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I echo the comments of Board Member Bullman. We are certainly on the forefront of embracing technology that puts us ahead of many other districts. As Board Member Cervera mentioned, we are trailblazers. I am highly supportive of this, and I am just so proud of the work that we're doing in staying ahead of the game so we can be competitive as we move towards the future. Dr. Fulton, Dr. Cohn, Mr. Davis, and the team, as well as our teachers and staff, we are so grateful and for your diligent effort for the work that you've put into this. And I can say, as a district, we are so proud of how we're doing academically and the strides that we're making. And so I will continue to reiterate that we are one Broward. We are proud of Broward. I am proud of Broward. We do have some challenges, and we're going to get through all of that, but there are so many great things that we're doing, and I'm just proud to be a part of this district. Thank you all for what you're doing. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I want to reiterate my colleagues' thanks and appreciation to the Wieners and to mods for also doing a companion exhibit to our changing future. I did have some questions related to the impacts to students, because I've heard a lot about how this is going to make our teachers' lives easier, and I would really like to hear what work we've done with students, what is our plan, and then also from our student advisor about the impact of this item.
Go ahead, Dr. Cohn.
So great question, Ms. Thompson. And so this is, in working with the Wieners and really looking at AI nationally from other districts and how other districts are implementing AI, we are a leader in the district. And if you take a look at the executive summary for the Magic School, you'll see that fundamentally we are capturing and looking at AI in two spaces. One is around teacher time, because we hear so often teachers don't have enough time. And so what we're doing to really look at our return on investment is we're going to measure how much time is reclaimed through the use of AI and the tools that it provides. And so there are targets, there's a logic model, there's a reporting feature there that we'll be bringing forward. And you'll actually get more of this when we come back in June in the next phase of our workshop around AI. I believe that's in June. The second part, which is critically important, it advances our academic plan around making strides and improvement with our subgroups. And so that really talks about improving instructional differentiated using MTSS. And so we'll be looking at that and supporting that. While this is here today, there are many teachers already using Magic School AI, the free version of it. We have some anecdotal survey data of how it's making a unique difference in those lives of those teachers and those students. So we do have that data that we'll also be bringing back in June to kind of speak to how that piece and that efficacy study is really helping improve that. And so really it's going to, help in those two specific areas. But then I think when we start to look at the student impact, because we're going to do a slow rollout for students, only because we want to make sure we do it right. We'll start to gather some additional data in terms of savings and time and making sure that students are using it responsibly. And so one of the other things that I thought was important, and I think this may have been Ms. Aladoff in our one-on-one, we talked about making sure that we create an opportunity for parents to engage in this through parent universities, and I think that was you, Ms. Leonardi, around making sure we create baseline courses for teachers in terms of the efficacy of looking at AI and the study of that and making sure that they understand how to use AI. So there's really a lot of different ways that we're going to be kind of looking at AI as we move forward coming in June.
So I appreciate that answer. However, I want to specifically focus on students. How are we having students engage with AI? How are we going to have them actually be trailblazers into their future career? Like what input have we gotten from students? Do students know that we have AI? Yeah. Like a student focused answer would be great.
So yes, students do know that we have AI in the tools, and so I will tell you that it is slow because it depends on the teacher. We do use AI through our workforce programs because it's embedded in there, so students are having the opportunity through workforce acceleration to implement AI through career industry certification. So that's happening already. It's part of that program. So when we take a look at just the programmatic piece of that where AI is already embedded, they're seeing a lot of success in terms of acceleration and growth and achievement, so it's already happening. Not so much yet at the elementary level because we are, again, just being very cautious in rolling it out at the student level because the teachers have to make sure that they get trained on it. So, but at the secondary level, it's more prevalent.
Okay, I would like to see, well, one, I have concerns about it at the elementary level, but I would like to see in the workshop coming back an actual academic plan of what students are learning, how it's being incorporated in the classroom, how we're rolling it out. Because at the end of the day, I think it's important that we're saving teachers time and making their day easier, but we also want to make sure our students are walking away with the skills to succeed in a very different future than what we're living right now. I would like to shift and ask our student advisor's perspective on this. Thank you.
Good morning, through the chair, Landon Spellberg, student advisor to the school board. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for the question. I definitely echo some of Dr. Cohn's comments. And we've had students involved in the AI task force now for work that's been going on for over 2 years. What I will address is certainly what Dr. Cohn said about the slow rollout. Agree with that in terms of the district resources. However, it's also important to look beyond what the district is offering when it comes to Copilot and internal AI resources. It's good that there's a slow rollout with that to make sure it's done right, especially when it comes to Copilot 13 plus. But we also have to address the fact that we're living in a world where there's non-Broward schools AI resources, right? Students are having access to different AI resources beyond Copilot, ChatGPT, Gemini, et cetera. And there's currently, with all due respect, limited guidance on how to use that, when to use that. And that's something that the AI task force has tackled. I believe that we've developed a strong product for something that will be ready to go out to students. But we have to look beyond just those internal resources. When it comes to the Copilot access, that's something that we would like to increase our collaboration with staff on to ensure that students know that they have access to it. That is something that in school visits that we've done, we have gotten a lot of good feedback with. And the final point I'll give is that it's important that as a district we emphasize that AI is here to supplement, not supplant. We cannot have a reality where students are submitting AI work as their own. The Code of Conduct addresses it as a cheating minor incident. But there is a lot of great things that can be done with AI as a supplemental resource. And it's really important that we involve students at the table to look at what that supplemental resource is. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just echo Mr. Spellberg's comments. I think And it's the same when we discuss cell phones, about how cell phones are tools that we need to incorporate into our daily lives. AI is a tool that we need to make sure that people know how to utilize. I'm incredibly excited. I hope none of these comments make it seem like I'm not, but I just want to make sure that we are training our students to use this tool appropriately, and they are incorporated into this process, because at the end of the day, that's why we're here, is to train our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Chair, thank you very much. I have spent a few thousand hours playing around with AI. It came out 8 days. ChatGPT was released 8 days after I joined this board. And so it's synonymous with, time-wise at least, with being here to watch this. It was 1,196 days ago, Fabian. Sorry for calling you by first name, but this is personal. Your work to lift this district would not have been wasted. It was not in vain. You've lifted up an entire district, and your passion and your effort related to this is really, really remarkable. And I just want to say that up front. It's a team effort to get it done, but it takes a leader who has the vision and understands things. One of the things Dr. Cohn understands is AI plus HI equals total I, the HI being human intelligence. The idea that AI is going to replace humans is decades in the future. What we call artificial intelligence barely passes the Turing test. We kind of look at it with one eye closed and say, gosh, that's what a person would have done. But in reality, it's a technology, just like the internet is a technology, or as Ms. Thompson says, the advent of personal devices like phones and iPads. They're all technologies, and as we absorb these technologies, I think principles like AI plus HI equals total intelligence are very important. And to the superintendent and Dr. Cohn's credit, they have kept that front and center. So you'll see on our T-shirts, that there's a big call out to I am the human in the loop. Very, very important to keep track of that now that we're almost 1,200 days into the world with AI. The world already changed in ways that we can't go backwards on. It's spiraling quickly toward a 4-day work week or a 3-day work week. It's spiraling dramatically to change, Dr. Hepburn, our needs to teach different skills and to teach them at different depths so that we fully take advantage of it. To Ms. Thompson's point, I'm going to tell a story about my daughter, which is just terrible to do in a public setting, but we played putt-putt golf. We're trying to figure out who wins. My 6th grade son goes through and adds it all up. My 8th grade daughter, click, co-pilot, Dad, you won by 2 strokes. 8th grader knew the power of AI. Using the co-pilot license on her phone from Broward County Public Schools, was able to do something instantaneous and much more accurately than my son, the math geek, who actually made a math error, adding up all these numbers, a lot of numbers in a putt-putt golf store. To imagine a world in which Magic School, with 80 tools for teachers, 50 tools for individuals, co-pilot, lots of training and professional development, and AI liaison is going to be the whole answer, is just not true. It's the beginning of an answer of a comprehensive solution of what we're going to do. What's left to do? To anybody listening, we still don't know what skills we need to teach kids in a world with AI. We continue to teach them skills from an agrarian world, maybe a manufacturing world, but we haven't made the shift to say what competencies are so important. We need that. We need to make the changes. 1,200 days ago, we started a world with AI. We have not appreciably, Dr. Hepburn, changed what we teach. But we have to change what we teach. Things like critical reasoning, math skills, logic skills, the ability to make sense of data. Where do we teach the ability to make sense from data and analytics? That is the coin of the realm for Landon and all his colleagues. And we have to make that turn, and we have to make that turn as fast as possible. To Ms. Thompson's point on technology, the technology is actually the easy part. The HI is the hard part. What do we teach? How do we teach it differently? What do schools look like in a world with AI? Was Maria Montessori right? And you self-promote yourself because some kids in 6th grade can program AI a lot better than juniors and seniors because they've had it longer and they got it at a time where their brain was still forming, and they're able to do that. Last point, to the Wieners. You have set a standard for generosity with this district. I hope it's a standard that lots of other members of the Broward County community do it. This is going to mean the world of difference. To be honest, we didn't have $2 million to spend on AI. We had a couple shekels, maybe 5 shekels. We didn't have a lot. And the critical thing is you got to buy this stuff in big amounts. You know, you got to do everybody, right? We don't want to do a school and call it an AI school like some districts are doing. We don't want to have an AI lab like in some library at some middle school and call it that. AI is baked into our tools. Our kids need to understand it. And with your gift, we're able to roll out 130 tools to 250,000 people. And I guarantee you something, by the way, the parents are using it at home. I have heard from so many parents that grab their kid's laptop with Copilot and they're working on stuff at home. And I'm just overwhelmed with your generosity. I hope it is a standard for other people to follow. But what you have done has literally changed your community. And that's kind of what you look for when you're figuring out how to be philanthropic. But you've done it. And, you know, I'm in awe of your generosity. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And first I want to thank the Community Foundation, the Wieners, mods, our staff for bringing this forward to us, because artificial intelligence is quickly becoming part of the educational landscape. Tools designed specifically for educators such as Magic School AI have the potential to significantly support both teachers and students. I say this all the time. For decades, our school system has largely followed a model designed during the Industrial Revolution. One teacher delivering the same instruction to a large group of students at the same pace. While our educators work incredibly hard to differentiate instruction, the reality is that time and resources often limit how personalized learning can truly be. Using AI, teachers can respond to students' needs in real time rather than waiting for the next unit or a grading cycle. And some of you that have been here a while will remember the Marzano model, and this kind of follows along. That was a dirty word back then, but I was a Marzano instructor for a long time, and this was really the piece behind it, was being able to differentiate learning for students so that they learn at a pace that makes sense for them. So AI tools can change what we do today. They allow teachers to quickly generate differentiated lessons, scaffolds for struggling students, and enrichment for those who are ready to move ahead. Instead of spending hours creating materials, teachers can spend more time doing what matters most, working directly with students, facilitating deeper learning, and building relationships. However, as a district, we must approach this thoughtfully. AI should never replace the role of a teacher. Instead, it should serve as a tool that supports great teaching, reduces the workload, and helps us better meet the individual needs of every student. Our responsibility as a school board is to ensure we put the right guardrails in. Clear guidelines for responsible use, protocols for student data, as we've talked about a lot today, and professional development so educators can use the tools effectively. Can't tell you how many times as a teacher in a classroom, this great idea came out, no one trained us on it, and if you didn't put the work in yourself, the students never really gained what they needed from it. So I love the professional development piece of this because it really, really is what's going to make it effective. So if we implement responsibly, AI has the potential to help us move from a one-size-fits-all model of education towards a system that truly supports personalized learning for every student. And I, for one, am very excited to be on the forefront of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I don't hope it doesn't feel redundant, but I want to thank everybody that's here, and especially for the Wieners and for mods and our staff. So it's exciting. We, of course, will never be able to have the growth that we've gotten in the last few years without the educators in the classroom. So they will always be there. What their role will be is facilitator. And for our students, the key parts of learning for them will be adaptability. They'll still need a heart, so to be able to work through that, and to have a voracious appetite for knowledge and adventure. It's absolutely amazing right now to think about what all is going to happen. And as a mom of 3 entirely different crazy kids, one's an elementary school teacher, one is a graphic artist, and he continuously updates his portfolio, and he's always going on and adapting and finding new programs to help him do his work to be smarter. And my oldest son, he's 33, and he's been everything from a cell phone tower engineer to a hydraulics mechanic for forklifts, because those are jobs you never could think about 10 years ago. It wasn't on the top of the list, and he gets paid more than the other 2 combined. So jobs that our kids don't even know exist yet will be there for them, and we will have to make sure that we do have that teacher in the classroom. We do have those students, and we're showing them that heart matters in this world, and really help them get to where they're going to be. It's so exciting. I wish I was 20 years younger. But thank you all so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Mrs. Alada?
I'm very excited about this. Thank you so much for your donation. Thank you for everyone that is making this happen for our school district. I think we come to a point that we need to find a way to blend the AI with what we're doing now. And I want to make sure that our students aren't just solely relying on the AI to do the work for them, that they still have the information that they need to have. Being able, I heard that they were getting rid of clocks on walls because kids can't read the clock and to tell what time it is. Like these basic life skills, our students need to have them. Cursive, being able to sign your name, knowing how to address an envelope and where the stamp goes. These are basic life skills. So even though we have AI, and it's going to be amazing, and it's going to really take us beyond, we still need to have the foundation in those life skills. I want to bring the board's attention to page 3. So the spending authority is for the next 3 years. I won't be here, but you need to make sure that you are putting money away within the budget. So after these 3 years, you'll be able to continue this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll close this out. I just wanted to give one last applause, standing ovation to the Wieners, to Mods, the Community Foundation, but the Wieners for their contribution. Public education thrives because of people who are willing to support it. I think we'll see the impacts of your generosity for many generations to come. So I just am very grateful to you, and I know this district is as well. Any other board discussion on this item? Dr. Zeman?
Yeah, just a quick one. I'd ask your permission for us to take a picture with the whole audience.
Yes, I was going to recess after.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, all in favor of 0018 and RR2 say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Items pass unanimously. We will now recess the meeting for a brief photo.
I'm confused. Thank you. Maybe they read it afterwards.
It all started with the big problem.
Broward County Public Schools, we've been facing some budget challenges, and that comes from decline in enrollment. We had to figure out a way to make ends meet, to make sure that we're sustainable for the future.
For the innovative use of Microsoft Copilot, we looked for where was the greatest spend, and clearly facilities represented tens of millions of dollars in gains. For example, there were hundreds of air handlers that were operating inefficiently across our district that might cost $12,000 a year to continue operating in a degraded state. Copilot, as our foundational AI, was critical for realizing the inefficiencies at scale, and it was instrumental in us being able to make decisions about where to correct and spend money. We feel confident that a very conservative savings would be in the $40 to $50 million range over a 5-year period. That is a critical piece to sustaining operations and ensuring the world-class delivery of services to our students. It's not only about the fiscal savings as much as it is the learning environment in school. Those environmentals are very important to success as well.
It's created an environment where we can adopt additional AI solutions for our entire organization and in our classrooms that drive student performance.
Our Microsoft 365 Copilot deployment of 20,000 licenses was deployed to our staff and teaching and learning community.
With Microsoft 365 Copilot, I noticed that I could do assignments very quickly, just a few seconds, some of them. Now I'm able to reinvest that time and pay more attention to those students who need differentiated learning. Also, I can challenge the students more.
I created an AI agent basically to help seniors who need to meet graduation requirements. It will tell you what class to take, how to enroll, and if you're not in this class by a certain amount of time, it will email you, your parents, and your guidance counselor.
Microsoft Copilot and other tools will give students the opportunity to be detectives of their own knowledge seeking that will take them to the next level of study, their career. They can do that through artificial intelligence and safely.
We're educating students about AI in their education using AI, right? So that's really unique to the K through 12 setting. I think it's going to be a really successful part of our generation's entry into the workforce because we're going to be ahead of the game when it comes to that adoption.
Copilot is going to help you create better insight, which equates to action immediately to find the information that you need. We're on a brink of a technology revolution, and AI is definitely the catalyst for that. So it is so important that we expose our students to tools like Microsoft 365 Copilot. So they're not just surviving in the future, they're actually leading the future.
All right, we are back. This school board meeting is reconvened. Could I get a motion and a second on item M1?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on M1.
No comment.
Board member comment, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks, Chair. So I really like this. We're using our space and creating partnerships. So I wanted to point that out. And I think it'd be great if we could do more of these. I just had a question, I guess, for the superintendent about, this follows our policy, I know. So it's okay for us to do this. And then just a technical question. When I was reviewing the lease, it looks like they're renting the one classroom for 2 times per week. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay, so in a case like that, is that classroom reserved for them exclusively for the entire week and has all their stuff in it, or is it a classroom that can be used for somebody else at a different time?
So I'm going to ask Dr. Cannon, who actually oversees the operations over at Broward Estates, to give some context to that, please.
Lori Canning, Executive Director for Family and Community Engagement. It does not mean that they exclusively have that space. They will start by using it 2 days a week, but it can be a shared space as well.
Great. So I love this, and thanks for putting that deal together.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. And I did already ask staffing it a follow-up, but I just wanted to ask it in person. So we had a lengthy conversation when we were in our delegate legislative meeting about not doing in kind, and that we needed to make sure we were not in a financial situation to be giving things away for $1 or things of that nature. And this agreement, although I don't disagree with it, I just asking if we could explain why this is an in-kind lease with this organization.
Thank you, Dr. Wanza.
Thank you. What time is it? Morning. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So thank you, Ms. Hickson, for the question. As noted in the board follow-up that was completed, Policy 8020 allows us to monetize what the contributions of this entity. So when you look at the staff time and the resources that they're going to provide as it relates to counseling services for students and families, and we took that dollar value, that was utilized per policy that gives the superintendent the authority to have this agreement situated for in-kind solely because the services that they are providing are at no charge to the families that will be receiving the services.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's important to distinguish, because we want to be sure that people who are leasing our facilities are paying for that. This is a unique situation because they're actually providing services at no charge to our students, and so that's why we're doing in kind, but we don't want to make this a practice moving forward, so I just wanted to be clear about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Wanza, you answered one of my questions, that there's no charge to families. And like Board Member Hickson, I'm not a fan of totally in-kind. I don't mind a sort of a hybrid approach where there's a lower than market rate charge in combination with in-kind services, but I understand this particular situation. So, Dr. Fulton, I just want to, for the sake of the public, this particular service that's being provided at Broward Estates Early Learning Center, there has been a needs assessment to determine that this service is needed there. And if you could expound on the number of early childhood students that will be taking advantage of this service that's being provided.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. I'm going to have Dr. Cannon go ahead and respond to your questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Holness. Yes, when we first started the redefining effort for Broward Estates, we met with partners, we met with the City of Lauderhill, we met with the community on partnership planning meetings starting on April 3rd. And then I know on May 20th, when we had the board workshop here, we presented what our focus areas would be, including early childhood services and mental health services. This is the first leasing agreement that will be brought, and that focus is mental health services for infants, toddlers, and families with young children. And it will be provided at no cost to families within Broward Estates and also families at the surrounding schools and within the community. We don't have a specific number of how many will be participating, but we know that it will be open to families within the community and families at the school.
Okay, so Dr. Cannon, based upon your needs analysis determination, and I know you don't have a specific number, but it appears that this is going to be one classroom, right? Is it one classroom, Dr. Wanza?
So they are leasing a classroom 2 nights a week.
Okay, so Dr. Cannon, do you have an estimate as to, based upon your overall perception of what the needs are, of how many students approximately will enroll? I know you don't have specific numbers.
I know that in their projection for that in-kind cost analysis, they projected 20 families per month that they would be able to service.
Okay, and this will begin when?
As soon as we pass our
As
leasing
soon as we
agreement.
pass. Okay, great. And my last question is, Dr. Wanza, how did we come up with this in-kind amount? If you could break that down for me as far as the 1,048. I know it's for staffing, but how did you come up with that specific number?
So they looked at the personnel costs for them to staff the actual 2 days, two nights a week in one building for the 4 hours per day, and then you take that and multiply it by what would be like 4 weeks, so a month's worth of time to come up with what would be the considerable staff costs to apply to what would in our realm which would be a rent cost. So they looked at their personnel costs to staff the services 4 hours, 2 days a week, and then that's how Mr. Acabuso's staff did the computations.
Okay, so do we have information on that on their overall how they come up with the cost? Do we have did they provide that to us?
So I can have Mr. Acabuso provide that in a more detailed follow-up, but that is those are the calculations that are used to determine.
Correct, but they came up with this calculation. We didn't, correct?
Correct. Correct, because it's based on how they, pay their employees. What would be comparable to pay?
Okay.
But we can give you a more detailed, dollar analysis if that's what the board so chooses.
And is this amount comparable to what the market rate would be if we were to lease the space?
So I will have Mr. Acabuso answer that, but I believe it is, but I don't want to. I will have him give a more detailed analysis for that one classroom 2 nights a week if that entity just decided that they wanted to go through Facilitron for 4 hours and what other discounts they may get, because you can get discounts in Facilitron.
Right.
So we can do the side-by-side analysis.
Okay. Yeah, I would love to see that information, because if we're doing in-kind lease arrangements, then to me it's important that it is comparable to what the market rate would be if we had leased those spaces out. And I appreciate this company coming in, but I just want to make sure that what we're doing for one, we're doing for all.
So I think, so I certainly appreciate the questions from the board, and we will provide that. But if you will, later in the agenda, the board will be asked to consider item MM1, which is not in kind, and it does have a dollar amount associated with it that an entity is going to pay the district to use the space.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. A couple issues to follow on with Ms. Hickson's really important point about our policy. Chair, is it our policy that in the disposal of surplus property, we are going to either get market price upon a sale or market lease upon a rent?
That was my understanding, but I will defer to Dr. Fulton.
Mr. Acabuso?
Good morning, Chair. I've been here. Dr. Zeman, regarding your question, School board policy 8030 governs the sale of real properties, both land and building. Definitely, we have to do comps per state law. You have to do an appraisal. If you have a property valued between $100,000 and $500,000, you have to do one appraisal. Valued above $500,000, you have to do two. Per school board policy, you have to do three if there's some kind of differential. So yes, we have that to go to the markets.
The reason I asked, Chair, is I read 8030 this morning to prepare for this item.
Sure.
And sometimes we say things, and sometimes we put them in our legislative agenda, and sometimes they become a de facto policy without actually becoming policy. And so I believe Ms. Hickson's description of the policy is exactly what we have stated as our expectation. But I would like us to consider whether or not we want to actually make that part of our former policy. The reason I think it would be valuable to pull that up and go through the rulemaking process with 8030 is that there's an opportunity every time we dispose of property to be able to use our policy and say, I'd love to have, company X or do good organization Y or local government Z come in and use this land or buy it. But we have a policy that will only dispose of property at market rate for sale or market lease if it's being rented out. Right now, that's not written into our policy. We have a wonderful policy for appraisals and process and for selling, but we can sell at appraised value for specific properties. We don't have a part that says we have to lease at commercially leased rates. I think that it should also include for exceptions like this. Like here's somebody that's coming in and doing great things for a community that really needs the services that are provided, and it makes great sense. So just for us to think a little bit about, Chair, I'll do some more research on it and bring back some ideas for us to consider at our next meeting on the 7th. But I think that we need to be careful about what's policy and what is just said so many times that we think it's the way that things get done. There's a bigger point to that too, though, which is whether you're talking about carryover money or prescription drugs or health care benefits, it's all the same amount of money. And if we're going to be serious this year about reducing 1,000 positions and balancing the books, which we have to, with 2 years of huge enrollment declines, all of those things matter, and our practice and our policy may have a little bit of a gap between the lip and the cup, and we need to be careful about it. Last point on this item, if this facility is taken over by an organization, a government organization, whose job it is to do wraparound services and social welfare programs, and we allow that organization to take over this facility, do we have the right to terminate this agreement?
So, the answer to your question is yes, but I want to draw a clear distinction between 80-20 and 80-30. This is done under 80-20, which is not, we haven't disposed of the Broward Estates property. So I just want to draw that distinction so that no one, had to walk away with anything different. The district still owns and operates programming, all types of resources, provides services to students. So we haven't disposed of the Broward Estates property. If we were to get into a place where we're now going to dispose of the property, then that would call into 80-30. But I'll let Mr. Acabuso answer. This is a 3-year agreement, and I know that we do have language. So, Mr. Acabuso, you can speak to the language around termination of an agreement if the district so chooses to do something different with this property.
In this case, there's in the board item, in the actual agreement, 3.06 is the termination clause. This is a school board template for the lease. So each party shall give a 30-day calendar written notice if you choose to terminate. And so we have that under 3.06.
Terrific. And just to be clear, Dr. Wanza, my comments were about 80-30 and about our belief sometimes that we have policies in place, but they're not actually in our policies. And the legal standing of policies is very high, and we strive very hard to accommodate policies. And I know the staff's very careful to check items to see if they are aligned to policies, and when they're not, we have to be conscious about any exceptions. But the 80-30 policy is where we would codify that we sell things at market prices or lease at market value. And I think it's important to have that in our books over time, and I'll bring some thoughts back to that at our next school board meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other board? I had Ms. Bullman who wanted to speak on this again.
I think that Dr. Wanza clarified, just for the record, I think there were two different things that are happening here. One is when we are getting rid of a property, like if we're getting rid of an entire school, that's a totally different situation than renting a room and having the opportunity for in kind for them to use the room. I think that that's something that is very useful for our students and for our community that we're servicing. So I like seeing that as long as they're accountable. And I think that the way that the lease is set up makes them accountable to show that they're providing the services. So I appreciate that this arrangement that you guys have made. So thank you.
All right. Any other board member discussion on M1? All in favor of M1, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get hold on. So this will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all the open agenda items. The following open items have been identified for discussion: AA1, BB1, DD5, FF1, FF2, GG1, GG2, GG3, JJ18, MM1, 00, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 14, 17, 18, which we already did, RR and RR1, and we already passed RR2. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion, which are DD1, 2, 3, 4, 6, JJ1, so JJ 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 15, 16, and double P 1, 2, 3, and 5.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Are there any registered speakers on? Are there any registered speakers on the items not pulled for discussion?
One registered speaker on DD2, Jackie Luscombe.
Chair, may I request that DD2 be pulled?
Sure. So I will remove DD2 from the list that was not pulled and add it to the list that is pulled.
Chair, point of order. For AA1, since I believe it's a companion item, should we wait until that item comes back?
AA1 was pulled, so.
But staff had said it's a companion item to A3, so should they come back together or?
Yeah, I mean, it's pulled, so we're not passing it right now.
Okay.
All right, could I have a motion and a second? Or are there no registered speakers since Mr. Severa just pulled DD2?
No speakers.
All right. All in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. All right. Items pass unanimously. What is the companion item for A1 again? A3. Oh, we'll come back to that. So could I get a motion and a second on BB1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on BB1.
Double B1?
Yes.
Okay. We have 4 registered speakers. Cassandra Toussaint, Dr. Trudy Germanovich, Pete Tingham, President Anna Fusco. If you heard your name, if you can please proceed to the podium.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Cassandra Toussaint, and I'm speaking on BB1. I'm speaking because I'm just a little concerned about the 1,000 staff member number, only because I worry that more staff will be cut and it will affect the ability for the district to run as efficiently as possible. I just want to make sure that the necessary work that's being done in the district is being done with people who are as experienced as possible and can pass down institutional knowledge that is pivotal in ensuring that the district runs as smoothly as possible. I do believe, every older person I've ever worked for has definitely influenced me and ensured that I knew how to do my job as good as possible. So I just worry about these staff cuts and how they'll impact the classroom down the line. And I just want to make sure that none of the jobs being done in the district won't be passed down and filtered down to principals, assistant principals, and then later down the line, teachers. I'm not too sure what positions are being cut and how that works. And I'd love to learn more about it by having discussions with y'all down the line. But these are just some of my concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Trudy Germanovich, followed by Pete Tingham.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and as most of you know, I've been around for quite a while watching these meetings and coming to these meetings, and I've watched the district staff grow enormously over the years. And the student population has been going down, and yet the district staff is going up. That's all you have to say. I think this is a good plan. You have to, obviously, take each case independently. However, the teachers in the classroom are the ones that you should say, okay, is this important to that teacher in the classroom? That's the only thing that matters. Nothing else. Is it important to the teacher in the classroom? So please, as you make these cuts, which you should, because the district's in financial need, do it quickly. I don't know whether even you should speed up this process, but I do appreciate that 2 board members brought this forward, and I believe you should all agree with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Pete Tingham. I'm the Executive Director of SMAB. First of all, I'd like to commend the board for the advanced initiative on AI, and I especially like the comment Dr. Zeman made, AI plus HI equals the total intelligence, because this is coming and we do need to prepare for it. I know when I was in school 2 millenniums ago, a teacher said 90% of the jobs that will happen in the next 5 years don't exist today. And I think we need to plan for that. I am here to speak with respect to the proposed 1,000 person per year for 3 years elimination. I just want you to know that I've received over 24 calls in the last 3 weeks from high-level staff members that are providing important input to you regarding state, federal, and other programs, and they're very concerned about not knowing when their job will be held or not renewed. And what I have suggested to them is there are 31 municipalities, Broward County, Palm Beach County, and Miami-Dade County, which all have positions very similar to the type of work they're doing now. And I think you should consider that about letting people know sooner rather than later so they can pursue these other opportunities. Your lack of speed in this could cost you a number of employees. I'd also like you to consider that every time you request a report, every time you need some information, ask that person if they're a member of the SMAB employee group. And I think you'd be surprised at how much you depend on these support people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last registered speakers, President Anna Fusco.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. It's a catch-22. I'm a union president. I stand to protect people to have fair working opportunities and keep their jobs. You know, we want to know and need to know every piece that's going to happen, but obviously if this is an item that we have a board member directing the superintendent to come up with a plan, 1,000 employees this year, 1,000 next year, and 1,000 in the 3rd year, that's got to connect with closing of schools. It's inevitable. So that needs to be a stronger, faster, better plan, so not just employees of Broward County Public Schools know and understand the community. They need to know what the real impact is going to be and how it's going to happen sooner than later. I can't imagine, and I'm going to keep saying it because you're going to be, if this passes, creating this plan, how it would not impact a teacher. If you're closing schools, we're showing a decline of students. I mean, I hate to say it out there in the universe all the time. We know what's happening. We all really need to know where are these employees coming from. We're the largest group in the school district. We have 12,600 teachers. That's just teachers. That doesn't include my 3,000 that are on our BT, Broward Teachers Union, with our paras. Those are the teacher assistants and the classroom assistants, the behavior techs, and so forth like that. Right there, that's 15,000 employees. You only have 25,000. Where is it coming from? We know in every piece of Broward County Public Schools, every group struggles with having enough employees, from the teacher component, the para component. You heard about from one of our SLPs. You outsource that. But we have to say what department has gone from keeps growing. That's on you guys. So who's going to help create this plan with the superintendent? Is it going to be outsourced? Is it going to be people here, the same ones that have been here for 30 years themselves? That should be a conversation. Where's it going to come from? Who's going to help? What business sense is it having? How does it impact the budget? Who is going to be in the budget to make this happen? All of this is huge. Nobody wants to lose a job. Everybody wants to know, is it me? Are you going to specify a time frame? Lots of things like that. I think it's going to be a ginormous discussion. I'm not sure why this is an item and it didn't get workshopped. I guess it's being pushed through because there's a need of saving a lot of money.
Thank you. Board member discussion, Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So part of the concern, I believe, in our district is it appears that our teachers are always on the forefront of consequences as it relates to student decline. So whenever we have decline in the number of students, and which we've had significant decline in the number of students, we automatically reduce the number of teachers. The problem is we have not done the same with non-teaching staff over the years, in the past 10 to 15 years. As a result, we are overstaffed. Not overstaffed as it pertains to teachers, because teachers are the first to go, unfortunately, when we have declining enrollment. So this item is to look at how the district can get back onto a stable financial path where we can properly compensate our teachers and staff, where we can improve our services, we can attract talent, and so on and so forth. So Dr. Hepburn, are we in a financial deficit at this time?
Yes, we definitely have a budget shortfall.
Okay, are we overstaffed?
Yes.
Okay. Have we reduced non-teaching staff in the same proportion as we've done teaching staff over the last 10 to 15 years as a result of declining student enrollment?
No, we have not.
Okay. Would you agree that the district did not respond efficiently over the last 10 to 15 years to reduce non-teaching staff with declining enrollment as we've done with teachers?
I concur.
Okay. If we reduce staff by up to 3,000 in the next 3 years, approximately how much will the district save?
Ms. Johnson, what's that about? Probably over 100, probably over 250 million, 3,000 staff members, 250 million.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so you said over 250 million?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what is our current budget shortfall?
Right now, 90 million and walking into another 90 million.
Okay. So Dr. Hepburn, would you say that had the district responded efficiently over the last 10 to 15 years where we were reducing staff as student enrollment declined, that we probably would not be in the position we're in currently financially?
We will not be having this conversation right now.
We would not be having a conversation. Okay. So what I'll say is I run a small learning center. If I have 300 subjects and I lost 100, I would have to reduce my teaching staff. I would also have to reduce my support staff for my teachers. It works the same in a big organization. Now, what I would not do, however, is not wait until I lose 100 subjects to get rid of 1/3 of my staff. I would do it progressively as I lose my students. The problem is where we are today in Broward County Schools, we've been losing students for the last 10 to 15 years, but we have not reduced our non-teaching staff. So while our school district is performing well academically, we have serious financial concerns. I mentioned this before, that we must be resolute in taking action to put our district on a more stable financial path where we can properly compensate our teachers and staff and efficiently meet the needs of our students. Our expenditures exceed our revenues, with one of the major reasons being that we are heavily overstaffed. Our school district is currently facing significant financial challenges due to years of not intentionally aligning staffing levels with declining student enrollment. As enrollment has decreased, staffing levels have not been adjusted proportionally, resulting in the district being significantly overstaffed and labor costs exceeding what is necessary to meet operational needs. By reducing staffing to better align with student enrollment and models used by other districts, we will be better positioned to operate more efficiently. This approach will also help the district provide improved compensation for teachers and staff while addressing our financial challenges. At present, the district expenditures exceed incoming revenues, leaving us operating at a deficit of millions of dollars. It is the district's responsibility to take action now to address this issue and put us on a more sustainable financial path that supports both students and staff. This will likely impact mostly non-instructional staff, non-teaching staff. As a past practice, when student enrollment declined, we also proportionally reduced the number of teachers, but we have not done the same with non-instructional staff. Therefore, after losing over 40,000 students, we still have approximately the same number of non-teaching staff. This was not an effective or responsible approach, in my opinion. It culminated in the financial concerns we are facing today, and it is time to fix it. We should look at all non-teaching positions starting from the top and continue proportionally across job levels. And this problem did not start here. This problem started many years ago, and it culminated into where we are today in the financial concerns that we have. So I'm hoping the board will be able to support this so we can get back on a better financial path as we are academically, and 3 years from now we can, as a district, resolve those issues and be a top-rated district in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cervera?
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of this, and I've been on record before, excuse me, acknowledging my support of this. Because to me, this is not some sort of complex mathematical equation. Our enrollment numbers have been going this way, while our district staff numbers have been going this way. That is not a sustainable financial business model. We do need to take action, and I'm very, very hopeful that when the superintendent does come back with his ultimate plan, it is something that can be executed swiftly and efficiently, and that we're not going to be dilly-dallying with these decisions once it is in fact identified who the superintendent believes should be part of this ultimate plan. I do want to say something to the members of the public, and I also want a commitment from you, Dr. Hepburn, as we move forward. Whatever plan you come up with cannot, should not, and must not include teachers. Under any circumstances, we must not lose a single teacher over this. We have far too many staff members that you can take into serious consideration to meet your 3,000 employee threshold that do not involve our teachers. So I'm willing to support this as long as I have your commitment, Mr. Superintendent, that whatever plan you have will not subject a single teacher to potentially being part of this 3,000. That being said, I like what I'm hearing from the numbers on this. If I heard correctly, if we go through with this reduction over the course of the 3 years at $1,000 a year, this district will save approximately $250 million. Mr. Superintendent, can any of that $250 million in savings be used to implement raises for our teachers in future budgets?
Yes, majority of the personnel are purchased out of or funded out of general dollars. So yes.
So just so we're clear, by reducing certain district level staff members, we'll be able to save enough money to actually give raises to our teachers who are woefully underpaid in this district and have not had a raise in, are we going on 3 years now?
Yep.
I lost track.
Cost savings can be used for raises.
So,
yeah,
okay.
Last year we got a raise, yeah.
Let me put it this way, a viable raise.
Or annual raise.
So I'm hopeful that with this money coming up, this $250 million, we can actually put some dollars back in the pockets of our teachers. And this can all come full circle. So I'm very interested in seeing your plan on this when it's ultimately put together. I'm in support of this. And I hope that I'm going to be optimistic. I hope that we surpass the $250 million. I hope maybe it's closer to $300 million. That's going to be the positive energy that I'm putting out into the universe on this. Thank you.
Ms. Jack Adams.
Hi, I just wanted to clarify that our office, the Office of General Counsel, reports directly to the board. Currently, we have positions that are open because we are short-staffed, and I just wanted to make sure that it was clear to the public that this endeavor does not include our office. Our office is required pursuant to 2 policies to legally review certain matters that come before the board, and we cannot be short-staffed. So I just wanted to clarify for the public that our office is still advertising those positions, and we're still seeking to shore up our office and ensure that we provide a high level of service to staff as well as the board.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I guess first I have a question for Dr. Holness, and then I want to address something Mr. Severa said. So Dr. Holness, in your plan where it says 1,000 positions per year for 3 years, does that not include teachers? You're not specifying in here who those 1,000 people are. So can you be specific as to what the expectation is here?
Understand. So over the years, teachers are automatically reduced with declining enrollment, or the number of teachers in the district goes down when the number of students decline. So this particular, what has been happening is that we have not been intentional in reducing the number of non-teaching staff. It has only seemed to primarily affected our teachers. So when we lose enrollment, we ended up not requiring the same number of teachers. So in this particular plan, as we move forward, we need to realign our non-teaching staff in terms of their reduction with how we've been reducing the number of teachers based upon decline enrollment. And when we look at the numbers and my questioning that I've asked, it appears that the non-teaching staff, that we could reduce that by up to 3,000 over the next 3 years to balance out proportionally with how students have declined over the years. So teachers are automatically teacher numbers decline as student volume declines, but we've never aligned that with reducing the number of non-instructional staffing. So this item is ensuring that we get the district back on path where the non-teaching staff that we are overstaffed by will be where it's supposed to be, and going forward beyond the 3 years, we'll continue to reduce, if we're declining in enrollment, the number of non-teaching staff with how we would have reduced the teachers based upon decline in enrollment. But this is not impacting teachers. The item is separate from, because teachers were automatically impacted.
Okay, I guess it's kind of the point that I just wanted to make. If students' enrollment is declining, naturally teacher numbers will decline because you need less teachers if you have less students. So this is in addition to that.
Correct, because we, as a district, we've been reducing the number of teachers
right,
automatically,
right.
but we've not done the same.
Yeah, thank you. So I just needed that clarification. I agree 100%. We have to decrease our non-teaching staff as well. I'm just not sure how comfortable I am with giving an actual number, so I'm not sure how I sit with this, but it does say to develop and present a plan. So to the superintendent, do you feel as if 1,000 per year for 3 years is something that is, I don't know if doable is the right word, but does that align with where you were heading in this?
So we know we need to downsize not just this year, but for subsequent years, because it just hasn't been tackled. So what we'll do our due diligence and creating a plan, working with the third party that we're working with also, and come up with a plan that does not endanger the operations, the central operations of the district, and also the support that our schools are receiving, just to make sure that we're not declining in the level of service that's being provided to students and families.
So I'm still because you didn't really answer. 'Cause you don't know whether it would be 1,000 a year.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
very nervous about that number.
But I understand the spirit of the.
Right, as do I. But I don't know how comfortable I am with the number of 1,000 per year, because we're directing him to that. That's what we're expecting him to do, right? I know it's a plan, but I don't know. I would rather it say not a number personally. And I understand why, because you want to make sure it's going that direction. But what if the third party finds out that based on all the data they get, that it's 800 or it's 500 or it's 700, not 1,000? We gave a direction to do 1,000, and it bothers me when we give direction and then it doesn't get followed. So I'm kind of in a space here where I don't know that I like the number 1,000.
So Board Member Hicks and I will let the other board members speak, but I may be able to make a minor change that would satisfy that.
Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spellberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning or good afternoon, everybody, again. I just wanted to address some of the comments that have been made, and I hope this is okay. This is probably out of order for me, but if it's okay through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the superintendent how many additional positions the district has added in safety and security and mental health over the past 10 years.
We've added quite a few. I don't have the specific numbers, but it's definitely hundreds.
Thank you. That's my point.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I have a few questions. Like my colleague, Ms. Hickson, the delineating of 1,000 people over a 3-year period instead of a specific dollar amount. You can cut 1,000 people who are making $20,000 a year, or you could cut 1,000 people making $100,000 plus a year. And why does this not specify if it includes attrition or not? Those are questions, I don't know, through the superintendent.
I think those are questions for
Dr. Holness.
For Dr. Holness. That's not my my item.
Okay, so the item implies from top down across the district that's non-instructional, non-teaching. Now, in terms of attrition, I believe I would like to pose that question to Dr. Hepburn. As we look at attrition versus staff that we may have to lay off, how do you see achieving 1,000? I know your plan is 1,000 the upcoming year, but in subsequent years, year 2 and 3, how do you see that being possible? Will attrition need to be a part of that to make that possible?
Attrition is a sticky subject because a person could leave a position that the district actually needs. So I think it's more about evaluating the service models across the district of how we provide services to schools, or if it's another department, providing a service to another department. So you need to look at how we're providing service and seeing where we can make cuts in personnel that are employed by us. It's a plan, right? It's a plan. Yeah, it's a plan. Coming back with all that information and seeing how we can provide the same level of service, but greater level of service as we move forward as a district, by also downsizing staff that are employed by us.
Correct. So there could be positions as far as attrition that may not necessarily be needed, and there are some that will be needed. So Board Member Rupert, he would bring back a plan that would include all of that, and it would include employees from top down across the district that are non-teaching staff.
Okay. That's great. However, not having a specific dollar amount is important in this. I don't feel very comfortable asking questions to my colleague. It just seems awfully weird for me. It's like I'm either going to support it or not support it, but I love that you brought this, but this is where we have conversations. I just feel weird asking you for these answers, but the superintendent deferred to you, so okay. I think the board should weigh in on what the money number is and to give direction when we're a little bit closer. And I don't mean closer as in, we've all heard April, that we'll be finding out in April. So I don't mean it to be, rushing it, but however, the sooner we can actually come to a consensus on, we're looking to save $250 million over the next 3 years, or I have not had those conversations with the superintendent yet, or with my colleagues. So I think that's going to be part of bringing this back, if it's a workshop or whatever it's going to look like. I'm very alarmed at how we're going to do it within the scope of equity. Not, of course, you know what I'm saying, right? I just want to make sure that everyone is treated fairly, and that it's important and integral. And I've said this last time, or it was the meeting before that the one question for me is, how does your everyday job affect our students, our community, and our staff? But first, our students. The closer that you are to having impact on our students, we want to keep you close. So that's just my philosophy that way. And I know that we're student-centered, but there are a lot of variables that we need to know before then. And I don't know what the correct stance is to take on this. I'm telling you, I'm uncomfortable that we don't have a specific dollar amount. I'm uncomfortable that, we now have 1,000 people as what we've heard, and it could be more. So I think those answers need to be somewhere. Do I support you bringing this forward and giving the superintendent direction? Absolutely. I just don't think we even are let in enough to know what that looks like to give him direction on what to do. I mean, we need to know exactly how much money we need to do in a 3-year period of time, you know, and have that laid out to us. And to know, once again, you know, does it include attrition or not? And if we're saying that we're not going to be cutting educators or educator professionals, our support professionals, where do the job, I don't know. It's a big decision. You know, it's a very big decision, but I want to make sure that we have the lens of equity and we have the absolute promise to do what's best for our students and our community in Broward County, and that those are be my goals as you know, as well as the board that way. So I have a lot more questions about this running through my head, but you know, I think I've clearly stated a few times now the same thing, so you know where I'm at. And I do appreciate having this conversation brought to us. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I first want to just reiterate some of the comments I've made in the past when we discussed this, is that the people that work in this building, our district staff, help run the system, just like our teachers and our paraprofessionals and our social workers. And when we talk about impact to students, we have to have an HR system, right? We are a huge organization, so we have to have those people, even though they don't necessarily impact students on the way that we would traditionally think. Same with our budget department. We have to have people that are running our financials, even though you wouldn't necessarily they impact our students on a day-to-day basis. So I just want everyone to know, similar to when we're discussing closing schools, that it isn't because of the school not excelling or the families don't feel at home or the experience that students are having there. It's because of this financial situation that we are looking at making these extreme cuts. And I want staff to know that they are valued and appreciated no matter what department they are working in. And I also want to reiterate Mr. Spellberg's point that the district level staff also includes our safety and a lot of our mental health professionals. So when we're looking at reducing district people, that includes those, what I would say are incredibly important positions as well, and to be mindful about that. I do want to correct the record about raises. Could we get just a brief summary of the raises we've been able to give over the last 5 years?
Go ahead, Dr. Lozano.
Yes, we could put that together for you quickly.
Okay. And then I had a question about the district level staff. How many of these positions are funded out of general fund?
Go ahead, Doc.
Which positions?
The district level staff, so central office, non-school based.
Let me pull that up.
It's about 4,400. I confirm with our chief financial officer.
Okay. And then I think I also have, while I do think we need to start being forward planning and planning out multiple years, I have concerns about giving a specific number, because I feel like other than this year we have committed to 1,000 positions, but going forward, saying 1,000 positions every time, I'm not comfortable with that, but I am comfortable with the idea of having a long-term strategy moving forward. And then I also share Ms. Fusco's concerns about who's creating this plan. And I would like the superintendent to give us an overview of, if this passes, who he would have on his team, and also who is the third party that you keep referencing.
Yeah, this is something we won't go it alone. We have historical knowledge. We have our own internal data and in our HR database, and can talk to our employees and leaders about the value proposition to the district and also our students. But right now we're working also with MGT, who is a national consultant in various areas of public or government entities, not just school districts, who are assisting us with analyzing, benchmarking our staffing, and giving us keen insight to assist us with next steps.
Okay. And then when you're considering reductions in staff, how is student experience, student support, and mental health being weighed into your decision?
Yep, it's at the top of the priority to ensure that we're not diminishing services that are essential to schools and students, especially diminishing experiences, student engagement opportunities, those things.
Okay. And then I think as the item is written, I'm not comfortable supporting it because of the very specific numbers involved. However, if there is a change to that, I could reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. And thanks for Dr. Holness for bringing this. I'm not exactly sure what talk to give, but I'll start with math talk. If we aligned general fund position to our enrollment, we would reduce Broward County School general fund positions by 4,702. So to Dr. Holness, I will say thank you for only asking for a 3-year plan to do 3,000 when the appropriate staffing level would be reduced by 4,702. Now, why is that the point? The point is, for every student and for every school and for every unit of production, there are people involved to make that production work. Our base number has gone from 10 years ago, 221,000 to next year being projected to be 173,000. So our job is to serve 173,000 students. And when we do not reduce staff proportionally, we are not serving those students. We're using a model that was appropriate 10 years ago to serve students today. So let me switch to the next speech. Are we here to serve students or not? Well, a bureaucracy that is loaded with people that is perfectly willing every year to reduce teachers, every time we go down 25 or 30 students, we lose a teacher position. But we don't lose, in fact, when you take out the losses in teacher, we've actually grown non-teaching positions over the last 10 years. So are we here to serve students or not? In 3 years, a plan to reduce 1,000 a year is not getting to the 4,702 positions that we would reduce if we wanted to have the right mix of resources to the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. So I think it's an appropriate plan. I want to point out a second thing. You guys own the budget. A plan says, hey, here's 1,000. You don't like these? Come up with something else that's equal to the money, or cut it to 800 or cut it to 637 or whatever you'd like to do. But if you don't have a plan at the end of the year, then I'm just kind of don't want to hear any more whining about teacher pay. Because that's what it would be. You either stop talking about paying people well, or you start doing things so we have money to do that. It's just that simple. So I want to pay teachers more. I want to pay educators more. I think everybody that works here needs to have some kind of increase in their pay every year. It's immoral to me to have years where there's a 0% raise and 0 bonus. And so I fight very hard to find money to pay. And no, I'm not done this year. I still hope, even though it's desperate, I hope that somehow at the end of the day we can find the $90 million we have to and more so that we can do more. Anybody want to know the equivalent number of schools we would close if we had this number of student decline? 45 this year. You're so close, Ms. Rupert. Thank you. We have done 7 or 9, depending on how you do the math. So that's not 45, and that's really important because every school comes with a bunch of positions that you got to have just to open a building. And those positions are incredibly expensive. And so our mission is how do we take all the money and put it together into different buckets so we can get things done. To Dr. Holness's credit, there's 2 buckets on people. There are a bucket called instructors and instructional staff, however you want to define that, and everybody else. And what Dr. Holness is saying, which is just taking up the superintendent on his commitment for this year, which is show me 1,000 for this year. And by the way, I want to see 1,000 the next year, and I want to see 1,000 next to be presented to the board. The critical part of this resolution is direct the superintendent to develop and present a plan that reduces by 1,000 to the school board of Broward County. But we cannot build up a plan, to Ms. Rupert's point. I don't think we have the staff to go, if they walked in and said 630 positions, and we said, oh no, we have to find some money for raises, we need 830. We don't have that staff. But we do have the ability to look at 1,000 and reduce it to 630, right? We can look at some things, say that risk is too much. Hey, I don't want to Landon's point, no cuts maybe to mental health, maybe no cuts, I don't know, whatever we want to do. We have the staff and the ability intellectually to reduce a plan. We don't have an ability to build a plan because none of us have a budget staff, to my knowledge. And so, we can propose things to the superintendent. This is, I think, a very, very modest plan compared to the 4,702 positions we legitimately should be reducing today, so that, to Pete Tingen's excellent point, we give them notice of positions that are going away. Because we'll get attrition, and we'll have positions that go away, and then we have the big mix as people who lost a job and they're no longer a position to fill, get to fill some and apply for the jobs for which there's attrition. So there's a big mix that needs to go on, and just to be right with our people, we should tell them as early as possible. But it is a legitimate issue. It's actually a slow roll issue to ask for 1,000 over 3 years when you realize that 4,702 is really the appropriate number that we should be reducing general fund staff. I don't know why we haven't done it. It was real easy to let teachers go. It's been really difficult to let non-teachers go or for staff outside of a school. I'd never felt that it was the right decisions as we went along, and I voted that way every year for the past 3 years. But now, this has come home to roost. And so either we pass this item as written and we get a plan and we tell the public we're serious about getting right with them and making sure we serve students, or I don't want to hear any more about teacher compensation. I don't want to hear more about educator compensation, because this is where our money goes. Our money goes to people. And if we're not going to cut people, there's no way to cut a contract and, tiptoe around utility bills and put LED lights in schools and save any kind of money like we need to continue to pay our teachers. And my belief is that we've got to every year make sure that we give our educators some form of raise. And this is an excellent idea. To ask the superintendent to do it, and it fulfills our obligation. I think, just to be clear, Chair, does this obligate us to reduce positions by 1,000 in any year?
Dr. Holness?
So the intent of the item is to have the superintendent bring to us a comprehensive staff and alignment plan where the plan would be presented that would include reducing staffing by 1,000 per year for 3 years. So the main point of the item is to bring a plan to us that would consider reducing staffing up to 1,000 per year. Now, Dr. Zeman, the superintendent, may present a plan, and he may come back to us with 1,000 for the second year, 1,000 for the third, and he may create challenges. He may convey challenges of reducing staffing up to 1,000, but at least at that time we can entertain those challenges and determine what's a good number. But the intent of the item is to bring an aggressive plan of 1,000 per year back to discussion, and then at that point we can decide, based upon the superintendent's recommendation, what would be a good number.
And my last point is, it's really nice to say this sounds very aggressive, but this is to make up for 10 years of not doing this year by year by year. Every year we should have been looking at positions and justifying them as we build this model for what resources we need to really serve our students. We did not do that as a school board. We did not do that as a district. And so we are where we are. But the accounting does not lie. And the accounting says that we should be reducing general fund staff by 4,700 in 2 positions. This plan, this request for the staff to bring us a plan to look at and think hard about and figure out what to do is actually a pretty conservative plan. It doesn't get us to the numbers that we'd like. It actually puts more positions, a percentage of positions outside of schools than it does inside of schools in the reductions. I look forward to seeing this plan this year, and I hope that we can continue to get a substantial plan like this every year for our consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pullman.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Zeman, for your comments. I appreciate, Dr. Holness, that you brought this. And first of all, I'm looking forward to the staffing plan for next year that's being brought in April. I think that's going to be a good start and kind of see what we're looking at. I read this item with a little bit more flexibility, I guess, and I don't know if that was intended, because I think that going through the exercise of it will put us in a position where we can see what's feasible and what's not feasible, and I think it's going to help design the model that we're going to have moving forward. So are we married to 1,000, 1,000, 1,000? I would read it as no, because maybe some of these things are not feasible, or maybe we can reduce even more. We don't know right now. I think you have to go through the exercise to see where we're really at. And to Dr. Zeman's point, I mean, I'm not really sure how you got that math. Maybe that was like your daughter doing a little AI on the putt-putt course and she came up with that. But it might change moving forward too, depending on how we see the school district and how we model it moving forward. So I mean, I think this is an opportunity for us to really put things on the right and going in the right direction and looking at this. If it comes to the point, if you are going through this exercise and we can't cut 3,000 over the next 3 years, it's good for us to know that now, so that we can plan accordingly. And to Landon's point, obviously we've been adding positions that are also very important and valued to our students. So my question is, we have on the item, you have a May 12th deadline. And right now we're working on next year's plan. So do you, Dr. Hepburn, is May 12th a feasible deadline to put something like this together, or?
I didn't notice the date. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, May is not going to work because we're actually working on this year, working with our consultant. We have a lot of action steps to do with working with our own employees as we help them transition for those who are going to be impacted. So a date in the summer would be more feasible, and I think it would provide more discussion for the board also, because we're going to have a lot of things between now and May. That's going on, not just for staff, also for the board as items come up and workshop items come up.
So what do you think a good date would be?
Would you say, Ms. Rupert? Oh, you moved it up. No. Summer, yeah. I'll probably say sometime in June or July. Yeah, we have a lot of things in motion with our current staff with this amount of downsizing that we're doing this year that's never happened in this district before. We want to do that with a lot of care and purposefulness to help our staff transition appropriately. So I don't want us working on another plan interfering with what we need to do for our employees right now.
Yeah, and I think that that's important to take into consideration, because we are going to be making cuts this year, which is going to actually impact people. It's not just theoretical. So I think that we definitely need to put a lot of resources into doing that the right way. Dr. Holness, would you be opposed to extending your deadline to the summer?
No, that's fine. And I have probably another amendment at the end. So yeah, okay. That's well received. I'll
wait to hear your amendment, but I appreciate you bringing this. I think it's important, and I think it's great that we're, as a board, looking forward like this. I think we need to keep doing this with many facets of how we're addressing the school district and how we're moving forward, and this is a great start, so thank you.
Thank you. I have Mrs. Al-Hadaf.
Yes, thank you. So I'm a little perplexed about this item because if we didn't have a superintendent that was already addressing this, then absolutely, I think Dr. Holness, that we would bring something like this forward. But Dr. Hepburn is already talking about this. He's already addressing it. It was previous to superintendents for the last 12 years that haven't been addressing this, right? So we know that our staffing and positions have gone like this, our enrollment has gone like this, and we never had a superintendent that was doing something about it. So I think it's wrong to micromanage Dr. Hepburn on this. I don't think it's right that we're dictating how many positions, why we're even talking about the number of positions. It should be financial. It should be a number, right? Because each position is not equal. So vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just trying to figure out how I could get to a point. So I do also like the idea that it's a number, not like a money number as opposed to number of positions. But would you be open, since you're looking at some amendments, instead of saying reduces the total number of SBBC employees by at least 1,000, to change it to say up to 1,000? Because that way, because when you say at least, your direction is no less than 1,000. I mean, that's what it says. So if we change the wording a little bit and said up to 1,000, he knows what the goal is, but it would be okay if it fell below that based on the information.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind. So actually, Board Member Hickson, you must be reading my mind. That's a part of my amendment in addition to another little piece that I need to mention. Yep.
Okay. All right. Dr. Holness?
Thank you. So, Board Member Bullman, the June date is fine for me. When is the board meeting in June?
I'll give you.
Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan. If we're talking about the workshop,
right.
It would be June 16th.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, June 16th is okay as far as an amendment to the date?
I'm thinking of the runner show right now. Dr. Lozano, your team is intimately involved with Career Source and what we're doing for our current employees. Just want to make sure that we're not doing two things at once, because I really want to put the right amount of care into addressing the needs of our employees that are impacted with the downsizing issue. So does the June 16th work, or do you need a July date?
The June 16th for which specific piece?
For bringing back the plan for that we're going to work on for downsizing over 3 years. I just want to make sure that what we're developing this plan is not going to interfere with what we're doing for our current employees.
I'd recommend, sir, the July 21st workshop, only because that would get us past to our next school fiscal year.
Okay.
I concur.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, the plan that you're bringing to us in April will include a possibility of reduction of 1,000 staff.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's for this upcoming
year.
Correct.
Okay, so I am okay with the July 21st, and I'd like to make an amendment because I certainly would like the superintendent to move forward in subsequent years, up to 3 years, to bring back a plan as to how we can sort of right-size the staffing, and we can have an idea as a board what that looks like going forward. So I'd like to, in addition to amending the date to July 21st of my motion, my item, to also include up to 1,000 in the second and third year, but no less than 500.
Is there a second? Second motion made by Dr. Holness, seconded by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on the motion.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I disagree with both issues. I believe you're doing the 1,000 already. That's in April. Why can't the rest of the plan come back in May? I'm sorry, but I've watched this board, you, not the previous boards, put lots of things in the middle of summer when everybody's gone, so that maybe nobody will make any waves about it. I don't like it. The way you're doing it is you're not including the public. You're saying, oh, we've got to do it for the staff. Well, you are doing it for the staff. You're doing it right now. You're letting them know a plan is coming, and the plan should come in May. Sorry.
Can I have the exact motion repeated, please, the new amendment?
Madam Chair. Okay, so the new amendment to the original item is that 1,000 for the first year, and the second and third year up to 1,000, but no less than 500.
Okay. I think there should be a plan put in place, not wait till June to have this workshop. July. Oh, it was July. Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know how that got approved. I mean, you got to work a little bit quicker. People need to know if they have jobs. We've got 2 surrounding counties that are financially fine. I agree with Trudy. Lots of things have happened with this particular board, even the new 3 that have been added, elected and appointed. People have been here multiple years, not just one, not just 6 months, maybe one person up there, and is continually to make some actionable conversations. So people need to know what's happening, and I do question about not just asking who got raises and promotions and bonuses of just the educators, multiple people, and ask how the departments have grown.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the motion? Board member comment, I have Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. Just to be clear, the 1,000 that are being affected this year comes to us in April.
That is correct. And if
I
I
think
can,
there's some confusion.
Yeah, and I was going to clear that up. For the upcoming school year, on the April 14th workshop, we'll be discussing that plan as well as the org chart changes that we'll make. To bring a plan in May also, for number one, we have tons of staff that are going to be impacted by the current plan that we're going to bring. And this is the first time the district has embarked on something this large to right size at that scale, I think probably ever. And to bring a plan in May for subsequent 2 years with specific positions, that just doesn't bode well for a system where we're trying to maintain effective support and whatever people, departments that they service, to tell the employee in May that, hey, in the next 2 years, you may not be here, or the next, it's not the cadence that we want to take. And so, number one, care for the employees that are going to be impacted for this year. Talk about this additional part of the plan in July, so that we can have a good discussion and know how we're going to move forward. And people will be paying attention because they know about the discussion that can ultimately impact them in the first place. So,
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Hepburn, for clarifying. I appreciate Dr. Holness for you changing your motion, because I very much wanted to support the long-term plan to it. And I just want to clarify that the reason that we would move it is to be respectful to the staff, to around 1,000 people who are going to lose their job. And if we have speakers who are concerned about public opinions not being included, then we could move it to August where everyone is back. However, I trust the superintendent's judgment to do this in a respectful way to make sure that the people who are losing their jobs are taken care of in the best way that we can. And to rush that process is disrespectful. So thank you for changing your motion, Dr. Holness. I'm excited to support it. And thank you, Dr. Hepburn, for clarifying why it is best to be done that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I haven't gotten a chance to speak on the item yet. So I had a few things I wanted to point out. To your point, Dr. Hepburn, saying specifically which positions, like 2 years from now, we will eliminate, I think is a little concerning to me, because won't we need to like see the impact of the changes that we're going to be making to this org chart, and how the district, works that out, and so yeah.
Yep, correct. And, we've gone through the difficult task of closing schools and identifying schools and having a list. So, one of the concerns of the board is always about teachers and students and the level of uncertainty, which leads to other things. To have our employees have a high level of uncertainty, which will definitely lead to all kind of other things that will impact operations of the district, I can't do that.
Okay.
I can't talk about that plan prior in May or anything like that.
Thank you. Real quick, the student advisor brought up how we've had to increase mental health and safety and security positions quite a bit in recent years. I would really like a follow-up on that with those specific numbers, because while I understand we are overstaffed, I think some of that doesn't take into account like state laws that have passed and the security measures we put in, as well as the necessary mental health professionals that we've hired in order to deal with the unique mental health crises our students are facing in this generation. And then the last piece I wanted to address, a comment was made that we've decided to outsource our SLPs. Now, I remember maybe 2 or 3 years ago, we had very big discussions on our SLPs. We decided to increase pay and things like that. So I would like to know, in order to make sure that we're reducing the outsourcing of that service. So I would like a follow-up on that.
If I may, Chair, I can give you that follow-up right now. We had a robust discussion either last summer or last spring about SLPs and the amount of money we're spending on that contract to contract out the services for SLPs. It was directed by the board for the ESC staff to create a 3-year plan, which they created and submitted. And they have ever since been trying to aggressively hire SLPs that work for us, so we can lower the cost instead of contracting out. So it is a difficult task because we hire SLPs, but a large number of them still work for contracted companies, and they're difficult to recruit and also retain. So it is a 3-year plan, and they've submitted it. We can resubmit that plan, but the ESC team is working diligently on hiring our own SLPs.
Got it. No, you don't have to resubmit the plan. I know that we had some pretty extensive discussions about it as a board. I was just interested in like what the results of that plan are, how those are fleshing out. But I'm glad we were able to correct the record for that. Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
I have a question. It was before my time, I think 2008. When the economy, had a big bump. I distinctly remember hearing of layoffs, mass layoffs at that time. So I think the conversation about what were the parameters that they did that before, what were the effects of that happening, scaling down, scaling up, whatever it may be. But it seems to me, if we had that, and we certainly have historical knowledge out here with people that have worked for us for a long time, Dr. Hepburn, have you had a conversation with any of your tenured employees or chiefs that can give us any guidance at this point as to how it was done? Was it enough? Was it not enough? And were you aware that they did that?
I know I haven't had a conversation specifically with anybody in BCPS about 2008, but every school district across the country, and especially Florida, pretty much leveraged the same strategies that was changing the number of courses you're teaching during the day, so you didn't need as many teachers as you had during that era. It was cutting back specific types of services, and it was also strategic layoffs too. But I can find our historians here in BCPS that can probably shed some light on some specific strategies that were used back then.
Right, that would be really good. I can see one who doesn't want her head up, but Dr. Wanza, no,
I think
Mark Dorsett.
Mark, Dr. Fulton, Dr. Wanza, I think half of the people in front of me was here during their time.
Well, I for one would certainly want to have a conversation about that, because it's something that was part of our organization, and how it was handled is, was it a best practice? Was it not? And I don't believe after that there were any other layouts, so there has been a long time. But my point is, there is historical knowledge to see how it went down, and what was accomplished from this. What were those best practices? Also, just kind of a side thing here. I think when we talk about multi-year staffing alignment plan, we really need to have the number of consultants on who we employ, and how many consultants do we have on the district, what is their salary, and what can we bring in to this district. So those are, in-house and not consultants. I think the two conversations can happen together, because if we can cut the consultants and the money goes down, then the number of staff should not have to be drastically done that way. And those are 2 points, I guess, for me. So I'd appreciate a follow-up on both those. Thanks.
Ms. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. So as we continue to talk about this, I think we can see that this is going to be a complicated situation, and I don't want to detract by doing this from the work that's being done right now to plan for next year. And I appreciate you reducing the numbers, but I think what we're looking at moving forward again is a model, like a model where we can kind of line up and down depending on what our enrollment is and what our needs are. So I think that would be the best way to approach it, because we don't, has been pointed out by my colleagues, we don't know what it's going to look like in year 2 and year 3 to really reflect it. We could have more students, we could have less, things could change. We don't really know what our budget's going to be. So that's what I would like to see. Incorporating in what everyone else has said, but I think, a model where we're also not scaring everyone that works here, because having people create their own, create a plan that removes their own job doesn't seem to be a really attractive proposition for getting anyone to participate in the day-to-day working. So I really support a staffing model, like really looking into that. I think that's flexible, and I think that would be the best way to approach it, instead of like a number or a budget number, because we don't know what our budget's going to be. So then we can, so that we can use it moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Alhadeff.
So I think that we shouldn't be tying the superintendent's hands. I think allow him to do his job. He is doing it. It's not like he's saying no. He's doing the job. So let him do the job. Don't dictate year 1, year 2, year 3. No. He needs that flexibility, not to have his back against the wall to a plan that was set today on March 10th, 2026. Things are going to change. And the health for this school district, we are at a boiling point. Water is boiling, and it's boiling over. And our staff needs to know that they have job security in year 2, year 3. But there has to be a natural cadence to it, and to put the superintendent with the back against the wall to a staffing plan from 2, 3 years from now, I think is wrong.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman?
Thank you. You know, it's not uncommon for organizations to do multi-year budgeting, and I think, just to be clear, Chair, could the superintendent, in the year 2 discussion that happens later this summer, could the superintendent propose positions in general terms rather than specific positions by position number? For example, could he say, we think we can reduce this group of employees by 10%, and we can reduce this group by 10%, and things like that? Would that fulfill the requirement that is in today's proposed item from Dr. Holness?
I think that's up to Dr. Holness.
Yes, that would be perfectly fine with me. You know, the item is just to present a plan of at least 500 students up to 1,000, 500 staff up to 1,000, and it could be generalized. It doesn't have to be specific, but it gives him direction, and it gives us an idea where we will be the second and third year.
And Dr. Hepburn, if I might ask you through the chair, do you believe that we're on a declining trend in employment for the next 3 years in Broward County Public Schools?
Yes.
Thank you. And to Ms. Alladay's point, which I'm very, very sensitive about, I've been in a government job where there were dramatic reductions in the DoD budget, and so we were all scared, and we were scared for 5 years about reductions. One of the things we knew, though, is where the reductions were going to come. And so to the people who are in positions for which there is a reduction, and I just hypothetically said 10%, Dr. Hepburn, so we had a number out there, you know, that 90% of the people who feel like they're doing a great job and performing at a high level will feel fine. The people who are not in a bucket where they're included, which in this case is going to be teachers, our teachers are determined by the number of students we have. They're not going to feel that. So there is some humanity in just letting people know kind of what the plan is so that they can make plans. And I love that. You know, if you're in a group, I know there's been some discussions about whole functions being centralized or being outsourced. It's good for people actually to know that, you know, that's under discussion. They can make individual decisions along the way that are good for them. And I respect that very much. Chair, do I still have the floor?
Yeah.
May I call the question, please?
All in favor of calling the question, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
As
All
amended.
as to the motion.
As amended.
No, you made a motion to amend the item.
Oh.
So we're voting on the motion to amend the item.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School Board Member Bowman.
Yes.
Zavera.
Yes.
Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman. Yes.
Alhadeff.
No.
Passes 6-3.
Any other comment on the item as amended? All in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call
Roll call on the motion.
on the item.
I'm sorry, on the item. School Board Members. School Board Member Severa.
Yes.
Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
No.
Bowman.
Yes.
6-3. Passes.
All right. BB1 passes 6-3. Could I get a motion and a second on DD2?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on DD2.
Jackie Luscombe.
Thank you. This was a special order item for 11 a.m. In 2019, students and staff who are deaf and hard of hearing came to district leadership with a request. They felt unsafe because they couldn't hear emergency alarms or announcements, such as if they were alone in a restroom or classroom, or with a deaf teacher and deaf students unaware that a lockdown or evacuation might be underway. They asked for visual emergency alerts so that they would have the same vital minutes to respond in an emergency as their peers. 7 years later, that basic safety request still isn't fully resolved. The story of this project is not just about technology, it's about what happens when planning is unclear, oversight is inconsistent, and the voices of the end users are not fully included. I'm sorry, there's quite a lot of disturbance up on the dais. Can we just stop the clock so folks might actually listen to me? I've waited 3 hours, thank you. It's really disrespectful.
Please continue with your comments.
One of the most striking things in the report is that the very people who rely on this system, deaf and hard of hearing students and staff, were never interviewed, and yet page 14 lists one of the audit objectives as being to, quote, ascertain whether the substance and intent of the EPIC installation is being achieved. The report itself identifies stakeholders as the students and staff in the 4 program schools, the ESE department, and it names me, too, as chair of ESE advisory. None of those voices appear in this audit, and the executive summary states under the heading of stakeholder engagement and input, not applicable. Of the 4 people who were interviewed, one was by their own admission irrelevant and disconnected to this project, and another, the fire chief, stated that he had not evaluated any of the DHH school sites that installed this system. It also states that BCPS user and stakeholder groups were actively engaged in the project, and it lists this under the headline of an assumption on page 5, rather than evaluating its veracity by speaking to those stakeholders. If the purpose of this audit was to look back and learn some lessons for the future, then we've missed one right there. There are also important questions about how the project unfolded. The board was originally told the system would be the Alertus mass notification system in a budget request December 2022, but what was ultimately installed was an entirely different system, and the audit does not explain how that shift occurred. It also indicates that there were critical issues, such as how the system interacts with the fire alarms, that were only discovered after the system had been purchased and was being installed. And despite the report's confidence in ongoing support systems, teachers are still reporting outages and unresolved tickets today, including one that has been waiting more than a month. I'd like to draw attention to the 2 public comments submitted on the public comment portal from 2 deaf teachers to feedback on that. I sent some questions to some board members on this yesterday. I hope you will answer them. But I want to be clear, the system makes a real difference when it works properly, and we certainly got more than we asked for. Also, there were individuals in the district who worked hard to move it forward, including the project manager, Lynn Moscoso. But when it comes to student safety, learning the entirety of what went wrong with this project and not just some of it is going to be more constructive than not. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member comment, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Superintendent, I have some concerns that we just heard from the speaker, specifically in regards to the stakeholders being a part of this and being interviewed. What did that process entailed, if any? And do we know the specific individuals who are part of that process?
That's a question for the Chief Auditor, Mr. Magley.
Good afternoon. Earlier today, just as a point of reference, Mr. Harvey was here who conducted the audit, but he left earlier based on the time certainty thing. Relative to the stakeholders and who was engaged with him, I know he spoke with, when he speaks to stakeholders, a number of the staff, particularly in the safety and security group and also in IT. So relative to the community and the folks, the users, the people that gain the most from that, I don't have direct detail on that interaction. This engagement centered primarily on installation and selection of the equipment, and it tracked the progress that the projects made for it, not necessarily the performance of the units in the sense that way. Certainly, I think that that's a relevant thing going forward to include in anything that would be evaluated, and I'm not sure if groups, particularly those groups I mentioned, are monitoring performance and assessing the effectiveness of that. This particular audit looked at things from design to procurement to installation to inspection.
Are you satisfied with the results outlined in this audit?
Based on the scope that was conceived, unfortunately, I can't say that I was involved in the scope of that review. I would think that to have a future engagement of this nature, it would be critical to see that the selections, particularly with systems we are using currently, would be important to determining what the specifications and the things for the equipment moving forward and whether they were effective would be crucial.
Mr. Magley, I know you're in this role in a newer capacity. And congratulations, by the way, on the recent appointment. What was your office's involvement in all of this?
So the initial engagement was conceived through our office prior to my arrival. Scope was allocated, an external firm was engaged, and they performed the audit.
So you really had no involvement, you're just kind of reading this after the fact?
That would be accurate.
Okay. Are there any additional or particular high-level concerns that you have that you need to make this board aware of?
No, I would say that to the concern, I think people should be assessing and on a continual basis whether the system is functioning as it was intended and effectively providing what it was suggested that it would provide. So that, I think, is ongoing regardless, audit or no audit. So I don't know if anyone else can answer, those who regulate that on a daily basis, as to what measures are being done to do that, but I think it's essential. So that I would lend specifically to how that system has been implemented and followed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I have some follow-up questions to ask so we can get it answered later. When it refers to the audit, what I read through was that the substance and intent of the EPIC installation is being achieved or not. That was left out of the consideration. So for scope, so for next time, I would hope that that's in there because it was part of the other contract. Why was an evaluation of the project's operational efficacy not part of this audit? I know it's unfair to ask you, Mr.
No, it's not. I mean, based on what I know, and again, as I tried to explain, and I understand that we want a full and robust understanding of how the system is working and affected. The scope of this audit was to see if they were going to meet their budget time frame, if they were going to have it installed in the timely fashion relative to the start of that school year. Those things were achieved. Now, we can look and reflect on whether the scope should have gone further or maybe based on the timing been adjusted to include some of those considerations, but based on what it started out to be, I think they achieved that. But I see that it doesn't necessarily cover everything that might be essential to us moving forward as the district and being able to see whether that's effective.
Thank you. And did the audit include how we wound up with the EPIC system instead of the second half of the Alertus?
I'm not really sure on how that was selected. It was noted that there were a number of different classifications in the procurement of these particular pieces of technology, but I don't know the detail of how that particular item was selected.
Okay. What I would like to see moving forward is that there was an evaluation part of it, and how was EPIC picked instead of doing the second part of Alertus? And how is it procured, purchased without being fully evaluated first? So those are key decisions. Mr. Magley.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to lend it to the fact that, again, the procurement group was involved in this, in the selection of those things in the process that took place. I can't say that did not occur. I just don't know the details of particularly how they assessed and selected that particular item.
Right. And the reason I ask this is, if I can remember correctly, this odyssey for our DHH, oh my gosh, I always say this wrong, sorry, DHH students and faculty members 7 years ago. So that is a very long time to wait for safety and confidence in being in a school board-owned building for both staff and for students. So I think we can do a lot better than this. I know that you weren't in that process over there, but to me, it's important that we have the scope and everything clear right up point, and definitely, at the very least, know we need to talk to the end users, which would be the students and staff themselves. So I think definitely lessons learned on this. But I just want to say I'm very sorry for the DHH community. We've let you down, and we will do better. So thank you.
Mrs. Alda?
When does this contract end or expire?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Maglo, you aware when the contract
I'm
expires?
not aware of when it concludes.
I had to follow up with you on that one.
Okay. Well, my reasoning is because we implemented this before we implemented the wearable panic button. So my questions are, I'd like to see an analysis of the two, because maybe this now is duplicative, what we have now with the wearable panic button and the strobe lights and taking over the Prothean boards. So I'd like to see if we can, I don't know, maybe maybe it's a great system, what we have now, or maybe we can not do away with that system here and just go with what everybody is using with the wearable badge.
Okay, now I understand your question, Ms. Alda. I thought you were talking about the actual audit team that did the audit. Go ahead, Chief Gregory.
Mike Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer. So that feature of alerting in a panic situation is just one option of a list of features with the audio enhancement product. And that's one that we've chosen not to activate and use because we do have strategics throughout the entire school. So the systems are built to work together and not compete.
Right, but my question is, when the alerted system is over in the contract, do we need to still continue it?
Do you mean the audio enhancement product?
Yes.
That is our current product moving forward to replace outdated and legacy intercom systems.
So, okay, I just would like to have a better understanding of the systems, the two systems, if they're duplicative, and then when that, if you're telling me that we need it for these schools, there's a reasoning behind it, then fine, but then maybe we don't need it and we can just use the strategics.
Right. No. Well, currently the audio enhancement solution that's being installed is a full-blown intercom system. It replaces the speakers throughout the school, as well as it enhances the classroom experience for all students with speakers in class and the teacher, instructor wearing a microphone to help improve hearing for everyone, not just the DHH community. So that is the product that we use now, not just in the 4 DHH schools, but in all the schools that we have that need intercom system replacements. That's the system that we put into those schools, not as part of the panic alerting system, but as a part of the overall general intercom/speaker PA system in the school.
So are those schools currently now, do they have the wearable panic button?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member comment on item DD2? All in favor of DD2, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. We will now recess this school board meeting for 30 minutes. This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Could I get a motion and a second on DD5? Second. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on DD5? Any public comment on DD5?
No comments.
Ms. Rupert is not here. Does anyone else want to speak to DD5? Ms. Rupert can approach the dais, please.
Okay, I did ask this ahead of time, and I'm sure that I got the answer, but I have not been on my computer. So my question was, did Charles Drew ever reconcile their cash exception? That was my question.
Dr. Fulton?
Mr. Magley?
One moment. Sorry. Excuse me. I'm going to have Nakia Goldburn, who is the director over that section.
Thank you.
Hello, hi. That would be a corrective action that staff would have to resolve. They would have to answer as to whether or not they've put in, done their corrective action with regard to the cash.
Oh.
So what we could do is follow up. So if it is a corrective action, typically the regional offices will be the ones that will follow up to ensure whatever was written in there is done to fidelity. And then when they do the additional audit, it is our expectation that it will not be another audit exception.
Okay. I only asked it because normally it says, that there was a recommendation and then they followed it, or they followed up with it. So I just missed that part. So I appreciate if you get me a follow-up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other board discussion on DD5? All in favor of DD5, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on FF1? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on FF1.
No comment.
Board member comment, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you, as I like to do every month. Just want to say thank you to the Grants Department this month. We have a total of $1,472,650 that are included in this item. So thank you so much to everyone for all the hard work that goes into bringing this money to our district.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. And on the same vein, I want to thank you, the Seminole Coconut Creek Education Foundation, for the grant for Lions Creek Middle students to have face-to-face one-on-one counseling. So thank you.
Any other board member comment on FF1? All in favor of FF1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on FF2? Moved by Ms. Hickson, second by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on FF2.
One registered speaker, Alan Bumberg.
I don't see him in the audience. Board member comment, Ms. Rupert. Any other board member comment on FF2? All in favor of FF2, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion a second on GG1? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on GG1.
No comment.
Board member comment. Ms. Hickson?
Just a quick question, Ms. Jacques Adams, are these items GG1, 2, and 3, are they all for you, for the contracts for the cadre councils that we were discussing before?
One of three are,
Okay,
and it is the Gray Robinson.
okay, so what is GG1? Is that for a specific?
So all of them are primarily for labor and employment.
Mhm.
That's the area of expertise that our office does not have. And to a minor extent, they may do some contracts as well, specifically related to labor and employment and or other matters related to labor and employment. But the primary firm that is handling the contracts, as we discussed, is Gray Robinson.
Okay, but they are all for cadre.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Glad to see it come forward.
Any other comment on GG1?
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness?
Okay, Ms. Jack Adams, these positions are not additional positions, right? These are positions that are open positions that you need?
So specifically, these are cadre attorneys that we normally hire to handle matters that are outside of our expertise or outside of our capacity.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member comment on GG1? All in favor of GG1 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on GG2? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on GG2?
No comments.
Board member comment? All in favor of GG2 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. Can I get a motion and a second on GG3? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on GG3?
No comment.
Board member comment? All in favor of GG3 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. A motion and a second on JJ18.
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on JJ18.
No comment.
Board member comment, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Every once in a while, in reviewing the agenda item, there's this thing that just kind of jumps out at me and says, is this really consistent with where we're at as a district? And this one jumped out big time. This is an item to spend $840,000 this year on 3 scoreboards. And I was a tremendous beneficiary in high school of having, great fields and great coaches and scoreboards and things like that. And so I have tremendous value in these items in general. I don't think this is the right thing to do this year. This is almost $1 million. It's something that we can push off while we're getting through this fiscal crisis and do it in a year or two from now as we need more. Second issue that I have is I don't think scoreboards are the current technology that we need anymore. You go to a very small Division III college and they have monitors. Many of the monitors, even rolling monitors, so that you can roll them from the football field to the girls' soccer game to the debate club to car line. And they're wonderful technology, and I think in 2026 we want to get away from kind of traditional scoreboards and move to monitors, just as fast as we can. So for those 2 reasons, I won't support this today. I just want to make sure that the community understands that while I love athletics and I love our athletes and I love what we're doing, I'd rather push this off for a year or 2 until our finances stabilize.
Any further board member comments on JJ18? Board member Bullman?
Thank you, Chair. To Dr. Zeman's point, I guess that would be for Mr. Dorsett. Are there alternatives that were looked into to traditional scoreboards?
Mark Dorsett, task assigned Chief Operating Officer. No, we didn't look into any different type of scoreboard. We wanted to stay with the type of traditional scoreboard. We did meet with the athletics department, and this would be considered the standard now for high school scoreboard for football fields. So that's why this is the only option we have at this point. But if it's the will of the board, we can take it back and look at another option.
Yeah, because I definitely support enhancing our football fields. I think, yes, I actually think it attracts students when you go out. I think with the, putting in the new turf and everything, it really makes everything look fantastic. And then to have the new scoreboards, I think will just further enhance the look of what is expected in a high school football field. But I wouldn't be opposed to exploring a different option if that. What's the timeline that we would have to to have these up and running for football season for next?
Well,
school year?
I think two of them are, we replaced the fields and the scoreboards weren't working. But I just want to let the board know that this is, we're using capital funds for this. This is not a general fund obligation here. So we're using capital funds for this. But again, we can go back and look at the possibility if the board like for us to look at a different model to use going forward.
But this is what people are using. Oh, this here has a question too over here.
Through the chair, if I'm correct, I believe that we actually decided that all of our schools were going to get scoreboards, our high schools, if I'm correct. And that we did make this decision while we were in a financial crisis, if I'm correct as well.
Yeah, the only question I'm asking is whether there's technology that if we're purchasing scoreboards and there's something that Dr. Zeman was mentioning, that there's some better technology that we should be looking at, and we're in we're looking at something that's more traditional where we could be using something more flexible. That's the only question I have. I support getting the scoreboards. I just was, if this is the best.
Well, I don't know if it's better technology. It's different technology. I think the better technology is the traditional scoreboard. It's a video board. It's what we're looking at. So it's different technology than the mobile monitor that Dr. Zeman speaks of.
Okay, I support the item.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And to Jasir's point, I think we already agreed to put scoreboards in. This is just asking for additional funding based on you going out and getting the actual, like, what it costs to put it in. We already voted and agreed that we were going to put scoreboards in. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The board did agree to fund a scoreboard at the amount of $600,000 apiece per year for the next couple of years. The money that we're using for that are the smaller scoreboards, the baseball, the softball scoreboards, the ones in the basketballs, so smaller ones like these. The scoreboard that we're referring to here, they're the football scoreboards, of course, and it has to require wind load calculations. It's a different process than the smaller scoreboard for like the gym or baseball, softball field.
And would this scoreboard be similar to what they have at Pompano Beach High School?
Yes, very similar to the Pompano Beach model.
All right, thank you.
Any other board member discussion on this item? All in favor of JJ 18, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with one dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. Can I get a motion and a second on MM1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on MM1.
No comment.
A board member comment, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just want to say, very glad to see that we're getting money from Elise. It's a little over $106,000 per year. So I just would ask the superintendent, what are we doing to get more items like this to the board?
More to come as we start moving staff around. We'll learn more about that in the next workshop about staff placement and freeing up space so we can actually lease space. This isn't a new opportunity. This has been an ongoing partnership with Broward County Public Schools and Toyota, and also some other various automotive groups as well.
Excellent. And I, to the point, not just leasing, but so very happy to see it's in a CTASE or a workforce program. And I know we have an item coming up to expand those as well. So any way that we can continue to get certification in workforce education for our students, for adult students, and be able to get money from the partners through that, I think we should be doing as many of these as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question about leasing. What happens to the income? And does it go to the district or does it stay in the school? Especially as we go, not only this contract, but we move to lease some of our closed school spaces. Where is that money going to go?
It goes to the general fund.
Even though this is it wouldn't be.
No, we don't allocate money like that. It's a bucket of money. As far as FAFP, it just goes to come in general for facility rental.
So my understanding when I've asked this before is that it's not general fund. It's
No, so
others.
selling is capital,
Okay.
leasing is
operating.
Okay.
Any other board member comment on this item? All in favor of MM1, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion, a second on 001?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on 001.
No comment.
Board member comment. I have Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to echo what's been said by this board before about how valuable, educational, and what a just overall great experience the Rally to Tally program is. For those of us who were fortunate to take part in it earlier this year, myself included, I think the kids had a really, really good time. I think that was able to open doors for them that they otherwise may not be able to have walked through. Our legislators were very gracious with their time. They accepted a lot of meetings. They were engaging with the kids. They answered questions. There were Capitol tours. It was just an overall great, great experience. We were also fortunate enough to get a tour and a speech at the Florida Supreme Court, which I know a lot of the kids really, really enjoyed. So I'm a huge fan of this program. I think it provides sort of firsthand view about how our legislative process works in our form of government here in the great state of Florida. And I'm hoping that we continue this program for years to come so the kids get the benefit of these tours and these trips. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, is this, what time of the year does this Rally for Tally for New Floridians happen? When do our scholars go up to Tallahassee?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, and then Ms. Saldala will jump in because she'll give the exact timing. And I just want to, for Mr. Cervera, the trip you're talking about is separate and apart from this. This is outside of that Capitol Day, so I'll let Ms. Saldala talk about Rally at Tally.
Beacon mic, please.
Oh, I think it's on now. There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. Vicky Saldala, Director, Bilingual ESOL. So normally we try to take this field trip with our students sometime in December. This year we had a couple of little delays, so we already have some tentative dates set for May to make sure that we get them on this trip this school year.
Terrific. And Chair, I love this program. I love making a big deal about these students. I love extending it beyond the senior year. What I don't appreciate is kind of the statement in the item that says, if we don't do this, we're going to jeopardize continued Title III and immigrant support funding. Isn't it quite possible that if we didn't do this extension of the close-up thing, we could spend Title III money on other things for these scholars?
Correct. So
Okay.
we write this activity into the grant, and if we don't approve it, then we would have to go through the whole process of amending the grant and removing the activity, which, as you said, is so valuable for our students. So we would just have to do an amendment and repurpose those dollars for something else.
Terrific. Again, there's this continued problem that I have
Okay.
with mandates. You know, this is a school board with statutory authorities, including approving things like this. And when a mandate comes, we don't have any authority. It's either do this or the funding goes away, or do this or that. So is it possible, Chair, that for part of the grant application process that permissions of the board could happen before the grant was submitted?
I would be a little concerned about, I hear your point. I would be a little concerned about the board getting involved in operations, but I'll defer to Ms. Jack Adams or Dr. Hepburn on that.
Through the chair, I believe that would be infringing because there are deadlines that are associated with applications. And if it was necessary to go to the board to apply, staff may miss the deadline.
Thanks, Chair. I withdraw my concern, but at some point, maybe we need to mark these items, school board not relevant, okay? Because what happens is we apply for funds, they're either going to be used for that or not, and then you come to the board and ask for approval. It doesn't feel like we're relevant in that process, and I'm fine with this. This program actually is a world-class program, but I don't appreciate the process that just kind of sidelines us. And it's great to apply for grants, and it's great to do things like this, but either we have the authority to approve this or we don't, and it just feels like we don't in this case. Thanks, Chair.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of 001, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Motion and a second on 003.
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on 003.
President Anna Fusco. I currently do not see her in the audience.
She's not here.
No other comments.
No comments? Okay. Board member comment, I have Ms. Bowman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for this item to Ms. Johnson and to everybody that worked on this. I think this is a great example of problem solving, thinking outside the box to find solutions to some of the issues that we're having right now. And so I am happy that we will be having these other options to save money and to provide better benefits to our employees. So I really just can't thank you enough for putting this together. Both of you, thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I also wanted to say thank you for bringing this forward. It's a great way to not only save money, but to give better services to our staff. But I have a question. It'll seem off kilter maybe here, but I had to find a place where we were talking about spend authority. So I have asked this question many, many times about spend authority, and it always frustrates me. So I'm going to ask the superintendent if it's something that we can change, because I had a long conversation with Dr. Wanza about this when we were talking about her item. So we do spend authority because someone thinks that it's going to cost, let's say, $1 million. And then they find out that it only costs $800,000. And so $200,000 gets tied up in spend authority that's not available to other people. So, and then if they use $1.2 million, they have to come back to us anyway. So why do we continue to do spend authority? Can we, and I believe it's not in policy, it's just in practice that we've been doing. Can we do budget authority, which was Dr. Wanza's term? I don't know where it came from, but where they're giving us exactly what they think they're going to spend. That's what we approve. And if they have to spend more than that, they come back to us so that we are not tying up unnecessary money in contracts based on what might be needed. Superintendent.
Dr. Hepburn.
Yeah, so yes, we can do that. I'm hearing it's not so much about the nomenclature, more so about the action is what I'm actually hearing. You call it spend authority, budget authority. You're asking us to be as precise and accurate as possible about what we expect to spend.
Right, because what we hear oftentimes is, well, we're asking for this spend authority, but we might not use it all. Well, that's great, but whatever you're not using, we've put aside because we've said this is what we're going to allow you to spend on it, and then it doesn't allow us to spend in other places. So if we called it a budget authority, and then if they had to spend over that, they're going to have to come back to us regardless, and then they would come and ask for more budgeted.
Yeah, we can change
not
the
keep-
nomenclature, but as far as the actionable things that we're doing, as we do our agenda prep and going over these items, we are sending things back for folks to go over to show data that shows historical spend, or to give details about the items they're going to spend the money on, so they can actually give a more precise and accurate number, so we don't have to have these type of conversations for things that we've been using for over a certain amount of time.
Right,
So,
but
yeah.
then there was a new contract that was going to come to us, and when someone complained about what the cost was, they said, well, we might not use it all. Well, then that's not what it should have been brought to us. So my colleagues can weigh in, but if it's budgeted authority, that's exactly what you think, close to what you think it is, and if you have to spend more than that, you're going to come back and ask for more budget authority, not just spend authority. I don't know if my doctor's.
Yep. Go ahead, Doc. My bad, doing your job now.
Are you the chair now too, Superintendent? I love it. That's awesome. Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to talk until she addressed me. I just want to be clear about the mechanics of the budgeting, though. A item comes, they're buying computers, they're $250 a piece. They think they're going to buy 10,000 of them. They do the math. They say that's it. But we're going to go 10% over that just in case, with breakage is the wrong rate or something like that, right? My understanding is spend authority is actually not what's reserved in the budget. So, Superintendent, when we come and ask for what we think we're going to spend plus 10% in spend authority, what's the mechanics of the hold that's put on the obligation? When you think about funds being set aside for something, is it what the estimate is, or is it the spend authority that's actually set aside?
So right now, we're working based off of what the actual spend authority is because we're trying to get people to actually calculate and be as precise and accurate as possible.
Sure.
Right? And if we need more, we come back to the board. No longer about asking for this exorbitant amount.
No.
And
that never should have happened. I'm
Exactly.
comfortable with that.
Yeah.
What I'm not comfortable with is coming back if it's, some reasonable amount above and beyond it, which I thought was what spend authority gave you. It said, we think it's 10,000 and the breakage is going to be 3%. Oh, the breakage was 4.5%. We need a few more to serve our students. I don't think the board needs to be tied up on these things. It's why we've been trying to give you authority, which it turns out we didn't really do. And this ties back to spend authority. We said we gave the superintendent $100,000 of spend authority on construction items, right? But then it comes to find out, if we didn't already approve the spend authority, he can't even do the $100,000. So our agenda just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and our meetings get longer to do things that are, the code went from white plates to red plates, which costs extra $4 per outlet, but there's like 900 outlets in a school. So now it's less than 100,000, but it's above spend authority, and that could take 2 months to get to the board. And then we yell at Mark and his friends for not getting stuff done, but we don't provide the efficiency to get things done. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to be accurate about it, that we also make sure that we give the superintendent latitude to spend a little bit more money, including breaking the spend authority if we have to, in order to actually do things that get things done, which is what we want. We really want those white plates to be red plates. That goes with code, but $3,600 ought not to come to the board. Like, that's just a normal, cost of doing business, a mistake. So I like the idea, Ms. Hickson, of being as accurate as possible, but I also like giving the superintendent and staff kind of the ability, when there are things that happen out of their control, to do it. So it's almost like there's an estimate, and then there's like, but we're not sure about the 3% breakage. It might be 4.5. If it is 4.5, we need an extra $500,000 for all the laptops in the districts. I wonder if we could do both of those things, Mr. Superintendent.
Sounds like the latter is the will of the board. If you want to add a certain percent of overage over the spend authority, that gives us the leeway to continue to get the work done or purchase what's necessary without coming back to the board with for such a small amount for an ask.
And is your CFO comfortable with having both kind of an expected amount and a a budget authority that is slightly higher than the precise estimate?
We're okay to move in that direction. I guess the question from myself to the board is the board okay with that?
I just feel like we demand speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
We want agility and speed, and you know, going from 3% breakage to 4.5%, I'd like to give you the authority, you know, to move within that kind of decision space. And so I would prefer to have like an estimate, but then a budget estimate, and then a spend authority that is just, you know, within a management control allows you to do it. Because I don't know how you operate an organization without some kind of latitude on very specific things. If it's a contract for services and you're going to pay an auditor $60,000 to do an audit, that's it. It's $60,000. Do not exceed that amount. That's easy. If we're buying laptops or we're buying some construction material and we're priced something and then the price goes up 3%, you wait 2 months to get back to the board, a month to put together the item, a month to get on the agenda. And then we yell at you about not getting stuff done. So I want to make sure that we're being reasonable about things so that we can meet the expectations the community has for speed.
Ms. Hickson, were you done with your comments?
Yeah, well, they could put that as part of the budget authority, where here's what the total is, here's what would be in X, 4% or whatever, and put it in the budget authority, but not have this. You're talking about minimal amounts of money. You're not talking about $500,000. I want that to come back to us. I don't want to give $500,000 over what they need, and then they have that spend authority. So I just want to rein it in, and not. They have to come back when they exceed what it is, regardless. So
love it.
Yeah, I think we're talking the same language.
Ms. Rupert?
My question was answered. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Fusco, would you like to approach the mic? 3 minutes.
Sorry. Asked twice in the restroom. Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I appreciate the dialogue and conversation about spending authority. I think when there's any type of budget, there should be some guidelines and rationale of who and how the superintendent can spend, but you have to give them some leeway to be able to make some operational decisions and good decision making on your part of what that dollar amount is. The community appreciates it. I know the employees of Broward County Public Schools appreciate hearing that kind of conversation. I want to get back to the situation about which is 003, the medicine and insurance piece. Since it's on topic about spending authority and giving authority and talking and asking for what we're doing in our insurance and how we spend it, I know that you guys have total control, the school board, of how we use our insurance. You can call Aetna and dictate every piece of information. You get to even call Aetna and ask exactly who's using what. I hope you don't do that, but I know you can, because you're the owner of the insurance. 100%. Making that clear. We all know that. And the 9 of you have the authority to make sure that you want your employees taken care of. You've already set the tone. You're going to be losing definitely up to 1,000 employees this year, possibly up to 1,000, no less than 500 within the next 2 years. So anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000 employees, to make it more enrichment and better for the employees that you have. You even said we're going to release up to 3,000 employees, but we still want to be able to make it where people want to come work here. I mean, it's kind of hard to say, let me go to an organization that is getting rid of employees, but here nor there. But one piece that you guys made sure over the years, some of you that have been sitting here longer than most, but a lot of you are in your second term, okay, that come work for Broward County Public Schools because of great schools and great benefits. And one of the biggest pieces to have employees come to Broward County Public Schools is the insurance benefits for everybody. And to keep people healthy and happy, they have to have the means to be able to get to use their insurance. So I told you, you have a effort for me, Broward Teachers Union, to work diligently with the Office of Benefits and Dildra and Rowe to figure out to move forward on getting insurance better and the understanding of what we have and what payments are and so forth. But I'm asking somebody to make some motion up there and someone second it to bring back the meds, and then let's go forward and have great, strong conversations on making our insurance, keeping our insurance amazing.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion on 003, which is health insurance cost reduction implementation services? Ms. Hickson?
Just based on the public comments, can Ms. Johnson maybe explain what this item is? Like, what are we paying the consultant $120,000 to do? Because I don't know if it's particularly clear what our end goal. We know what our end goal is, but I don't know based on the contract if that's something everybody would understand.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson.
Through the chair. This is to hire consultants to do a RFI or RFP to carve out service under Aetna current plan. It does not change our plan, but it lowers the cost. So one of the carve out items is looking at claim fee optimizations for our claims because our claim costs are too high. Looking at weight loss drug cost optimization, that means to bring the weight loss drugs back and lower the cost on those drugs, and to look at pharmaceuticals across the board and to lower those costs on pharmaceutical drugs.
Thank you. So we are hiring a consultant to bring back all of those items to us, and once they bring that back, we would be able to move forward with the things that you just listed based on the vote from the board.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of 003, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on 004?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on 004?
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just want to say this is a great item. Glad to see it. And how do we move this? How do we accelerate it? This is for Atlantic Tech. How do we get more of these apprenticeship programs at Sheridan, at McFadder? Are we planning on using some of our unused school spaces to enhance this? What is kind of the plan to accelerate what's happening in this great item?
Dr. Toomer.
Yes, we are. Based on our last workshop when we brought the technical colleges to the board to talk about our plan for the future, it's all about expansion and acceleration. So we're looking for opportunities wherever we can to expand and to build these programs because they are amazing and they provide a tremendous service to the community.
Yeah, and the reason I ask is because we hear a lot, I don't know if other board members do, but when I go in the community, they're like, it'd be great if you had apprenticeship programs. I'm like, but we do, and they're amazing. We have lots of them. So I just want to accentuate this for the public to know we do have many apprenticeship programs and that it's something that we are moving forward to increasing. So thank you.
Yes.
Any other board member discussion on 004? All in favor of 004, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on 005?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on 005.
No comment.
Board member comment, Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. It's like the Hickson show today. I just have a quick question. Very excited about this. I know there's a lot of schools who do participate in the dual enrollment with Emory-Riddle Middle and High School. So my question is, does this contract include the new program that's happening at Coral Springs High School? Are they part of this agreement?
Hi there, Lali Formoso, Career Technical Adult and Community Education Director. Yes, Coral Springs High School is a part of that Embry-Riddle program. We have 12 high schools and 13 middle schools participating.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Ms. Rupert?
Thank you for that. It's a wonderful program, but I wanted to take a little side trip. I wanted to ask the superintendent about Space Florida. So I keep asking, and I know you're working on it, and I want to give you the opportunity. So Broward will be the first district to do this. So,
Ms. Formosa.
Yes, so we just signed an MOU with Space Florida. So we are in the process of regionalizing the program. So we're going to be taking a look at 2 central area, north area, and south area schools that offer industry certifications that are aligned to Space Florida so that we can do a full rollout and marketing plan starting this year for next school year.
awesome. Very good to hear. Thank you.
Any other board member discussion on 005? All in favor of 005 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on 006?
So move.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on 006.
No, ma'am.
Board member comment, Mr. Cervera.
May be passed.
Ms. Rupert.
Yep, thank you. What data is determining which school playground time to fix it in the order of service for this?
Ms. Wojciechowski.
Good afternoon, Allison Wojciechowski, Director
Hi.
of Environmental Health and Safety. So we're working through inspections of all of the playgrounds, and as we identify issues or items that need work orders or vendor support, we are working through that to get the estimates and everything. So we're moving as fast as we can.
Thank you. And is it part of the FCA or no?
Not at this point.
Okay. And are we primarily talking elementary school, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. And I would like to see some sort of determination or a time at least to see when are we going to have them all reviewed, when is that process happening? Because I know in my district there's many that we can't use just like everybody else's district. So this has been an issue not only for mental health benefit but physical benefit for our students. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we hope to move that forward and be able to provide you with a better schedule with something that will be coming to the board in the next couple months.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to say thank you for including playground shades, because I think as we are progressing in this world, it's very important that we have some sun protection. And then I had 2 questions. One, because we are consolidating Sunshine into Fairway, I would like to make a motion to move Fairway Elementary up to this year so that the kids going into the new school will have a brand new playground.
Second. Public comment on the motion.
Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. I'm in favor of any school getting a proper playground and having a new playground. You should throw in Bethune that hasn't had a playground in 15 years. These kids play in dirt. If you don't know that, I don't know how that's still acceptable, but I appreciate School Board Member Thompson of wanting to, make it more presentable, encouraging, enticing for our community to know that we understand a school's closing. We want to get them into another school. And if we can highlight things that we're doing to build up our schools, even though that we're closing schools, it should give us an opportunity to be able to take care of the ones that we have and help them grow. So I hope that everybody's in favor of what it would take to be able to get that situation over at Fairway to get it done. So please vote in favor of that. And also have some conversations, if you can, add into it any other schools that don't have shade or don't have playgrounds, because it's only going to get hotter here in South Florida.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Mrs. Alada?
Does the motion, does it add to the list, or does it just bump someone that's on the list off the list?
Mark Dorset, Chief Operating Officer, task assigned. So right now, Fairway is in the design phase. It was supposed to be done in 2026. We're still working on schools on 2025. So that is in the design phase, and we're hope to get the plans out of design and into permitting relatively soon. So that one is in the works right now.
So then is this motion necessary?
I would say yes, because I would like it done
You
when
wanna
these
prioritize.
kids come. So is that, are you saying because it's in permitting, that's not possible for the kids who had their school closed and have to go to a new school
Well-
to have it by August 2026?
That might be an aggressive schedule to get it done before the beginning of the school year, because again, it's going through permitting right now. I believe, Allison, you can correct me if I'm wrong, after permitting, it's going to be about 6 months for construction. It may not be ready before the start of school, but the kids will be able to play on it during the school year.
So by September?
Allison?
I would like a firmer date on this because we are closing a school. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other board member comment on the motion?
They didn't answer.
Yep, go ahead, Ms. Wojciechowski.
So I will have to probably give you a board follow-up on the exact schedule and get the information from the vendor who's been selected for that specific playground. But it is on the schedule as part of the DEFP to be installed in 26.
Okay, and then I had another question surrounding, because there was board consensus to move forward with some changes at Glades to make it into a K through 8. When would be the appropriate time to include that playground into the DEFP, or is that coming back at a later date?
Okay. Mark Dorset, again, Chief Operating Officer, task assigned. Right now, if it's the will of the board, it would be a perfect time because we're going through our DEFP process right now. So if that is going to be considered a priority for the new K-8 at Glades Middle, this would be the time to request the funding for that.
So since we've had previous discussions where that process will take 1 to 2 years, where do you think that would fit into this schedule?
I don't think that would be one. I don't think it'll be 2 years. Probably maybe a year out for the construction of just the playground at that facility. Now the other portion would be 2
Yeah,
years.
I meant including the other portion, because I don't want to change a plan, like I don't want to do it next year and then the
Right.
school's not even going to be ready for 2 years. So I'm asking for your recommendation of where that would fit into this.
Okay, so I would say 2 years out.
So 27?
Yes.
So I would like to make a motion to add Glades to,
No,
I think
20.
we have a current motion on the floor.
Oh,
We still have to vote on your first motion.
I have another motion after that.
Are you done with your comments?
With Fairway, yeah.
Okay.
It would be
Any other board member comments on the motion for Fairway? I guess I had some questions about like the feasibility of doing that. You know, I hear you, Mr. Dorset, that you think that might be a bit aggressive. Help me understand, because it seems kind of wild that it would take 6 months to build a playground. So help me understand why it takes so long.
And that's the timing that we're getting from the vendors based on all of the things that they have to do with the soil sampling and so forth and so on. That's just their timeline for construction for a playground. And I want to just clarify everything to be done in 2028, not 2027. 2027 is next year. So 2028 for everything at Glades.
Okay. In your professional experience, is the time that it's taking to build these playgrounds comparable in like the county and the cities? Is that generally how long it takes?
Well, our process, we do have a more defined process, if you will. It may take us a little bit longer than it would a city because of our procedures and the requirements and everything that we have to go through. So I don't know the timeline for a project to be done in the city, a playground to be done in the city. But with going through the architectural review, the drawings and everything, submitting for permits and so forth, and getting everything, it'll be about a 6-month process for construction.
Got it. Is there a way to speed that process up without compromising like the safety and integrity of the project?
Well, again, what we would have to do, and I'll get with Allison and the vendor that's going to construct the playground, and we'll have that discussion to see if there's a way we can do it with help from the building department to make sure that we don't violate any requirements that we need. So it's going to have to be some conversations we have with the building department and the playground vendor and so forth.
I guess to the maker of the motion, I want to support the motion. I also don't want to put unrealistic expectations on staff. And so I'm wondering, like, if we pass this motion and then they don't make it happen, what happens?
I'm annoyed, but if it's because of permitting, you can't speed up permit, but I would like a commitment that you will do everything absolutely possible so that the kids who lost their home and their school will have a new playground.
We will definitely investigate that. I don't want to make
That's
commitment just yet. I need to talk to the powers, the appropriate people before I make that commitment. Because if I make that commitment, I want to be able to stand by that. So I want to make sure that I get all the information that I need.
Mrs. Alhada.
Yeah, so when we talk about timing, and I hear this very frequently, that it's in the building department, So my question, Dr. Hepburn, are we analyzing what is happening in the building department, whether it's appropriately going through the work, or there's delays, or is there a reason, but to really pick that apart in the building department, because it just seems like every time I ask a question, it's in the building department.
Yeah, so when they design these projects, there is time embedded in the timeline for back and forth. When the design plan goes to the building department for permitting, they may send it back several times until the design is up to specs for current requirements. So there's always time built in for that, because there's going to be back and forth. So it's not that the building department is holding it up; they're ensuring that it meets all requirements for the county and for the school district.
Okay, let me say this in a different way. Is there a way that we can look into the efficiencies of the building department that could possibly speed up the building department to make it more efficient, so that the outcomes, that things are faster, whether it's they need to be more technology than paper-driven, maybe they need more staff, I don't know, but I think this board would like to know what that answer is, how it could be more efficient.
It's the latter. They need more staff. So that's part of some of our plans as far as when we rev up our capital program that you guys will review after we come back from spring break. That's part of accelerating some of the work. And so we do use an outside support, contracted support, to assist the building department for many of the reviews that they have to do. But for internal, it's about, we need to rev up the amount of staff that we have.
Is the building department still paper-driven, or are we pivot to electronic?
I think they are pivoting, but a large amount is still paper. Go ahead, Mr. Dorsett.
Yes, we are pivoting. We're just in the process of acquiring licensing for the new software for the permitting process to be implemented. So we're really, really close to doing that right now.
Okay, do we know, Dr. Hepburn, how quickly we'll see that process?
We can follow up. I don't know off the top of my head, but we can follow up.
All right, thank you.
Any other board member comment on the motion? All in favor of the motion say aye. All opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. And then, so if I'm understanding correctly, FY28 would be the right place to put Glades?
Yeah, if we're talking about the construction.
Just the playground
The
part.
playground, we can accelerate that. That would be done before 28. But the construction that we discussed, it would not be done until 28.
But so my train of thought here is I don't want to prioritize a playground at a school that won't be used for those ages until it's ready.
Correct.
So like, when would you suggest that it gets added in so that we can be in compliance with Florida building regulations, which I can't remember what they're called right now? So after everything's ready to open, when should the playground be?
It can be done simultaneously once we get everything in place. That can be done simultaneously with the construction of the renovation of the building. So it can happen all at the same time.
So that would be FY28.
28, correct.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to add Glades to the list for FY28. That way, when it becomes a K through 8, it is in compliance with whatever the requirement thing is called. Thank you.
Second. Public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion? Ms. Hickson?
I have a question. Did we actually vote as a board to move Glades to a K-8, or is that coming back to us? I don't
Dr.
remember.
Hepburn? I believe we made that direction in a workshop. I can't remember. If we...
Go ahead, Dr. Wanza.
Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. So we haven't done the formal process like we did in redefining, where we did like this past school year and last school year. But as a part of the conversation, when, and I forget the actual item number, that it was voted down this school year to actually expand the elementaries to K-8s and do something with the boundary for New Renaissance and Glades. The conversation at that time was to come back in a year, which we would do in this process, and actually Mrs. Thompson talked about how working through her community, there was more of a desire for Glades to become the K-8, realizing that we would then have to do something with a couple of the elementary schools. So that's what's going to be a part of, you're going to see in the May 12th, board workshop, when we start the planning and talking about next school year, is where we will get that final direction from the board on that. But the board did have conversation. The board expressed its respect for the work done by Ms. Thompson in her district, and that being the direction for staff to look to go as we bring proposals for the upcoming school year.
Okay, thank you. So based on that information, I don't think it makes sense to add a playground to a school that's not an elementary school yet. So I would prefer to wait to do that till there's a formal vote, because we know lots of things change in between, and once there is a final vote about it becoming an elementary school, then we can go and add it on there. I just don't think it makes sense to do it right now, because it's not an elementary school, it is a middle school. So thank you.
Any other board discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion passes with one dissenting vote. Ms. Hickson. We're back to the item. Ms. Thompson.
I yield the floor.
Mr. Cervera.
Nothing for me. Thank you, Ms. Rupert, for covering my areas of inquiry.
All right. Anyone else on 006? All in favor of 006 say aye. All opposed say no. Item passes unanimous, or as amended. Item passes unanimously as amended. Could I get a motion and a second on 0011? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on 0011.
No comment.
Board member comment. as I mentioned last week, Dr. Hepburn and I visited Rickards Middle School, and something that we heard from the staff pretty overwhelmingly was the need for more portable space, modular space, and I'm wondering if we are accounting for that in this item. Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Dorsett.
Yeah. Yes, we are accounting for that. We're looking to add, like we suggested, a classroom and a group restroom were the two items that, and this item would support that.
Got it. And would the classroom be, what would the classroom be for? Like an actual class or other uses?
The community wanted just an open classroom in the event something happened. They wanted someplace to congregate or whatever. So we were just going to put a classroom, a building the size of a classroom there, and the staff can decide how they want to utilize that space. But they did mention something about during the PE time when it rains, they have no place to go and those kind of things. They wanted the building almost the size of the band room that we were in. So that's what we were looking at.
Got it. So hopefully if this item passes, we will be able to deliver on those asks?
Yes, I will be working with Sonia Coley staff to get that on the way to see if we can go ahead and do that and get that for the school.
Got it. Another issue that was flagged for me when I was there was that the school counselors don't have any confidential space to meet with students one-on-one and deliver counseling and things like that. So I'm wondering if that's something that we can contemplate as well.
We can definitely look at that during the process.
Got it. Okay. Any other board comment on 0011? Dr. Zeman?
Chair, for piggybacks, it's wonderful. It's very quick. It's a award already competed in another district. How many piggybacks did we look at before we selected the one that we used in this particular item? And I'm sorry I missed it, but I think it's from Suwannee County.
Yeah.
How many piggybacks do we look at to find the best one for Broward County for this particular product?
The reason why we went with this piggyback was because it was twofold. This is actually the company that we're renting the portables for Parkland, Markham, and the ones at Rickards right now. The same company that's using that has the rental on these units. We're using the same company. We wanted to stay within the use of that agreement to utilize this one. That's why we're doing this one.
Terrific. And I'm curious, though, specifically about my question. I understand you want to use a vendor, and that's, I can understand there's some strong reasons for it. How many piggyback contracts did you look at that vendor has when you considered using the one from Suwannee County?
Let me, I will refer that question to Sonia to see if she contacted any vendors.
Good afternoon, Sonia Coley, Executive Director, Office of Capital Programs. We actually did not look at any other companies. We were, again, extending the original, since we had mobile modular out there and we had an original piggyback with Suwannee, we decided to go with and extend it with them. So we did not look at any others.
Terrific. In general, I understand piggybacks. It bothers me because we're not competing it. We're not saying we want something and we get things, but it's fast. And if there's a piggyback out there that's really good and maybe someone bid it several years ago and the prices haven't been able to inflate because the contract they had, we can actually save money sometimes for doing piggyback. But if we piggyback after looking at one contract, there's no understanding that this contract is better than any of the dozens of other contracts that we've had. So I'll keep asking about this, but I hope, Mr. Superintendent, that Mrs. Superintendent this time, Ms. Superintendent, Dr. Superintendent, whether or not, we think a little bit about this in our procurement space. We've got to justify other people's money all the time. We all do it with our personal finances. It seems to me like we ought to do it with other people's money, which is make sure we get the best deal on a piggyback. So in the future, I will not be able to support items that come before this board that have no piggyback competition. We ought to look around and find the best deal we have for the county. Thank you.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of 0011 say aye. All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion or a second on 0012? Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Thompson. Public comment on 0012.
One registered speaker, President Anna Fusco.
Okay, I got them mixed up. This is the one I should have talked on, but I guess I was feeding the seed. By the way, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President, for our health insurance and keeping our employees in good, healthy conditions. You've talked about plans of letting go 1,000 teachers this year, up to 1,000 next year, and up to 1,000 the following year. There's lots of components with situations happening, closing of schools, people moving around. There's a lot of people under severe stress, high anxiety, pressure, all kinds of things. And then let's tie into some other type of health elements, however they get them. Being out in the community, sometimes from in our schools, illnesses arise, and it's very important that we make sure that that they stay healthy. And we've all said it. The health plan that we have is amazing. If people do get some type of unfortunate illness or even worst case scenario, an illness and so forth, we have the best possible places to go and doctors to see to get the treatment. But you talked about that. Our CFO talked about when changing of monies and so forth, that the plan doesn't change. But I have to stand people corrected. When you take things away as medicines, as part of the plan, and then when you take medicines away while people already enrolled in October, not knowing that things are going to be taken away, they were counting on certain meds. Again, I don't care what type of med it is. I don't care if it's a medicine that helps heal a paper cut quickly, because teachers endure thousands of paper cuts a day amongst our 12,600 teachers. I'm trying to make a point. You're not doctors. I'm not a doctor. I don't need to be on a medicine to understand why people might need a medicine, but I could tell you one thing that I've learned through this process. By medicines being taken away because you guys decided it, I've learned so much and got to meet so many different people out there and their rationale why they take the med and why they need the med. It doesn't matter if it's the weight loss med, the anxiety med, the thyroid med. I heard there's another one for osteoporosis. Whatever it is, it helps inflammation, that keeps them healthy so they're not getting at a stress level that could cause other things of high blood pressure, hypertension, heart conditions. And I don't care what anybody says. 3 S's cause cancer, and stress is the biggest one besides sugar and salt. I'm making it clear to you guys that people are beating down my text messages, phone numbers, emails, Instagram, Facebook, whoever they can reach out to me. Meeting me in schools, meeting me in the community, meeting me in stores, saying we need all of our meds back. So I'm asking you guys to make this motion to bring back meds, and let's work to getting other cost-effective with our health insurance.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No comments.
Board member comment, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a question on this proposal that's in front of the board this afternoon, excuse me. The agreement between the school board and Aetna has already been finalized and put into proper form, if I'm not mistaken. This is now asking us to vote on a proposed amendment to an Exhibit D, which is entitled Pharmacy Service and Fee Schedule to the Master Services Agreement. My question, Chair, or perhaps to the Deputy Superintendent, is if this board does not vote to approve this amendment for the Pharmacy Service and Fee Schedule to the Master Service Agreement, what happens to the viability of the Master Service Agreement that is currently in place between Aetna and this district?
Dr. Fulton, although that may be a Jack Adams
to the
question.
interim general counsel.
Ms. Jack Adams.
So, I don't understand, can
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. So we have a master, I believe, let me use the proper terminology here. We have a master services agreement with Aetna. There are exhibits to that agreement, correct? Okay. Before this board, it's asking us to approve the amendment, first, it's entitled First Amendment to Agreement, specifically to Exhibit D of the main contract. And Exhibit D to the main contract is entitled Pharmacy Service and Fee Schedule to the Master Service Agreement. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. So if this board, hypothetically speaking, excuse me, if this board votes against the amendment to this Exhibit D, what's in front of it today, what happens to the overall agreement? Is it still a viable agreement, or is it wholly dependent on this amendment to Exhibit D?
So I'm going to answer generically, but if you want fact specific, what will happen, then staff will need to answer. So whenever you have a contract and you are seeking to amend it and you do not amend it, then whatever that proposed amendment is does not happen. Now, it's not a straightforward matter. So it all depends upon the underlying facts of what you're trying to amend. So in terms of the specifics of this particular agreement, what would happen if the amendment to this agreement did not move forward would be a question that staff would have to answer.
Ms. Jack Adams, I'd very much like to know the answer to that. So if we can, Deputy Superintendent, ask staff, I would greatly appreciate it.
Ms. Johnson, do you want Dr. Ogbo on? Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Dr. Dildra Martin-Ogburn, Director of Benefits and Employment Services for the district. So, Mr. Severa, in answer to your question, hypothetically, if the board decides not to vote this item up, then the current Exhibit D, well, the current Exhibit D would remain in place, and the pharmacy fee schedule would not be changed, and also the drug that is referenced in the contract would remain in place.
So, just for the, I guess, the benefit of people who maybe don't read contracts every day, there's currently an Exhibit D in place that's part of the master contract, correct?
That is correct.
And we are now being asked collectively as a board to amend that version of Exhibit D and replace it with the version that is in the agenda package today, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the version that is in front of us today, if hypothetically speaking, is rejected, the contract would still remain in place, but the original version of Exhibit D would also remain in place.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Oh. You're good. Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions for staff. So can you tell us how many employees are impacted by this change, and what would be the cost savings to the district if we were to vote this item up?
Dr. Ogborn.
Through the chair, approximately 2,216 employees are impacted, and the net savings is approximately $12 million.
Thank you. So, and we have a total of 25,000 employees, is that correct?
Approximately benefit eligible employees, yes.
And how many people take advantage of our insurance?
I would say approximately 23,000.
Okay. So this is about 10%?
Yes.
Approximately. Okay. Thank you.
Close. Yes.
Any other board member comment on this item? All in favor of 0012, say aye. All opposed, say no. Item passes with 2 dissenting votes from Ms. Rupert and Mr. Severa. Could I get a motion and a second on 0014? Okay. Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on 0014?
No comment.
Board member comment, Ms. Bowman?
Sorry. Yes. I had a.
Could we have decorum in the audience, please? Go ahead, Ms. Bowman.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was just looking for my note on this. Okay, so my question, I think Ms. Hickson kind of addressed this earlier, and so it's just about I guess I'd like to know what the mechanics of this are, because it's asking for an amount that goes through June 2027. Right now, we have budgeted from February to June 2026, but then it's asking for more. So how does that work? Can we approve spending that isn't in the budget yet?
Dr. Fulton?
I'm just confused about the way it's put together.
Mr. Dorsett?
Yeah, the amount we were requesting was for the 5 months. For now, I think that was the original amount to carry us through the end of the year, and then we would have to come back after the 5th month.
So the ask would really be for 192,930, not for. That puts you at about
Yes.
612, 613. The way that it's written on the executive summary.
Yeah, huh?
Oh, memo to revise. Hold on.
I can't hear you. Yeah, the amount for the from February to June would be 192,930.
So on the executive summary, because I'm looking at the memo to revise, but it still has it on there. It's still asking for $420,070 for July 2026 to June 2027. So should that be removed until we come back?
If I understand it correctly, the way that we have revised the executive summaries is to do the budget for each school fiscal year.
For the 1 year.
So from now up until June 30th completes this fiscal year of school year 26. So that's the 192,930. And then when we go into fiscal school year 27, which is July 1 until June 30th of 2027, that's the $420,070 that we're asking for. Because we're no longer crossing fiscal year. So if there was a contract that we had for 3 years, it was asked to break it up every year so you can see what the ask is, because we only fund the budget every year.
Right, so I guess the question is, if we haven't budgeted, we don't have a budget yet, we haven't budgeted it, is this something that we can do here? So we're basically approving not only for the rest of this fiscal year, but we're approving for next fiscal year. Is that, I mean, is this normally what we're doing?
So yes, to your question, but we're trying to make it a little bit more transparent to break it down by each fiscal year so you can see what the actual hit for this one here is the general fund would be every school year instead of looking at it as overall.
Okay.
So right
and
now,
for the record, I approve of making sure that the air quality is good in our schools, so I'm not objecting to the use. I was trying
Did we answer
to
your
read
question?
it properly,
Okay.
yes, okay.
Thank you.
Any other board comment on 0014? All in favor of 0014, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on 0017?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on 0017.
No comment.
Board member comment, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I'd like a little bit of clarification. First and foremost, the amount of money that we continue to spend on school buses, while certainly I understand the need. We want to keep our kids safe. We want to keep them comfortable. But as we face the declining enrollment numbers that we continue to face, it seems like our bus maintenance and allotment fees continue to increase. I remember not too distant in the past, we were facing a request for like $80 million in buses that I was like vehemently against. I'm now looking at this, asking for almost $6 million for vehicle maintenance. I'm wondering if I can hear from staff the necessity for this at this point, and just confirmation that in fact this is not like some type of upgrade or new purchase. This is to keep our fleet operational and safe.
So all of the above, but I'm going to have Dr. Wanza go into a little bit detail. But if you also notice in the executive summary, we did a lot of background homework. So to make sure that we were doing our due diligence to ensure the amount that we're asking for, it was actually an accurate amount to make sure that our tires were being rotated and changed properly, and also vehicle maintenance could stay on the regular track. So Dr. Wanza, if you can add to that, please.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Fulton. So, Mr. Severa, thank you for the question. Valerie Wanza, Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer. So the ask before the board today, just so that we're clear, and this goes back to Ms. Hickson's comment earlier, this isn't an ask for additional funding. This is an ask to spend the money that is in the already allocated budget for transportation and fleet services. And I also want to make sure that, to your point, Mr. Severa, not only the board but the public is aware this is for more than just school buses. This is for the driver's ed vehicles. This is for our service vehicles that PPO uses to go out and repair schools. So it's the yellow fleet, which is the buses that everyone knows, coupled with what we affectionately call the white fleet. So, and this is for more than tires. This is parts, tires, and it's really to keep those vehicles maintained. It is not asking for any new bells and whistles, if you will, but it's to ensure the safety of the vehicles that we have on the road each and every day.
Thank you for that. Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And this just kind of goes to my point about budgeted authority versus spend authority. So we already gave them the ability to put that money aside, but now they have to come back to us to ask if they can spend it. If we've put it aside for budget, they should be able to spend it. That's really why I think it makes more sense. This is your budget. If you spend beyond what we've agreed is your budget, then you have to come back to us to ask us for more money. But we do this whole spend authority thing, and then they have to come back and ask us, can they spend the money we said that they could spend? So in terms of Dr. Zeman talking about wasting time and stuff, that's some of the other pieces of spend authority that just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. So thank you.
Any other board member discussion on 0017? All in favor of 0017 say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Item passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on RR1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on RR1.
No comment.
Board member comment, Ms. Bowman. I'll start in the back of the list. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. Just a second, please. I think I would like staff's opinion on the resolution language and how we can make sure people understand that there won't be a repeat of what happened with the last resolution, the last referendum.
Through the chair?
Yep.
All right, so this resolution is basic. The most important part of the resolution is the ballot language. That's what the voters are going to see, and that's what we sent over to the county to direct them to place it on the ballot. After this vote, the board will workshop the intended allocation, and then they will vote on that in a later board meeting to formalize the intended allocation. In that vote, it will be a lot easier for the board to restrict the supplement payments. The challenge with the ballot language is you only have 75 words. We did try to make it a little tighter than last time around. Instead of saying staff, I believe we have teachers, school-based, and support staff.
Ms. Rupert.
Yes, I look forward to that conversation, Mr. Sullivan. I had tried to bring a B item, but it just was too busy to pull together in the last 2 weeks. But I was working on it, and I look forward to making sure that it is more stringent and definitely leaves no room for wiggling. So, thanks.
Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, I had the same concern, so I'm good. Thank you.
Mr. Cervera is not here right now. Ms. Bowman, are you ready to speak to it, or do you want me to? Dr. Zeman?
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm ready to talk to this item. This is a life or death situation for us, to be honest with you. The funding that comes through this referendum is what keeps our educators kind of reasonably well compensated. Not compensated what they deserve, not compensated what we'd like to give them, but reasonably well compensated. And Chair, right now I think we have a limit, an upper limit to our instructional staff of $12,000 per year. Is that correct, what we use this referendum money for?
I believe so, but I'll defer to you, Dr. Hepburn.
That is correct.
Thank you. And it's been my pleasure to kind of spend the last few years talking to people in the community, and I'll tell you what I've learned loud and clear, like over and over again, which is Broward County supports increasing educator pay. And so I've drafted a motion that would change the wording slightly to make it very, very clear to the public that what they're voting on will increase educator pay. And I think that the workshop we still have to do on the allocation of the 100% will be a great and rich conversation. But I'm kind of focused right now on getting 50% plus one vote. And the best way to do that is to give the people what they want and to make it crystal clear what we're going to spend this money on. So if I could, Chair, I'm just going to move right into a motion. I'd like to make a motion to replace the current language in item RR1 for what goes on the referendum. After conversations with Mr. Sullivan and Dr. Hepburn, they invited a rewrite, and so I've rewritten it. And what my motion will do would be replace that language with the following language. Label for the title, Funding Educator Pay, School Safety and Mental Health Services and Related Expenditures through a 1 mil property tax levy. And then the body making some changes. The changes include to recruit and retain teachers and essential educators, improve school safety and enhance mental health services. Shall the school board continue to levy a 1 mil ad valorem property tax from January 27 to December 2030 to fund additional pay for teachers and essential educators, fund school safety personnel, and fund mental health services for public and charter schools. Because I'm a student of my colleagues, I've printed one of these things out so that we can read it. And I will thank Dr. Hill for printing it out for me. Thank you, Dr. Hill. My point in rewriting this, and again, this is after talking to Dr. Hepburn and Mr. Sullivan, was to make this language crystal clear to the voters that this 1 mil that we're asking them to sustain is primarily going to be spent on teachers. And that's what we did last time. We spent, let me just ask the superintendent. Mr. Superintendent, we had an obligation to spend at least 75% of the previous referendum money on teachers. What percentage of it roughly did we spend on teachers over the past 4 years?
75% per year.
At
Yes.
least 75,
Yes.
right? I'm not sure exactly. Ma'am, do you have another number that's better than 75, or is that about right? That's super. So we did that.
The only thing I would say to that, it wasn't just to teachers. It was at least 75 towards compensation, which included a multitude of
I'm with you.
employees.
But here's my rub. The people want teachers and educators to get this money. They've been crystal clear about that. That means they're going to vote if we put that as the lead item. And so when we lead with safety and security, which is essential, mental health, so essential, and then say educator salaries third, we're diffusing kind of the message, and I don't want to do that at this time. These funds, $375 million to the school district, only $300 stays with us because we have to give 20% to the public charter schools. But $300 million is a make or break amount of money. We have got to write this in a way that ensures the maximum chance of pay. And so this is my draft. Make it better if it's possible to do that, but my motion, Chair, is to replace the current language for the ballot with this language that's in the second half, which I've already read. Thank you.
Second, Ms. Jack Adams, before we go to public comment on the motion.
I wanted to ensure that our outside counsel, Bob Gang, had a chance to review this. This language is critical, the way that it is phrased. And so I just want to ensure that any rewrite of it is approved by our outside counsel.
So is that possible today?
I can reach out to him, but I did not know that there was going to be a change to this language. Is he aware of the change to this language?
Not that I'm aware of. I found out about this as you did.
Okay. So I'm not objecting to any changes. I just want to make that clear. I just want to ensure that our outside counsel, who has specialized knowledge in handling these types of things, had a chance to legally review this because he reviewed the prior version.
Just real quick, is there public comment on the motion? Board member comment, Mr. Severa?
Ms. Jack Adams, I'm wondering, is this? I'm looking at it. I'm gonna study it a little bit harder, and I've made some highlights. But I kind of like what I see. My only concern is can't vote on something, and then outside counsel comes back and says, "Oh no, it's missing a word, or it's missing a comma, or something. Who knows?" And then we've now wasted what, and then we've got to come back in another meeting. So I guess my first question is, number one, can we get an answer in the next? Well, unfortunately, this is like the last agenda item that we're doing.
It's not, but
it's not. Okay, can we get an answer by the end of the day?
If I
Mr.
may.
Sullivan?
Yep, he's pretty responsive to us. So once we finalize the language, we're emailing him now. He's pretty responsive. We'll give him a call. So I think it's doable. Not an attorney, so I'll put that disclaimer. I counted the words, so we're definitely within the word count, and it has all the terminology from the first one. So we would run it by him, but I don't see any glaring challenges. But there is an impact to, I believe there would be an impact of how you worded it as it relates to essential educators, which is fine. It's if the board wants to do that, but I don't believe you, like the transportation workers, the food workers, the facility workers, clericals, but which obviously that's the prerogative of the board. I just wanted to point that out.
I guess is it worth having this conversation now when we don't know the answer from outside counsel? Because I mean, we're going to spend time on this now, and if he doesn't get back to us today, I don't see how we can vote on something that's not approved by outside counsel. So I'm almost.
Do you want to call the question?
Well, no, I'm almost wondering, is it better to just, can we pass this item and see if we can get a response if we've got two other agenda items to do?
You mean table it?
Or table? Can we table it? Do I need to make a motion to table it?
If I may, before we table it, can we at least get the finality from the board on the proposed language? That way we can
so we can converse with them.
Suggestion is to amend it with the language that you want and then table it.
Okay. I have no opinion one way or another on Dr. Siemens' language. I'm reading it, and it reads fine. Again, I'm not suggesting that it's going to pass constitutional muster or whatever our lawyers are looking at, but I'm satisfied with the words as they're imputed on this piece of paper.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. I like the change. I think funding educator pay to start off with 100% gives a whole different connotation than funding school safety, although I know it's all important. I think it's important you start off that. I just have, to Mr. Sullivan's point, a couple of suggestions. So to recruit and retain teachers and essential employees, because educators is like teachers' assistants, teacher aides, things of that nature, but doesn't include the bus drivers and all of those people who I believe we also would like to include. So I would say essential employees, not educators. And then where it says to fund additional pay for teachers, and instead of essential educators, I would suggest and staff that directly impact students. Because that's what I think I don't know how many words we are here, so I may have added too many, but I think the whole point of what we've said over and over is that the money should only go to people who directly impact students, and I think that needs to be written in the ballot wording. So I don't know if I'm off there or not, but
Are you making a substitute motion?
or unless, I don't know, friendly amendment, I guess we're not allowed to do that. So a substitute motion to change the wording in the first sentence to essential employees, and then the second to fund additional pay for teachers and staff that directly impact students. I didn't count the words.
If I may, Mr. Sullivan, correct me if I'm wrong, maximum of 75 words, correct?
Yes.
And
Although
this-
What we're at.
And Dr. Zeman just informed me that his is at 63 words, so just
we
a
have plenty.
FYI.
So there's plenty. It's because it really is just adding 3 words to it. So, thank you.
That was my intent, so if you don't mind, I could make that amendment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Which 3 words did you want to add?
So, I want to get rid of essential educators, where it says additional pay for teachers, and instead of essential educators, say staff that directly impact students. Or it could say essential staff if you want.
I'd rather be really specific with the voters. Essential is so vague. I think I like your original language. If you don't mind, I would make that change.
Right, and then the other one.
Could you just read it back to me one more time? Staff.
So additional pay for teachers and staff that directly impact students, comma, fund school safety personnel, so forth. And then the other suggestion was instead of essential educators, essential employees. Because food service, bus drivers, those aren't educators.
And I intended it not to be for them. So part of this is to be honest with our voters.
But
I'm not done. Just let me finish, because there's a real intent behind this. I just need to explain it. Our county has been loud and clear about wanting people in schools to get additional pay. If, in fact, we do this, the amount that's available for those people that are the direct beneficiaries of the referendum would be significantly higher than it is right now. So we collect $300 million. You're in the $15,000 to $20,000, $15,000 to $18,000 per employee range. Not $12,000 max, all the way down to $500 for the newbies, but $15,000 to $18,000 per every employee that touches students, works in schools, the ones that you described, the teachers and staff that directly impact students. So that's 13,000 teachers and other people working largely in schools that directly impact the students would get significantly more money than we give them right now. That frees up the opportunity for the administration and the school board to work to find efficiencies to pay the bus drivers and to pay people that are not doing correct. But now our pool of people that we're working on are the same pool of people that need to help us find efficiencies out of the system. So it's the business lines. And so the intent is, with this wording, to give the people what they really, really want, which is to reward the people that are working on our school sites. But it doesn't exclude anyone else from getting a pay rate. It just means we have to find efficiencies or increases in property tax values or increases in money from the required local effort or from the state or through grants in order to pay the business line folks as opposed to those that go to work every day in a school site.
So let me just ask Superintendent, right now, do the bus drivers, the cafeteria workers, do all of them get money from the referendum?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So my concern is they do directly impact students. If we don't get them to school, if we don't feed them, I think we're going to have a hard time getting this passed if you don't include those people.
And we should have that debate. So I think I'll leave my motion as is, and I'm not hard over that my version is even better than yours. It's just one that reflects what the voters have told us that they care about, and it maximizes a chance of winning the referendum. And so I'm going to propose that to the board. I think that as an amendment, you ought to propose yours as well, and we should have a good and honest debate about that.
Awesome. So I'll make a motion to make the wording to say to recruit and retain teachers and essential employees, improve school safety and enhance mental health services, shall the school board of Broward County continue to levy a 1 mil ad valorem property tax from January 1st, 2027 through December 31st, 2030 to fund additional pay for teachers and staff that directly impact students, comma, fund school safety personnel, comma, and fund mental health services, comma, for public and charter schools.
Substitute motion made by Ms. Hickson, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public comment on the substitute motion.
Okay, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union President. Essential employees is too broad. That's how we got into this mess. Sorry, Debbie, I love you, but let's be real. It's only going to get passed because I did the working out in the streets, knocking on doors for teachers. I agree there's tons of employees and support staff that need to reap the benefits of the referendum. And I think that piece can be worked out. But once you put that word essential, man, that can mean anybody. It can mean them sitting here. They're essential. You guys create the narrative to make them essential every minute. You didn't care about the 10% about the medicines. All of a sudden you want to care about other employees? I'm at a loss right now. Totally at a loss. So I think that it shouldn't pass with this amendment and go back to teachers. And as Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers, you can say forever, the support staff that works with the students, and that I think would win and generate besides teachers.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the motion? Board member comment on the motion, Ms. Hickson?
So I just want to point out that I did say in there that it was staff that directly impacts students. That's in the wording. It's just in the bottom part of the sentence. So I'm fine if there's a different way to say that, but if you say essential educators, when you say staff that directly impact students, it doesn't include the other people that I believe we want to include. Thank you. Yeah. So the only change, so the change is to say to recruit and retain teachers and essential employees. And then the other change is to say to fund additional pay for teachers and instead of saying essential educators, say staff that directly impact students. I think that somewhere has to be in here to get to where we want to be about this money should only go to people who directly impact students. And maybe it says up there, retain teachers and staff that directly impact students, and instead of essential employees. If we have enough wording to do that, I'm happy to change it to that.
If I may.
Mr. Sullivan?
I think if you add that second part to the first part, we're going to be over the words. And I think the important part of what we're actually going to use to fund, the wording where it says to fund, everything after that is the important part of who's actually going to get those funds. We just also speak to Mr. Gang, and he's standing by to approve the new language.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yeah, so I don't agree with the motion. Staff that directly impacts students. I mean, how do you define that? I think everybody is directly impacting students, so I think it's too broad.
If I'm
Mr. Severa.
Okay, maybe, and I'm not an English major, okay, but I'm taking a hard look at this, and now perhaps I've confused myself, which incidentally wouldn't be the first time. No. But the way I read this, if we break this paragraph in half, right, The first part of the paragraph is talking about recruiting and retaining teachers, essential employees, improving school safety, and enhancing mental health. It's kind of giving like a foreshadowing of what we're trying to do. The problem is, well, not the problem, but the reality is, the way this is written is the only thing that the money is being spent on are the items that occur after the words "to fund." Right? So, thank you. So as this is written now, it's talking about what our intentions are about recruit. We want to get essential people, we want to improve this. That's great that we want to do those things. But the way this is written, the only thing that the money can be used is to fund additional pay for teachers. And if we were to accept the motion on the floor, staff that directly impact students, fund school safety personnel, and fund mental health services for the public and the charter schools. So the stuff in the beginning about recruiting and retaining, I don't know that falls into what's actually being funded. So if that's the intent of this board, I think this needs a complete rewrite. Because again, the only thing that the money is being spent on under the current version of Dr. Zeman's proposal is pay for additional teachers and staff that directly impact students, the funding of school safety personnel, and the funding of mental health services. Four? Those four categories are the only thing that the dollars are being spent on, the way I read this. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe our general counsel can tell me I'm crazy, but that's how I read this. So I just want to make sure that my colleagues understand what's currently before it in this version, which obviously I realize we still have to vote on, but that's what's being proposed. Thank you.
Other board member comment, Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So should we agree with the language from Board Member Hickson in terms of to fund additional pay for teachers and staff that directly impact students? Dr. Hepburn, should this pass through the voters, when it comes to us, right? How much latitude do you have as a superintendent after the voters pass this to determine staff that directly impact students? Or is this too broad?
No, that would be determined in another workshop by the board as far as where exactly the money would go as far as personnel. Who do you specifically pay?
Okay, so if this goes out to the voters and it passed with the language that Board Member Hickson has developed here, when it comes back to us at a workshop, the board will now have the right to determine who is defined under staff that directly impact students?
Correct.
So we as a board could come back to a workshop and determine who gets the money?
Correct.
Okay, so then it wouldn't matter if the language seems to be general, because when the funds are approved, we can then have a discussion in a workshop and determine the staff that we will give the money to, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I am okay with the language from Board Member Hickson. I'm also concerned a little bit, though, in the prior current wording, it mentioned essential instructional programs for public and charter schools. So with the current language, Dr. Hepburn, from what you interpret, how will essential instructional programs be affected if it's not within the proposed language from Board Member Hickson? John has his hand up.
Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
So in the original language, that was a carryover from the previous two referendums. Mm-hmm. Previous boards had that, although I don't think we actually utilized it, but it did give the board greater flexibility of using referendum funds as relates to essential instructional programs.
Okay, so Mr. Sullivan, even though we had the flexibility to use the funds for essential instructional programs, did we ever use it for that?
No.
Okay, so it was just in the language, but we never used it.
Correct.
Okay, so another concern, I know it mentioned to improve student achievement. Did we ever use prior referendum funds to fund improvement of student achievement?
I would say indirectly you did, because we used it to compensate teachers and help with recruiting and retaining.
Okay, so that would go back to compensating teachers, right?
Yes, but the first part of the ballot question in both versions of the proposed and Dr. Zeman's and modified by Ms. Hickson, the first part is really you're telling the why,
right?
And then you're asking. And
Understand
then
what
you're
it's
telling
going to be
you're
used for. Got it. So I don't see a problem with Board Member Hickson's motion, because we can come back as a board in a workshop and discuss which staff would directly impact students, so who should get the funding. So I am perfectly okay with Board Member Hickson's motion.
Ms. Bowman?
I'm a little confused at this point. This is going around. I'm trying to type it out. Okay, so the change in the language that you made. Okay, so there's a couple questions that I have about this that I'd like to discuss. One is, I think language that said that it impacts students directly. Okay.
Staff that directly impacts students. And the reasoning for that is that in the discussions and the issues that have come about, that's what we said we only wanted the money to go to staff that directly impacted students, and every staff does not. That means school-based people who are there every day impacting students directly. I mean, everyone
Right, so I like the language that says school-based, and I would maybe put that back in there. I'm just wondering, when you're saying it's broad to say it impacts, would it be too narrow to say work directly with students?
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's not, because, I mean, you're impacting a student. I mean, I guess we could come up with some examples that I don't have off the top of my head right now, where you're impacting a student. Like, if you're not working directly with the student, but you're creating programming that the student is benefiting from, or you're, things like that. That's not a person that we want to have on there. Okay,
that's not.
So I think if that's the case, I think that we should say recruit and retain teachers and staff who work directly with students, and that we should and fund additional pay for teachers, school-based employees, and employees who work directly with students. So I have it counted out. I mean,
Okay.
I haven't.
I'm okay with.
You're okay with changing
Yeah,
that?
because it would just, instead of saying and staff that directly impact students, and staff that work directly with students. So you're adding one word.
I'm trying to type it. So you
Work
could read it.
directly with students.
Hold on. I don't know if it says the exact same thing that what you said.
Yeah, no,
But I can type out mine, and then you can look at it.
Yes,
I'll share it with you.
So I'm okay with changing my motion.
Ms. Thompson?
I just think it's better how Mrs. Hickson has it. Just in a purely, when you read it, when you're thinking about directly impacts is a stronger word. Not that I really want to get into all this, but it's a stronger word. I think it's more persuasive than works directly with students. So my preference would be to go with Mrs. Hickson's wording of it. And then also, as a board, when it comes back to us, we can ensure that what that means, that it wouldn't be programmatic staff, potentially. It would only be people at the school, or mental health professionals, or social workers, et cetera.
Can we add the school-based employees? Do you have that in there?
Didn't. School-based staff that directly impacts students.
I also have concerns about that, because social workers are considered.
But they directly impact.
But then you're saying two different things in the sentences.
Yeah, you're adding.
Well, I think that
If I may?
They contradict them.
I think if we go back to school-based, and again, it's the prerogative of the board, but you would be then again excluding the bus drivers,
But they directly impact. I was thinking of
Security.
comma.
Contradict each other.
Can't just say school-based, that's why I didn't put it in there. And you can't say.
So Ms. Thompson, are you done, or?
I'm just against the school-based sentence part.
Okay. I'd like to make some comments. I hope that all of my colleagues who had issues with the language shared those concerns with staff beforehand, before this meeting. That's why, staff reaches out to do their agenda item meetings. I don't know. So I appreciate like the shortened language. I am always for shorter ballot language. I can say I don't know that I can support either of these motions. I think to Mrs. Alhadeff's point, when you say directly impact students, you have attorneys in the general counsel's office that do work that directly impact students, and we took a vote to not give them, to amend all their contracts in order to stop them from getting the referendum supplement. Like, they are working on lawsuits that directly impact students. It feels like a little bit silly to be, picking apart words like this when, again, we could have shared all of these concerns with staff beforehand. I actually don't have an issue with the idea of school-based, because when I saw that, I had the same concern that Ms. Thompson did, which is like, what about our employees that that are school social workers? They're not based in any single school. And Mr. Sullivan, what was your response to that when I asked you about that?
So we have in the original item, it also says and support staff.
Right.
So before, we did meet with the board and we did hear the board's concerns. So that's why we added school-based and support staff. Originally, it said in the current ballot measure says for teachers and staff. There was no school-based or support.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just feeling a little bit confused about the conversation in general because, we have been informed over and over again that this resolution comes to us, we vote on it, we have a workshop to codify or to identify the groups of employees that we intend to receive this money, and then we codify that in a vote. So, I support like the shortened language, but to be picking apart these words, I don't think is the best use of our time. But I would support some, I guess, shorter version of the original language or just the original language that staff has proposed to us. Any other board member comment on the substitute motion? Ms. Bowman?
So I don't disagree with you, and I think we were agreeing on in a broad aspect. I like Dr. Zeman coming back and putting the teachers first on the lead sentence, if we're looking at the original language, because I think that does say what is the most important part of this referendum and the reason why we're going out for it. So I do agree with that. And I really, if everybody agrees that support staff does the job that we're looking for to be, and we can vote on it when we allocate, then I support that as well. And the real, on the original language that we had, the only real issue that I had or question was about essential instructional programs, and if that was going to be overbroad for our purposes. But if we can also do that in the when we workshop it, then that's okay as well. So,
Mrs. Alhadeff?
Yes, so I support the original language. I beg to differ with my colleague in that school safety and mental health services is the most important part. Because if your children don't come home alive, then nothing else matters.
Anyone else on the substitute motion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion. School board members Hickson,
Yes.
Honus,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert, Thompson,
Yes.
Zeman,
No.
Alhadeff,
No.
Bowman,
No.
Severa. 3-6 fails.
Back to the motion. Ms. Hickson, you still have the floor. So this is Dr. Zeman's motion.
Oh, okay. I'm good.
Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, am I able to make a substitute motion?
Sure.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we keep the original language with the exception of removing improved student achievements, which is the third line, and removing the last part where that says, and essential instructional programs for public and charter schools.
Could you keep four, just so you want to remove and essential instructional programs, I think you need to keep the 4 public and charter schools.
Oh, just essential instructional programs, sorry. So, and essential instructional programs, to remove that portion and to remove improved student achievement since that's redundant, as Mr. Sullivan mentioned, and to keep everything else with safety as priority, the way it's written.
And just to be the English teacher in the room, could you add and before school-based and support staff?
Yes.
Thank you.
English teacher.
Second, public comment on the substitute motion.
Can you repeat the substitute motion in clarity?
So it was to remove on the it starts in the second line in the paper that we have, but yeah. Okay, let me read it out. To enhance school safety and mental health services, recruit and retain highly qualified teachers and essential employees. The previous language said improve student achievement. Dr. Holness is removing that part. And support critical school operations, shall the School Board of Broward County continue to levy a 1 mil ad valorem property tax from January 1st, 2027 through December 31st, 2030 to fund school safety officers, mental health services, increase compensation for teachers, school-based and support staff. The previous language said and essential instructional programs, where Dr. Holness is removing that for public and charter schools. So he's removing and essential instructional programs and removing improved student achievement.
But all of health and safety and stays in, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Anna Fusco, the Broward Teachers Union president. We know wording matters because it all makes it clear on how the money is separated to fund for recruiting and retaining the employee, the health piece, which is the mental health. And we know definitely you guys all don't care about employees, health. Yeah, you show that when you're willing to take away medicine. I'm going to keep putting that in there every chance I get, the 7 of you, what you did. But mental health is very important for everybody. And obviously safety and security, I respect the strong comment that School Board Member Alhadeff said about there's nothing else matters if our students aren't safe and don't get home safely. So we need to make sure that that is never, ever, treated lightly. Let's see what you guys talk about in your debate for this new amendment.
Thank you. Board member discussion on the substitute motion. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Could staff speak to the essential instructional programs?
Yes, through the chair. That was part of the last 2 ballot measures. So it's a carryover from that. And it was really to give the board greater flexibility in using the funds if needed. But we never used it for those items. So if the board removed it, there is no actual impact. It just limits our ability to do anything in that regard in the future.
Can you give some examples of how it could be used for essential instructional programs?
The language is pretty vague, so I think it gave you a lot of flexibility as long as it had to do with instruction.
Can you just give 2 examples?
iReady, AI, textbooks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I had a question actually. We are still paying out money we're paying out the charter school settlement. Would this change in language impact our ability to do that?
No, but also there's no impact because the payments would be done by the time this referendum was instituted.
Got it. Any other comment, Dr. Holness?
Okay, Madam Chair, and maybe I can get, I would love to get further input from maybe Board Member Al-Hadef and Board Member Hickson and anyone who wants to comment, but I know that the original language says school safety officers and the proposed language had said school safety personnel. So I don't know if we say school safety officers, if we're excluding some other school safety staff, so that we would want to include here. So I know this is a concern that all of us embrace, and certainly I respect the opinions of Board Member Al-Hadef and Board Member Hickson as well.
Go ahead.
If that language needs to be changed to say school safety personnel versus school safety officers.
If I may, there's the reason why we put school safety officers, because each school needs to have one, and that could either be an SRO or a guardian, and we currently use those funds to fund those positions.
Okay, so John, Mr. Sullivan, are there any other school safety staff besides school safety officers where we need to say school safety officers and personnel?
I see what you're saying. Yes. So I think you should.
Yeah, our security.
Yes.
Staff.
So school safety.
So safety personnel gives a little bit more wider breadth to include.
So would personnel cover school safety officers and everyone else under school safety staff?
Yes, that's a good catch.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, my motion is to say school safety personnel as opposed to school safety officers, because it would be inclusive of officers and other school safety staff.
Got it. So,
it's after the December 30th date to fund school safety personnel.
School safety personnel. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other comment on the substitute motion? Mrs. Al-Hadef?
Sorry, just to go back to that essential instructional program, I mean, I think leaving it in just gives you more flexibility in the future. And then I think it's also important to keep the improved student achievement in there, because it just gives the everyday citizen a better understanding of what we're trying to do, why we need this funding.
Okay, so the reason Madam Chair, may I? Okay, the reason I've decided not to include those, because in my prior question, Mr. Sullivan mentioned that even though it was in the referendums before, that we did not actually use funding for essential instructional programs. And secondly, that improving student achievement is redundant, as it would imply if we're funding teachers, then we would certainly be improving student achievement. So I didn't want to create a level of redundancy, and at the same time I didn't want to include language in there that we've never used before, which would be essential instructional programs in the prior referendums.
Right, but it's limiting you from doing it in the future by taking it out.
I understand, but it appears it wasn't needed in the past. Dr. Hepburn, in the past, we did not use the prior referendums for essential instructional programs. Do you anticipate that funding will be needed for those purposes?
To be honest, go ahead, Ms. Sullivan. I'll let you before I hop in there.
Yeah. So the reason that we felt it was important to leave in there again is to give the board the greatest flexibility possible with the additional funds. We never know what will come out of either the state capital or our national capital, and if there was any kind of impact on our existing funds, that language would give the board flexibility to use it as it relates to essential instructional programs.
Okay, so Mr. Sullivan, if we leave that there and we in fact decided to use some of the referendum funding should it pass for essential instructional programs, that would possibly result in a reduction of the amount of funding that we would use for teachers' compensation and safety and all of that, correct?
Correct.
I would prefer to leave it out.
Ms. Hickson?
Thank you. And I have a question because I think it falls on why we find ourselves in the position we're in with people not trusting us. The whole purpose, the main purpose, let me go backwards. The main purpose of this referendum is to increase teacher pay. Is that correct?
Dr. Hepburn? I mean, for me, yeah. But Dr. Hepburn?
Yeah.
Okay. So when I said earlier that it was the most important thing, I didn't mean in general. Obviously, I believe that school safety is the most important thing in the system that we're in. But for this referendum, the piece that we're going out for is increasing educator pay. So it makes sense to me that we have that as the first part of the wording, because the teachers union goes out and knocks on doors and asks people to please support the referendum because it'll increase teacher pay. If it's what we put kind of on the end part of this, we're not really being honest about what it is we're going out for the referendum for. So I have a concern that it starts off with funding safety. Of course, funding safety is important, but this referendum is about increasing pay mostly for teachers. So although I appreciate, all of the changes, I would like to maybe also suggest that we at least use the title that Dr. Zeman had, because it starts with funding educator pay, and that's really what the referendum is for.
Ms. Thompson?
So I was actually going to make a motion to keep Dr. Zeman's title because I do think that's important. I think taking out essential instructional programs, I agree with Dr. Holness. I also think we do have a problem with the money being spent for other uses, and this just makes it crystal clear to our voters that this money is going to go to increasing teacher pay, school safety, and mental health services. I'm fine leaving the language, and I would like to make a substitute motion to keep improve student achievement, because people who are reading this referendum aren't necessarily as in the know as we are, and so it is better to spell that out. So I guess my
So we have a substitute motion on the table right now, so we have to dispose of that before we do anything, unless Dr. Holness would like to make any amendments to his substitute motion.
Board Member Thompson, is that a friendly suggestion?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I am okay with, I appreciate the rationale for improved student achievement, and although it may appear redundant to us, the public may not know that. So I am okay with having that remain in the motion. I also like the idea of the title that Dr. Zeman gave, with having funding education, educator pay, school safety, and mental health services. That title is fine with me, but keeping the wording with the changes that I've made. So I'm okay with keeping improved student achievement and removing and essential instructional programs, and including from our wonderful English staff here, chair, including the word "and" between teachers and school-based and support staff. And Madam Chair, so the title will also appear on the ballot, Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so I am okay with going with Dr. Zeman's title, where it says funding educator pay, school safety and mental health services, and related expenditures through a 1 mil property tax levy. But regarding the changes I've made to the current wording, I'm going to stick with that, with the exception of including improved student achievement.
Any other board member comment on the substitute motion?
So just for understanding, can I read what I think you're
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So the title is Funding Educator Pay, School Safety, and Mental Health Services and Related Expenditures Through a 1 mil Property Tax Levy. And then 2, Enhanced School Safety and Mental Health Services, recruit and retain highly qualified teachers and essential employees, improve student achievement, and support critical school operations. Shall the School Board of Broward County continue to levy a 1 mil ad valorem property tax from January 1st, 2027 through December 31st, 2030 to fund school safety personnel, mental health services, increased compensation for teachers and school-based staff and support staff for public and charter schools.
You got it.
That is correct. That's it.
All right. So we're all on one page.
Any other board member discussion on the substitute motion? All in favor of the substitute motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Substitute motion passes with 1 dissenting vote from Mrs. Al-Hadaf. We are back to the item as amended. Dr. Holness, are you done?
I am.
Ms. Bullman? Oh, wait, sorry. Hold on. I'm on the wrong list. Dr. Zeman.
And we're back to the main item, RR1?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just looking forward to getting this new language out there. I will kind of, I think, to remind folks of Mr. Sullivan, well, 2 things, I guess. One, to the chair's point, I asked about how to bring changes, Chair, and I was told to bring them to this meeting. So I was following the instructions. I hope next time maybe I'll send them out earlier or something. I'm not sure what to do, but I did ask, and I was told to do that, and I was following the advice on that one. Second is the second step is going to be a lot more important than the first step. Last time, we got the language right, and then we quickly debated in a workshop how we were going to allocate those funds. But last time, 17% for safety, 8% for mental health, 75% for educator or for staff compensation adjustments was what we ended up with. I would just ask my colleagues to think very, very hard about that allocation and see if that's where we are today. We have gone through some very serious changes in funding forecasts. The state of Florida continues to give us less than inflation every year. So you may think a little bit about what is actually core that we don't want to lose, and what are the things that we need to do and in what relative percents. The second piece is lost in our English lesson of the day, which is we said at least 75% for compensation and up to 8 and 17% for mental health and safety and security. That gave the board and the superintendent tons of flexibility about how to allocate those funds. But I thought it was a very useful way to kind of indicate our priorities. And as a lot of people have said in this room before, if you want to know about the values of Broward County Schools, look at the budget. Because the budget is the way we reflect our values. And so that debate, Mr. Sullivan, I'm sorry, Chair, when is our debate on the workshop allocation for these funds?
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Sullivan?
March 24th.
March 24th. And I think the second steps could be more important than the first. So the first we got, we're going to go out with this. And I'm sorry, did we get permission from the lawyer to use the language that we just voted on?
We just sent it to them, but I don't envision an issue because you deleted more than you added.
Dynamite. He's a word counter. I love it.
He's going to verify right now.
Yep. Microsoft Word could do his job. But at the end of the day, I'm looking forward to the March 24th debate, and I'll maybe submit some things ahead of time so that we can think about them prior to the school board meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cervera.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also looking forward to the debate at the upcoming workshop. However, I want to be clear and on record as soon as possible. In no circumstance will anybody who was the subject of dispute last time when we dealt with this referendum situation be entitled to any of this money as far as I'm concerned and as far as my voice and vote is concerned. This is very clear. This is going to fund school safety personnel, mental health services, and compensate our teachers. That's it. That's not cabinet level raises. That's not raises for people who are making 6 figures in this building. That's for school safety personnel, mental health services, and teachers, full stop. So I want to be very clear about what my position is from the earliest possible onset that we're not going to make the same mistakes we made last time with this referendum dollars. And I want the public to know that is at least from the board member sitting in District 6, is going to be very vigilant in making sure that this money is using for the proper and intended purposes this go around. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Bowman? Sorry, I can't remember. I have you not crossed off, so.
Oh, because we never got to really my comments, but I think we fixed it, so I'm good.
Okay. Ms. Hickson? Okay. I just had a quick question just because of the comments that were just made. As the language sits today, will it just be teachers who are eligible, or will it be school social workers and bus drivers and cafeteria workers? Dr. Hepburn?
With the proposed language, yes. But I believe with the additional restrictions, it would already restrict it to it wouldn't be able, cabinet members or directors at the district level wouldn't qualify. And then remember, the intended allocation that we're bringing to the March 24th meeting will be the superintendent's recommendation. Of course, the board will have their input, but part of his recommendation, of course, would be to restrict those funds as they're currently were restricted recently by the board.
Okay, so you said yes, but I think I asked like an either or question. So does the language restrict it to just teachers or?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hickson?
And just because you mentioned a number of people, and not all of them, currently the money goes to principals and assistant principals. So the way it's worded now, that would still be an option.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mrs. Al-Hadaf?
So on the ballot will be this language, but we'll have a one-pager explaining all the details and the breakouts.
Correct. So once the board votes on the intended allocation formally in that April meeting, that's when we'll start the awareness campaign. After this vote, we will send the resolution to the county commissioners, directing them to place it on the November ballot.
Thank you.
Any other board member comment on the item as amended? Okay, do we have to table okay, so I'll make a motion to table the item to the end of the meeting. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion. Board member comment on the motion. All in favor of tabling the item to the end of the meeting, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and well, actually, I'm going to just go to public comment general public speakers real quick since we are past our limit anyway. And we need to take a vote to extend the meeting. So I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 1 hour. All in favor of extending the meeting by 1 hour, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no.
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 Roll call, please.
I gotta go.
Roll call to extend the meeting by 1 hour. Board Member Holness,
Yes. Yes.
Leonardi,
Yes.
Rupert, Thompson, Zeman,
Nope.
Aladef,
No.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severa.
Nope.
Severa.
Nope.
Item.
2 votes.
You didn't ask
6-3
me.
pass.
Ms. Hickson?
You didn't ask me.
Hickson,
Yes, and just say, we had items we tabled to the end of the meeting. You can't table an item and then say no to extending the time.
motion passed 6-3.
I have a question. If that motion did not pass and we still had items that we have to deal with that we have not disposed of, what would happen? Ms. Jack Adams?
Sorry, I couldn't find the button. Through the chair, you would have to address the issue of both tabling and then not extending the meeting because those two are in conflict.
Okay.
Thank Thank you. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from our evening speakers. Are there any evening speakers, Mr. Hill?
No, ma'am.
Is there anyone in the audience? Nope. Okay. Could I get a motion and a second on items AA1 and should I take AA1 and AA3 separately, Ms. Jack Adams, or together?
Chair, I would take them separately.
Okay. Could I get a motion and a second on A3?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Mrs. Al-Hadaf. Public comment on, well, we already did public comment. Go ahead, Ms. Jack Adams.
So the last information that I received from A3 was that staff corrected the language, and our office, one of our attorneys, declared it legally sufficient, and it was sent out to University of Florida. So I don't know the facts of whether it came back from University of Florida or not.
Dr. Hepburn?
Dr. Cohn.
Yeah, so it hasn't come back yet, so they've agreed to remove the New World reading as in the agreement. But I do want to say or add that the New World is not a vendor. It is an initiative by the Department of Education. In 2021, there's a House Bill 3 that was passed declaring New World Reading Initiative to support K through 5 students who are reading deficit. In 2021, this school board actually approved an amendment or an agreement that allows the University of Florida through the Department of Education to provide that information to its students, and that agreement doesn't end until 2027. So there's already an agreement with the DOE and the University of Florida to do exactly what this agreement is doing. So this agreement essentially extends it to 2028. But if the board chooses to remove it, that is certainly something that they can do.
Okay. Board member comment on the item. No board member comment on the item? All right. So let me ask, I guess I'm a little confused. So is this item now amended to take the New World Reading Initiative out, or we're waiting to hear back from UF?
So we could do one or two things. We advised the University of Florida to strike it, and so we can come back to the next board meeting with a stricken, or we can approve it as is with the new information I provided.
Could we table the item to March 31st?
Postpone it?
Or postpone the item till March 31st? Or would that not be resolving our issue here?
What it is this particular agreement, the tutoring will still go on. This is just a data sharing agreement. It just pulls out the new reading initiative. So it does, what it won't do is after 2027, because it's still going on right now, the students are still getting the books because the agreement that we already have with the district is already in place until 2027.
I'm sorry to put the student advisor on the spot, but do you have any student feedback on either of these issues or programs or initiatives? If not, I completely understand.
You're not asking me to do math like Dr. Zeman did, so I may be able to answer this question. We're on A1?
A3.
Thank you. I believe this primarily impacts elementary.
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
so you don't have any. Okay.
No, it's high school and elementary. So the data sharing agreement is for the Conmingo High School and for the Varsity Elementary School.
I have some feedback regarding Conmigo that's, I think, irrelevant to the data sharing agreement. Sorry, I'm pulling it back up.
Yeah, I mean, like, if we don't pass this, how might that?
I don't think it would remove any of the services that are being provided. Is that correct, Dr. Cohn?
It will, if this agreement doesn't pass today, but we kick it till next time, it'll be fine. We spoke with the University of Lassiter. They say that because the only condition that we're discussing is this language around the New World Reading, and that is a DOE initiative. And so if we're saying we don't want students who are struggling with reading, for parents to have access to books based on the criteria that New World has set up through House Bill 3, then we can remove it. That won't go into effect. It will strike it from this agreement, but again, the district already has an agreement till 2027, so we're already doing it.
Chair, let me see if I can expedite this. Can I make a motion to postpone this till the
March
31st?
31st.
The 31st?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Cervera, seconded by Dr. Zeman. Public comment on the motion to postpone this item to March 31st. Board member comment? Ms. Thompson?
What impact does that have then to the AA1 item?
It has no impact because AA1 is separate from this, and so AA1 is just a typical data sharing agreement that only looks at usage and achievement, which is not this particular agreement.
But I thought they were companion, so now I'm confused. And that's
The
why
companion was the high school conmingo. There's two conmingos. That's why.
Okay. All right. Any other board discussion on postponing the item? All in favor of postponing the item, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Could I get a motion and a second on AA1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Public comment on AA1. Board member comment, I have Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Thompson?
I'm good, thank you.
Dr. Zeman?
Totally good. Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? All right, all in favor of AA1, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no.
No.
Item passes with one dissenting vote from Dr. Zeman. All right, we are now at the end of the meeting, so we'll go back. Oh, Ms. Thompson?
Oh, I have something for the end of the meeting, so.
We'll go back to so could I have a motion and a second to bring back RR1?
Second.
Moved by Dr. Zeman, second by Ms. Hickson. Do we have a response from our council?
Yes, we're going to need 10 minutes.
Okay, I'll recess the meeting for 10 minutes.
Chair.
Or
Can
one
we
second.
go through our?
Yeah. We will, at this time, hear from my colleagues who have any student successes or concerns to bring forward to the superintendent. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. So I have a concern I'd like to bring to my colleagues' attention regarding an incident that occurred last week at one of my middle schools. During that incident, a school resource officer used pepper spray while responding to a student fight. Based on what was reported and shared to me by students and parents, and also what I saw myself on the video, the pepper spray was deployed twice. The first time resulted in surrounding students being exposed/sprayed in the face. The second occurred after the students involved in the fight had already been separated. I want to be clear that I'm not going to comment whether I feel that this use of force was excessive, because there is an ongoing investigation. I'm raising this because incidents like these understandably leave some of our students feeling shaken. I've heard from parents whose kids no longer want to go to school because they witnessed their principal getting sprayed in the face. I also want to note that the members of the community have shared that they believe the school administration handled this situation appropriately. And I believe that this situation raises broader questions that we as a board should discuss regarding how we ensure that our students are safe during incidents involving fights, and also when law enforcement intervenes on our campuses. So I have some questions. Do we currently have district policies regarding the use of pepper sprays or tasers on our campus?
Dr. Hepburn?
Police, yeah.
I yield to General Counsel.
And I'm not asking for specifics, just in general, are there policies that keep our students safe from this kind of force?
Yes.
So through the chair, I have not performed a search to see if pepper spray is a subject matter of any policy, but I can do so.
Thank you. And then when these items are used, like pepper spray or tasers, do we defer to the police or municipal departments in BSO that are in our schools, or is this something that we can create a policy around?
That's a complex situation due to us outsourcing our school resource officer services to many municipalities, which many of them are governed by their own policies as far as how they engage or interact when depending on the situation. So if you got anything else to add, Chief Gregory, I know that's what makes it complex, is because we have over 10 or so, or 10 or more municipalities that are providing SRO services that all have different policies that are not aligned. Even if we create a policy, they're going to abide by their policy.
So I have a problem with that because these are our students. We should be allowed to dictate what's going to happen to our students if we feel like it's acceptable for a middle school student to be sprayed in the face with pepper spray. And so I would like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to explore this situation and also policies to ensure that our students are kept safe from this use of force.
Ms. Jack Adams, can a motion be made when we don't have an item?
Yes, the way that, through the chair, the way that our policies are set up, Ms. Thompson, if you were to bring a B item, it would.
So I will bring an item. I would like to know what kind of training our SRO officers receive, particularly around de-escalation with minors under the age of 18.
Go ahead, Kevin Oswitz. I see you back there.
Hi, Kevin Nazowitz, Chief Police, Broward County Schools Police. I'm sorry, I was talking to Board Member Severa. What was up? Can you repeat the last?
Can you repeat the question, Ms. Thompson?
Sure. So I would like to know specifically what training our SRO officers receive specifically around de-escalation with minors, because I received your response and it did not address my concerns.
So de-escalation is general and broad. It deals with de-escalation, any type of situation. So even in our CIT training, we've dealt with juveniles, especially when they're maybe at suicidal risk, and we're trying to de-escalate them from that, or they're being violent, and we use verbal de-escalation techniques on that.
And who is responsible for these trainings?
So CIT training is done through the United Way of Broward County. All officers in Broward County are trained in that CIT training. The Police Academy also trains de-escalation training for anybody that is becoming a police officer going through. Even our guardians receive this training as part of their initial guardian training. We here at at our police department, we've put on a separate class for de-escalation training above and beyond what was taken through CIT training.
So you're saying that there's no training specifically on how to de-escalate with minors, with children?
All age groups and everybody's encompassed in one training.
But specifically with children? Not like a general, this is how you would de-escalate. This is with...
I don't know of any other, I only know of the training that we're able to, that I've seen,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no one specific class for de-escalating juveniles. Because the class encompasses de-escalating juveniles, maybe teenagers, adults, people in mental crisis, and so forth.
Okay. So moving on to our own school staff, what training do we do? And I'm talking about cafeteria workers, principals, assistant principals, et cetera. What training do we do that are people who might be around these fights? So gym, cafeteria, outside, hall monitoring. What training do we provide on de-escalation or conflict management?
We need Dr. Washington here for that one. Unless you have any info, Dr. Fulton or Dr. Lozano.
So we do have training on de-escalation. A large percent of the training focuses on our special needs populations, but also we do in classroom management training that also has a component that helps teachers or adults or staff members de-escalate a situation that may get out of control. So we do have those kind of trainings that take place ongoing right now.
So because I am seeing from our union rep that she doesn't necessarily agree with what you're saying. So if I wanted that to occur, I need to bring an item, Ms. Jock Adams?
Yes, pursuant to policy, bring a B item.
Okay, perfect. So my final question is, what procedures do we have in place for specifically at the school, so this would be operational, when tools like pepper spray is used? And I mean, do we, or even when fights are used, do we have teachers clear the space around the fight? Do we know if a pepper spray is deployed in lunchtime setting, if kids are still given their meals to eat, or if they're told not to eat it? What is the procedure to clean up this agent that's been sprayed? Do we have any of those procedures in place that are communicated to our administrators?
Go ahead, Dr. Fulton.
Fortunately, that doesn't happen often. But I do know, to be very honest with you, as we respond to that question, when that happens, so staff does not have pepper spray, so it actually happens because of a school resource officer may do that. And usually when a school resource officer takes control, we have to back away. We cannot interfere into when law enforcement decides it's a situation where they have to take control.
So that's not what happened in this situation, but also it's the administrators that are cleaning up, that are seeing if the students are still eating their lunch, or need to know how much time they should clear the cafeteria for that chemical to be dispersed. They need to know if the kids can eat the food. There's things that should be in place, and I get that it doesn't happen very often, but apparently it does happen. So is there a procedure in place? And because that's an operational issue, is that an item I also have to bring to the board?
So what I can tell you, we definitely have to look into the Silvertrail issue, but if you deploy pepper spray in a closed space, she get out of the space. So I don't know the extent of what you're speaking about, but anytime pepper spray is sprayed when it's a closed area, people have to leave that room.
And I understand that, but our administrators don't have and I specifically didn't say the school, but our administrators don't have that information. They don't know if the food's safe to eat after. They don't know how long space should be cleared for. So is there procedures in place, or is there something that the superintendent can do, since I feel like this is an operational issue, or is it something I have to bring an item for?
Yeah, we can look at that and work with our Chief Gregory and his team, also Allison Witachinski, the environmental team, to come up with some procedures. Yeah, that's not a problem.
And then also, do we have a procedure in place? So in this particular incident, there were, and I'm not blaming the people for not getting involved, but there was a fight and no one really cleared the students away from the fight. Is there a procedure or training that we give that if an incident like this is happening where a police officer is involved, that we clear the space? Or like have students back away or anything like that?
That's always the expectation, is whatever space, classroom, cafeteria, gymnasium, whatever the case may be, that adults assist in clearing the space. That's in a perfect world, but oftentimes that doesn't happen because kids are being kids with their cell phones, running to the location, pulling out their cell phones, and trying to, get some clickbait along the way and not listening to directions. But in some cases, students listen and they disperse and leave the area while the administrative staff and the security staff deal with the situation.
Okay, so it could have been, because at least one of the kids who was a bystander who got sprayed is because he didn't move and kept eating. Mm-hmm. So it could be a case that he didn't listen to the teacher.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And we're not going to forcefully move. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to advocate
exactly.
for that
So
either.
Teachers announce, staff announce, and most kids follow directions, but you always have a few that in the excitement of the moment, they're not abiding by the direction of staff.
So in general, teachers are trained that they should kind of clear this, or teachers or staff or whoever is there,
Correct.
They should try to get as many students away
Correct.
as possible. Okay, those are I will be bringing an item, but I appreciate my colleagues' attention to this. Thank you.
Ms. Jack Adams, and I know Mr. Cervera wanted to speak to this as well.
Okay, just as an answer to Mrs. Thompson, the only thing I can find on pepper spray was in the Student Code of Conduct 5.8, a Class B chemical weapon. But aside from that, that's the only place that it's referenced that I can find in School Board Policy 5.8.
which is about the amount that students can bring or their use in getting in trouble. So it doesn't, it doesn't address security or SROs.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, Ms. Thompson, obviously a very unfortunate incident. And any time a child is affected like something that certainly it's a bad situation. That being said, I do want to be clear, and I don't want things lost in translation here. We support our school resource officers in this district. The brave men and women who put on the uniform and go to school and arguably do one of the most important jobs in keeping our kids safe, along with the teachers, are an essential element to how this district functions. And I don't know the exact circumstances other than what you just shared, but I'm sure that Chief Gregory can attest to this as well. I mean, we're not going to disperse a chemical agent unless it's absolutely necessary, or that officer thought that somebody was in great bodily harm was about to fall upon them. So I don't want what happened in this instance to be a situation where we are not recognizing the brave men and women who put the uniform on and go to our schools and keep our kids safe, because they do receive training and they do have protocols that they have to follow. And our law enforcement officers, for the most part, do that, and they're happy and they love the kids and they love their jobs. So I just want to make it clear that we are very appreciative that of all of our law enforcement officers, of our SROs, and everybody who walks around our schools and keeps our kids safe on a daily basis. And this is a very unfortunate incident that there was a fight and that had to be used, and perhaps the spray radius went a little bit further than intended, and certainly we never want harm to fall upon our kids. But I don't want to take away from our law enforcement officials and the value that they bring to our schools. Thank you.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to be abundantly clear. I was not being disparaging of our SRO officers, but when incidents like this happen that impacts our students, it warrants a discussion, and I would hope all my colleagues would want to keep our students safe. Thank you.
Ms. Hickson.
Thank you. I just wanted to give a shout out to our student athletics and activities department, specifically Patty Brown for the Play Like a Girl. I believe it was the third year that this happened. And so they invited the middle and high school student female athletes to come, and they had 3 amazing guest speakers. So one was Milan Bolden Morris. She works for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Then there was Laura I don't know how to say it, Ando. She's a freestyle soccer player. She did a little show for us. It's amazing. I didn't know people did that with a soccer ball. And Alicia Butler, who is a gold and silver medalist in track, and she actually brought the medals with her so that the girls could see them and touch them, and they all said, "Wow, that's so heavy." And, oh yes, and she was a Piper High School graduate, so really excited to have her come back and share with the students. They had a great time. I was with 2 middle schoolers, and middle schoolers don't like anything. They always complain, and we asked them how did they like it, and they said it was awesome. So to get that out of 2 13-year-old girls was pretty amazing. So I appreciate it. It's a great event. If you haven't been to it, hopefully next year when they have the 4th annual one, more people can come and participate and see the excitement that's going on. But the whole point of it was to keep female athletes engaged and involved in athletics, because we do have an issue where for a lot of different reasons they don't stay with it. And most of the stories from the females are journeys of struggle and how they overcame them to stay in the sport that they were in. So I think it's always really important for them to do that. Then there was also, besides that, there was the 5th annual Black Male Symposium at South Broward High School, and also another phenomenal place where men from across our county came to pour in to our students. And I just have to say that there was a football player who played for the University of Florida, and I don't normally get excited about that, but I forget what his, Major Wright, and his story was just so inspirational. And the part I liked the most about it, and I guess not the most, but the most inspirational part was he was at the top. He was recruited. He played at the highest level of NFL football, did not know how to manage his money, and became almost homeless. And then a homeless man actually turned his life around. And those are the stories our kids need to hear, because you hear a lot when you go into schools, what do you want to be? A basketball player, NFL. And it's really important for them to know all these pieces. So to have someone like that come in and just share their story with our students, to give them some inspiration of that plan B and how important it is, was really two great events, one specifically for females and one for males. And it was I just want to thank everyone who put that together and who came and participated, because the more we have people pour into our students, the better off they're going to be. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Spellberg?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jasir had to leave, but he wanted me to share with you all. He had a personal situation that led to a hospitalization of a family member, and he wanted to give a shout out to Charles Drew Elementary School and acting principal Rashika Roll for writing cards to the family member and delivering them to the hospital for one of their students. It's yet another example of the power of Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else before I go? I just wanted to recognize some of the great news for Broward schools. I know that there was the State of the County last week. I was unable to attend, but I did get lots of text messages from other elected officials and people who were there, because the Florida Chamber really acknowledged Broward schools in a variety of different ways. But they recognize that we are ahead of the state average on kindergarten readiness, third grade reading, eighth grade reading, and degree attainment. And I was told that the keynote speaker also applauded our deployment of Microsoft Copilot. So I just wanted to recognize that great news, and it's very exciting to hear that other organizations do see the great work that's going on here. So thank you. Can we hear from staff?
Mr. Strauss, I need to check on those guys back there. Make sure they're not having too much fun.
They have to fix their watches. Yep. Oh,
2 more minutes. Any of my colleagues have anything else to bring to the board? Ms. Thompson.
I'm going to just scroll Instagram and say good things happening. Well, one is that John's in the back, but our schools are deploying the BCPS Advantage. So if all my colleagues could follow, like, and share their, yes, they should be tagging you in it, but make sure that you heart it or like it, whatever platform you choose to use. That just helps our schools build an audience. Trying to fill some space. I feel like we've had a lot of good things. The Cambridge thing, you could announce that again. We're number 1 in this country for Cambridge.
For Cambridge, for a large district designation. I'm a little brain dead right now, to be honest. Go ahead, Ms.
Hickson.
Thank you. I forgot another one. So there was also a wonderful event at Whitten Rogers. It was called the Day of Redemption, and it was also for females that were at school there, and we had some guest speakers that were female leaders. Some of them had been incarcerated, and had one actually for 30 years, and had come out, and now she's an advocate for other prisoners to just make sure that they have an opportunity when they move out of the system. But they were really there just to inspire the students that one bad decision doesn't define what your life looks like moving forward. And the students were very engaged. I'm really appreciative that everyone came out. There was a BSO officer. There was she worked for the public defender's office. There were 2 that had been incarcerated. Dr. Wanza was there. I can't remember who else was there. But anyway, just every opportunity that our students have to hear from people, to get some background information about life in different places and ways. I mean, those inmates really shared that jail is no joke. And it was, it was really something, it was real for the students, and it's important for them to know what the consequences are of some of their actions. So that was also a very powerful opportunity for our students.
Great, thank you, Board Member Hickson. Mr. Sullivan?
I'm back. Okay. The good and the bad. The good is the ballot language he signed off on. We're at his count exactly at the limit. The title, though, is far beyond the 15-word count. So we need to adjust the title. I do have a recommendation.
Let's hear it.
And remember, I only have 15 words. To fund school employee compensation, safety, and mental health through a 1 mil property tax levy. Fund school employee compensation, safety, and mental health through a 1 mil property tax levy.
Okay, any board member comment? Ms. Rupert? Board Member Rupert?
I don't think it hits where we need to
Right.
say. That was actually the motion that I was bringing, or item actually, and I was told that not bring it. So we're even. But yeah, so we got an alternative to that.
Okay, do you have any recommendation, Board Member Rupert? Mr. Sullivan, can you read it again?
Sure. So again, we have, for the title of the ballot measure, we have 15-word limit. So we can print it.
No, we got it, John.
Okay, fund school employee compensation, safety, and mental health through a 1 mil property tax levy.
For me, it's, yeah, thank you. For me, it's the employee compensation doesn't get, I don't think it addresses what we need to address.
Remember, this is just the title of the ballot measure.
And as a reading teacher, I know sometimes people just look at a title and they decide they're not going to read anymore. So
Would it work better, Ms. Rupert, if we called it pay instead of compensation? To fund school employee pay, safety, and mental health through 1 mil property tax levy?
How many words?
Plain English.
better, yeah.
Madam Chair? Mr. Sullivan?
sir.
Would the words be sufficient if we should say fund teachers and staff compensation? Would that be too many words?
Well, I'm at 50 right now, so any word you add, you have to delete. So yes, it would be.
Can someone catch me? I'm sorry. So I heard what the ballot language is okay. The title is not.
Yeah.
The title is 19 words, and it's only permissible to have 15 words on a title.
Okay. The document that I have in front of me, though, it says the title says fund school employee compensation, safety, and mental health through a 1 mil property tax, but I don't recall us doing that.
That was John's suggestion.
This is just a propose.
Oh, this is
Since
a
you're only
propose.
limited to 15 words, this is what we're proposing instead of the other title that was 19 words.
Okay. Is RR1 back on the table? Okay.
In essence.
Okay. So is anyone object to the proposed title from staff?
I just nominated pay instead of compensation because then
Pay
it's
is
just
better. yeah.
compensation is like a long word. Pay is like right there.
I can't do that. Our horses.
All right. Is everyone okay with that? Fund school employee pay, safety, and mental health through a 1 mil property tax levy?
No objection.
Okay. Do we need to make a motion to that effect? Yes.
I move that suggestion, Chair.
Second, public comment on the motion. Board comment on the motion. We're amending the title to read fund school employee pay, safety, and mental health through a 1 mil property tax levy. All right. Oh, go ahead,
Is
Ms.
the 1 mil going to be understandable by the public?
Was last time, right?
Yeah, it was in both of the proposals before, too.
Unfortunately, that's the legal term, so we can't move away from it.
Okay.
Any other board member comment? All in favor of amending the title, say aye.
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 All opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously. Any other comments on the item? All in favor of the item as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Item passes unanimously. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no objection, I now adjourn the meeting.